1993年，吴滨江本杰明教授在日本京都举行的第3届世界针灸学会联合会学术大会上，以单篇论文形式发表了吴博士头部推拿。吴博士头部推拿疗法问世后，在1993年至1998年期间，吴滨江本杰明教授在匈牙利、奥地利等欧洲多国讲学，传授吴博士头部推拿疗法，受到了广大的学员们的热烈欢迎。来自不同国家的学员们非常认真地学习，并深深地被中国中医的博大精深所感染和吸引。在此期间，吴教授传授了非常多的欧洲学员，为日后国际吴氏头部推拿研究会成立打下了坚实的基础。1998年，吴滨江本杰明教授移民到加拿大的多伦多，建立起安大略中医学院，同时也把吴博士头部推拿带到了多伦多。吴教授利用不同的机会、不同的场合，向不同的人群介绍自己这个独创特色的中医技术，通过吴博士头部推拿治疗病人的焦虑、失眠等现代文明病，让大多数的患者体会到了吴博士头部推拿的神奇。吴教授以学院为基地，进行吴博士头部推拿的教学和传播。起初这个学校规模很小，经过25年的辛勤耕耘，学院现在不仅跻身于加拿大中医药针灸教育的前列，并在国际中医教育界也享有盛名。吴滨江本杰明教授全年都很繁忙，他的1/3时间用于临床，1/3时间用于教学，1/3时间用于管理，同时又要撰文出版中医杂志及经常参加国际学术会议。吴滨江本杰明教授1周有2天在自己的诊所为病患诊治，因为在诊所中接触了很多疑难杂症的病人，促使他想早一点把自己的单篇论文以书的形式出版发行，让更多的人可以受益。他白天在诊所诊治病人，或在学校教书，或处理学校事务，晚上则加班加点写下了10几万字的稿件，以备出书之用。 在教学的过程中，吴滨江本杰明教授非常注重手把手的教授学员，即怎样能通过中医理论学习加深对头部推拿的理解，通过用吴博士头部推拿疗法解决病患的病痛。经过吴滨江本杰明教授的辛勤努力，终于完稿了吴博士头部推拿的中文版本。2000年，吴博士头部推拿中文版在加拿大多伦多出版发行。2005年，吴博士头部推拿英文版在美国波士顿出版发行。2006年，吴博士头部推拿匈文版在匈牙利布达佩斯出版发行。2021年，吴博士头部推拿法文版在法国巴黎出版发行。现在吴滨江本杰明教授每天还分别忙于学校和诊所之间，他谆谆教导学生一定要把知识转化到临床当中去，这样才能做出更好的效果。吴博士头部推拿已经有30年的历史，横跨上世纪90年代末及本世纪初的2个世纪。期间 IT 高速发展改变了社会的生活方式，也造成许多现代文明病及越来越多的新生疾病。吴博士头部推拿的面世帮助和解决了上述的困扰，这是他 从无到有，从小到大，在欧美亚已成流行趋势，为同行的先驱和领跑者的关键所在。2020年，新冠病毒肺炎疫情肆虐，人们被迫蜗居家中，而焦虑、失眠等心身疾病多有发生。吴博士头部推拿发挥了应有的作用，深受病患们的欢迎和好评。展望未来，随着社会的转型，脑力劳动者、白领阶层会越来越多，头颈部疾病、现代文明病、心身疾病也会越来越多。现已流行于欧美亚洲的吴博士头部推拿疗法，在本世纪未来几十年会随着社会的发展而风靡全球，福祉各国民众。吴博士头部推拿在海外已建成学派，风行于欧美亚各国。吴滨江本杰明教授也被海内外同行尊称为头部推拿之父。
6月16日，及科研临床生产于益深的石家庄高新技术开发区医药研究所正式成立。
近日，我国首次将超微粉技术成功运用于中药材的生产加工，使药材利用率从30%提高到90%以上。
我国专利创新中药莲花清瘟胶囊抗甲型 H1N1 流感病毒临床与实验研究近日取得重大突破。
石家庄以岭医药集团已经是2000年以来第4次获得国家科技奖励大奖。他们这次获奖的参松养心胶囊是以中医络病理论为指导开发的治疗心律失常的有效药物。
由中国工程院院士吴以岭带领的团队，通过整理数千年流传下的有关血脉和脉络病变的文献，总结出了中医脉络论，以中医治疗手法介入心脑血管的治疗。临床和实验证明这套理论是有效的。
致力于科技中药20余载的以岭药业，用独特的创新之路，努力突破中医药国际化的困局。
中医脉络学说构建及其指导的微血管病变防治荣获2019年度国家科技进步1等奖，在微血管病变防治领域打开了新局面。
微血管包括微循环病变是国际医学界的难题，我们从中医、从学术理论、作用机制3个方面开展了研究。
对健康中国战略以及对我们人口的老龄化以后的生活质量的保护都有不可估量的这种前景。
这个奖的获得呢，一定会引领这个行业朝着这个现代化这个国际化的这个步伐前进。
我们坚定心中所向，走过的每一步都成为前进的基石。
以岭药业这些年从理论到临床到研发到产业到教学，形成了一个很好的这么一个五位一体的一个综合的一个模式，推动了中医药的发展。
中药在我们这代人身上会发扬光大，把它真正的推向到世界医学之林，不但造福中国人民，也造福人类。
我们怀抱信念，将人类健康的科研智慧传递到世界的每个角落。
Застосував і розробив традицію супутніх захворювань, і ця теорія поширюється по всьому світу.
Linoa quinquin has played a positive role in the prevention and control of epidemic. million Cambodian peoples benefit from Linquin capsules.
China is leading, but with leadership always comes responsibility, and this responsibility is going beyond the national borders.
探寻中医生命健康理论，为生命延续创造更多奇迹。
ETD Inc. has been rebranded to Opus Supplies. We remain the same full acupuncture supply company, serving across Canada since 1974. We are the Canadian agent for Siren, Dongbang, and Ito, so you can trust all our products in compliance with Health Canada regulations. We have a lineup of acupuncture needles from Japan, Korea, and China. Press needles, press pellets, and magnets for auricular therapy. Plastic, silicone, glass, and disposable cupping sets. Heat lamps and various Moxa products. Bodywork tools and clinic supplies. Electrotherapeutic devices and lasers. Body care products and much more. For the full product lineup, please visit our website.
In 1992, Yifang Pharmaceutical, with the verve of dare to be the world's first, took the road of innovation to reform the Chinese medicine decoction and revive the traditional medicine. Supported by tremendous strength of Guangdong Province Engineering Technology Research Institute of TCM, and guided by the traditional Chinese medicine theory, the systematic researches of more than 700 TCM formula granules on acceptance criteria of crude medicine, production technology, quality control standards, observation of clinical effects were completed by means of modern high-tech. In 1993, first national manufacturing base for reform of TCM decoction piece dosage form was established, and first national pilot manufacturing enterprise of TCM formula granule in 1994. Since then, the project of the TCM formula granule began to be implemented. Up to 2016, Yifang Pharmaceutical and Guangdong Province Engineering Technology Research Institute of TCM had completed collectively more than 40 provincial and national scientific research projects, applied or obtained nearly 100 patents, and taken more than 20 national provincial awards. In 1995, Yifang TCM formula granule was listed as the National Torch Project and boosted the development of the advanced technology. In 2001, the first set of intelligent formula granule dispensing system in our country was developed, which started the intelligence era of dispensary of TCM. In 2004, Yifang Pharmaceutical TCM formula granule was listed as the national key new product, and the Yifang Pharmaceutical led the industrial updating. In 2011, Yifang won the second prize of National Scientific and Technological Progress Award and established the leading position in the area of TCM formula granule.
Ladies, gentlemen, I'm Jason Hao. I'm president of Neuroacupuncture Institute in America. I'm feeling very honored today we'll conduct today's lecture and communication with the rest of people in all the world. Today is the second day for World Frame of High Quality Development of Chinese Medicine Education 2023. Also is the 10th Canada Acupuncture and TCM Continuation Conference. Yesterday, we have many professors from all over the world introduce their personal experience, expertise, and their knowledge. Hopefully, you enjoy it. Today, we'll continue yesterday's lecture. I'm honored to introduce world well-known practitioner and teacher, Dr. Dong Liu. Yeah, he is a schoolmate and get a master's degree and a doctorate degree from Heilongjiang University in mainland of China. Dr. Liu Dong is a very special, gifted athlete as well. So he specializes something related to sport medicine. Today, time is limited, so he will focus on one special technique. Dr. Liu Dong has been practicing in Canada, Toronto, Canada, since 2001. In past more than 20 years, he has been treated many challenge diseases and treated a lot of world famous athletes as well. And many of them have damaged and disabled, he able to make their life back to normal and go to competition again. In 2002 to 2004, himself is a very good skate athlete too, and win third place in international competition. So our just short introduce about him and little time for himself to introduce his expertise, experience, and here we are Dr. Dong Liu. Please, your turn.
Thank you very much for Dr. Hao. And I know I've been attending his class for many times. I'm attending Dr. Hao's class for many times, virtually, and as well last time in person. He has excellent the scalp acupuncture for the neuroscience. It's very impressive. I'm so happy, and this morning he can introduce me here today for the 24 acupressure technique. 我就说从张晋老师的24 acupuncture technique, and I'm going to the first of all is I need the tribute to Professor Zhang Jin and our very respected professor, and even last night the dinner, and make me the tear is come out when the Master Zhang Bodi mentioned the story behind my Professor Zhang Jin's is late out of life, and it touched my heart. And this morning, I need to have a special contribution, tribute to the Professor Zhang Jin. Without him, I don't have this success for today. And for any needling, their 得气, one is the receiving qi from the beneath the finger and the needles. 我们叫真下得气和指下得气. The natural qi achieved beneath the needle. This means that naturally, when your finger or when the needle, they're going to have naturally the qi come out with your attention, with your treatment. This is the localized. Second is distillational, distal, the distal point selection. And today I invite my personal friend, and he's not staged because this gentleman is my many years of friend, and he's suffering the leg pain, and even he have a leg pain. He came to the conference yesterday, and I thought I need to give him a treatment. So before the lecture, I need to invite my friend, the Dr. Pong, on the table. So we try to give assessment both locally and the distally, how to using the acupressure technique. 我们叫点穴治疗。好，那就请您介绍一下您那个哪儿疼，然后我们就可以的。我们叫这希望针呢能气治病所，针之效如吹云， 细致而有效。我们点穴指针也是一个道理。没有问题。Which side you feel the pain? So you can see him. He did a lot of treatment already. And the number one, so we go to the 气质有效. These are all the leg numbness, and especially the inside. This is which side is tight and which side is loose. 我们阴阳经. So the pain is most from the leg, is sciatica from leg to the toe, and through the knee. So for the assessment, I know him already is the Yangming channel, Shaoyang channel, and Taiyang channel of the leg, or the Jinjing. The point, so we just copy or cosmetic the biomimetric, 英文是 biomimetric, 这是 special tools. 我们首先是揣，如果揣找到了痛点，这儿痛是吧？啊，你觉得这儿最痛？揣，然后是射呢用背面来，我们找。好了，因为我知道这儿，今天时间的关系，我就直接上手了。叫循经，好的，注意，我们看到这个穴位，我们找到穴位，给一个拉伸，把这个局部穴位提起来，我们建立一个。如果我发现这又是一个凹陷，一个疼痛点，我用一个弩的一个动作，像一个弯弓一样，弩的一个点穴的手法来完成刚才的这个治疗。因为外侧我们阳明经也好，少阳经也好，这是松弛，内侧是紧的，所以呢，我请老彭呢 lay down the side。好，可以了，放松。这个就是循阳明经 allowed 和少阳经，我现在是少阳经。我们他自己做了很多的治疗，这侧呢已经都萎缩了。因为老彭实在是忙，我这也忙，没有时间。我说今天正好讲课，请他来，那就我们循经把它加长。他这侧呢已经有萎缩了很久了。少阳经，轻轻的吸口气，我们很从容的。
Now here take a Shaoyang meridian with a smooth, gentle touch.
好了，下面呢，老彭请帮个忙，我们这儿哈，我们阳明经注意哈，我们阳。
Now we're gonna do Yang meridian.
阳明是绕西的，好。这样呢，帮着他做呢，我心情会好一点。昨天看的太辛苦。好了，老婆，请这个躺在后背上，不躺在后背上。刚才说了，阳明经是整个膝盖都绕。膝盖，这是 support。我们看到了从。support 以后，我们手法上摇，有摇的动作啊，摇
circle，
对，摇 circle， 对 circle movement。刚才说了，我们看到了他的腿是内侧的，我们可以看到，因为我知道他的我们叫厥阴经是紧张的，或者说阴经是紧张的，我先给他放松。这就是传统的虚则补之，实则泻之，是一个道理。
There's someone there's a student asked you if you can explain in English.
Yeah. Oh, the English. Oh, 实 when is it too much? 实 when the excess, so we need release. When is the deficiency, we need support. So which I wish this a brief demonstration can have this gentleman to feel that. I feel this morning the brief gentleman. So the leg 循经 channel to support the yin channel, to relax the yang channel. So look at it in leg is getting straighter, getting easier. So just getting support. 好，老彭，请侧来。So lay down saddle, because I know him, so through the 喘穴. This is the third time I saw him, and 我们他来的时候是我开记者招待会的时候，我就看他腿疼，因为我们那是老朋友了，然后呢我就请他到我这，因为我也是忙，he is quite busy, I'm busy, so we're always difficult to find time.
Dr. Liu have been treating him for 3 times, so he knows his diagnosis, his condition.
And we know that he's for the muscle, for medium gluteus or gluteus medium is very weak and even shrink, but meantime is tight. So
this side of the muscle is weak and atrophy.
Correct. Thank you very much.
So you from a touch examination, I already know that.
So from even the atrophy, beneath the atrophy, they have a muscle spasm, muscle shortening. The inside is the median gluteus， 就是它的臀已经是萎缩了，但是萎缩的基础上又有 muscle 的 shortening， 所以这如果是筋经还是太阳经、少阳经。
Besides the muscular atrophy, he also have muscular tightness.
Correct.
Spasm. So it's along the Yang meridian, called 少阳 meridian. So mostly the how important pay attention to his hand-on technique, how he approach for that, and how he release this condition.
我们就是用张晋老师的手法的理念 昨天我们听到金正富的一些针刺的理念来用于我们贴扎和点穴的治疗。
Mainly today I will use Professor Zhang Jin's acupuncture style, so now we do acupressure.
请帮我忙。就漏了。So those with around the gluteal. So we need a support. You see, we need a support. Lifting up and bring the space for him and give the support. So the treatment for the taping is finished. So meantime, we're using the pressure so that by lifting, they give an immediate sensation for the brain to relax it. So the taping for 40 years already, since 1970s. Well, and for me, I learned this from my graduate school from Texas. And that time is quite expensive for the tapes. So they're using most for sport injury prevention and protection. And right now, we're using a tape along with the traditional Chinese sinew meridian theory. The sinew, the 皮部筋经, so we give the treatment for any pain.
But Professor Dong Liu, that is Xinhua. You have your lady translate if you need in Chinese. Okay, all right. Yeah, we are team. We all play together.
老彭 ，OK， 谢谢了。您看看，反正今天不算咋的，咱们就但是好，我老彭，我走一走，活动一下。So you ask how he feel, please.
Okay, so if you just stay for a little bit more moment, that's impressive.
Yeah. Before raised the
Excellent. Thank you.
Go ahead to translate what he said. Before he was you know English.
给我一小段，我想思考。
你自己剪辑。
OK， 啊，你们已经是讨论。OK。
是你笑了，好几分钟啊。没事。
他就考英语。啊，你也是医生。
这可以一点。
Last time the doctor come here, volunteer for demonstration. Thank you very much.
感觉。我就谢谢你了，我心情就好一点。我昨天真的是一瘸一拐的，我心里是真难受。我这就看不得别人，我看不得我朋友这么疼，别人疼到我倒无所谓，不能这么说吧，真的看不到。好了，我们讲刚才得气，因为他是马上就要下一个活动，所以我们就先好，我们讲。任何一个点穴针刺也好，
就直接就翻了，不要头就同步翻。
站在那个
啊，
脸是花。
哦，那我就坐下来是不是好？哎，那坐下来，让我坐下来。好，
或者你往这边挪，你要习惯，你
行。
看着这个。
好，就后气，我们静以久留，以治气为固。都行，因为咱们有中文的朋友，有英文的朋友，咱们这里让中文讲还是英文讲？
中文啊。
那就请您翻英文。
Yeah, I can tell the audience from Zoom.
In such cases, we need to activate the English channel. So that's why today the original one we ask you to provide English.
Oh, so we do the English, so you translate to Chinese.
Okay. And then you translate.
Okay,
so real we're waiting for the qi. 我听的
气。
后气 we're holding the needle 后气。
我们要拿着这部分左手
And then we are invigorated. Invigorated, you see the way hold, we're waiting for a few minutes. We're waiting for a few minutes to waiting the qi, and then we hold, then we invigorate the qi.
我们要等一下，然后再搓捻。
Then we need the guarding in the qi.
然后我们要护气，保护手气。
Then this most important
这是最重要的
is promoting the qi flow.
就是行气。
金针腹就是昨天长春中央大学的李铁老师讲的金针腹就讲的这一段，是 go the follow the qi and gathering it.
所以这个目的是把这个气凝聚起来，然后再释放。
And this building on the foundation of acquiring beneath the needle or the finger.
然后他会把这个气都聚在针下，然后在释放之前能把这个气都聚在针下。
So the practitioner implied either needle or the finger technique to stimulate. You see them how to stimulate the qi.
所以你看到我是如何运气的，用这个针。
有人说这是气功。
Some people say it's 气功。
也许是气功。
Probably.
But this is just a fundamental acupuncture or acupressure technique.
但这只是最基本的中医针灸的技巧而已。
There's no mystery.
没有什么神秘的。
So real we allow the qi flow the channel.
所以真正的气是在你的经络里运行。
And reaching the side of this element, 就是 the illness 叫气滞病所。
气滞病所对。
我们看到了后气、催气 the holding the qi, stimulate the qi, and then we need to regulate the qi. After promoting the qi, we need to regulate qi. So you can see I put the needle along the GB 30.
所以运气之后要得气。
We put on the pressure on the UB 55.
所以我们在那个UB 的穴位上加了力量。
So 我们讲根结这个哈 ，the essence of using the needle or the finger lie in the understanding the regulation of the yin and the yang.
用针之要在于知调阴与阳，调阴与阳，精气乃光，和行语气。
So real is harmonizing the structure from the qi.
所以我们是在让这个气得到一个协调的一种状态。
对了 ，so is allow the spirit within.
这里面有很多神，然后可以使这个神内藏于人体之内。
所以我们有 see a combination both the yin channel and the yang channel.
所以我们看到又有阴经又有阳经。
So both the local on the distal.
所以他们都是在人体之内的。
So is both the yang ming and the shao yang.
它是阳明经和少阳经。
After the 调气 we need to distinguish which channels is in effect.
调气之后，我们要辨别这哪一条经络受到了影响。
So 我们看第二段邪气。So real when we palpate the channel. When we palpate the channel, we need to distinguish what is the rightness qi and what is the pathogenic qi or
我们在针灸的时候，其实是可以感受到，经络里哪一个气是好的，哪一个气是邪气，哪一个气是不好的。
In the yellow impaired medicine, applying the question, the general discussion on the deficiency and the axis.
我们可以感受到，人体的哪里虚，哪里实。
So when the needling or when we use our finger, 我们点穴。When we needling, the sensation is the tightness or contracting.
所以在 扎针的时候，我们能感受到这个针进到人体内是紧还是松弛的状态。
Just a moment ago, the Dr. Hao Ji Sheng gave a great terminology for the atrophy.
刚刚郝老师给了一个特别好的这个词来形容它。
叫 atrophy, but atrophy is a deficiency or excess.
但是这个气是可以紧，也可以是。
is active 是实症还是虚症？
实症还是虚症？
这atrophy is the excess or the deficiency。
对，是我们扎针的时候可以感受到是实症还是虚症。
对呀，我们手 on the finger 也能感受到实症和虚症，那是实症还是虚症？是实还是虚啊
？So what do you think about
虚 ？But beneath this atrophy, we call the GB30, because the patient is not an acupuncture practitioner, she don't understand the GB30. So I didn't use this terminology word to discuss with him. In the GB30, I feel the tight, I feel the restrict.
所以在患者不懂这个穴位，所以我当时在讲的时候，只能说是这个扎进去是紧，你感觉到紧还是松？
那如果是紧，收缩是实还是虚 ？Is it active or deficiency for the tight or restrict? Is active, we call the fascial sensation on the GB30 is the tight and the restrict. This is active sensation or deficiency sensation.
所以有感觉到有多余的气的时候，应该是实症，对吧？
Active. So we can see this the general is the deficiency condition. So when the deficiency condition, we're using general taping.
如果是虚症的话，我们就用这个很柔和的方式，这个胶带。
Those the Professor Wu or the introduced yesterday, the Zhang Jin 24 techniques. We even have those chart. This I translate. I new translate this word. So I believe you're going to get this PowerPoint. So combined with that's a 10 years ago's translation. So some translation is 10 years ago. There's a new translation last week. So we hope to give to get more development for the Zhang Jin and Master's theory.
我们张晋24式单式手法几年前有一个旧的版本，但是上一周我们出了新的版本，希望你们在这次演讲之后都能拿到一个新的这个演讲的材料。
每人都拿到这个材料，这是点穴，我们叫仿生贴，它是跟好。
我听它有中文的，最后一条，还有竖中文、竖斜。
好，
谢谢啊。
This acupressure taping for distal stitches， 我们如果是画瘀的，for the resolve stagnation, taping and promote the process and promoting the blood circulation and removing the blood stitches, or remove the blockage of the body. Or similar, this support we did earlier is a real Jinjing support. The sinew support, especially for shoulder. 我们昨天郭老师讲那个 shoulder, and those for the acupuncture support, for the bladder problem, for the lower back condition, for the urinary condition, this is along the channel. We also have a spiral taping, most on this book. So this our 400 pages of the textbook is talking 循经肌贴疗法。Have some mistake, but is 90% is a good textbook. And I try to happy to introduce this textbook to everyone about the along the channel taping for the acupressure or manual acupuncture. Manual acupuncture 可以 translate to 点穴，就这本书。好，有什么问题？这是我的 email，我的很多朋友都有我的微信，可以把我的如果要 如果想买书的话，或者那个有什么问题的话 ，if you have any questions regarding the question about the presentation, please email me. I'll be happy to answer the question. And any question.
Thank you so much. All right. Isn't it wonderful? We started the lecture with a very nice theory and also give beautiful performance and demonstration and something Dr. Liu again. Next presenter, I would like to introduce Professor Liu Feng. Professor Liu Feng has a Western medicine education background, and he graduated in biological science in Broca University in St. Catharines, Ireland, and obtained his bachelor degree in this field. In 1984, he started to learn Chinese medicine, and since then, I've been practiced in Chinese medicine. He's also is a professor in this NGL College of Chinese medicine and specialized in many different conditions. Dr. Feng specialized to use traditional classic formulas to treat all kinds of different diseases. And we're famous about this field. Today we have limited time, but we only introduce Xiao San and to treat all kinds of different diseases with a similar technique or similar method. Now let's introduce Dr. Liu Feng start his lecture. Thank you so much.
Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for Professor Hao's introduction. Okay, I know everybody here because we have been here, for 7 years holding the seminar here. Well, first of all, the topic I'm going to share to you guys is the treating different diseases with the same method. 在中文我们说就是那个校友上，在那个临床应用这样的异病同治。 在《黄帝内经》里面很早以前已经有这个异病同治的概念。Today I don't have too much time because I'm just watching the clock outside. Just have a half hour's time, to share. If you guys have interest, you can just call me or go to the school office. I get 2 papers. One is in English and then Chinese. Okay, so PowerPoint is difficult to see. Okay, first of all, introduction. I want to tell you guys that. The 谢友散 is from the book called the 太平位面胡子之方。Its original function is for soothing the liver and also harmonize the stomach. And in this seminar, not too many teachers going to share the formula. Okay, most of them are either the manual technique, just like Dr. Lou Dong. And other teachers trying to share the acupuncture, but I'm one of them. To share her. I remember yesterday, Ming Dong, Fan Ming Lao Shi, he also shared, some of the cases with both formulas and also acupuncture. So today I tried to share with you guys how we can use make use of the 谢友散 in achieving the purpose of treating the same disease, different disease, with the same principle. So especially on this mechanism of treatment in mental and emotional problem. 你们看那个谢友散就知道，谢友散原来是用这个情治病，但是很多疾病，它原来的黑手，幕后黑手就是那个干预。Therefore, we try to use this formula. So the purpose for this study is to discuss the various aspects in study of 谢友散, ranging from the formula, the meaning of the formula, until to the indication of this formula, through which I will try to analyze, the its ingredient and also incompatibility。我们希望在这个通过它的组方，还有分析它的总结，它怎么用那个谢油厂在那个疫病统计那个稻谷里面研究方法一般来说我在这个学校教那个研究方法。I'm also teaching research methodology in the advanced TCM course here. I also try to share the student that when you try to do the research, you need to have the research purpose, research methodology, and the research method is we try to explain the definition, also its attributes, the channel orientation, and also effect. Lastly, I want to have my personal experience, but due to limited time, I will skip the first part. As I mentioned, you can just refer to my paper. I put more emphasis on my personal experience. 由于时间关系，所以我不能用太多的时间解析它的功效还有功能。
不要在那个中文的会议要你完不成。
对，
中文就这已经有。
OK，
不要再说。
谢谢你，谢谢你。OK，thank you, no problem. I try to go ahead. Okay, I try to focus on my personal view more. Okay, and this is the outline of my study. I will try to mention the meaning and also the attribute, and also its creative effect leading to the function of the treating the different diseases by the same principle. Lastly, I want to share my personal experience on this. But this part four, in the indications of CLS, I will just skip, because there are too many diseases I can't explain. Okay, start from the first part, getting to know the meaning of the CLS. CLS belonging to what we call the harmonization or mediation in the ectheoretic method. However, his function is for harmonizing. And first of all, let me try to look at the 4 rows of the herbs in a formula, which we refer to the 黄帝内经, saying that in the formula, we do have the 君神作事, which means the principal, the minister, and also the assistant, as well as the guys. Okay, and this is the quotation from the 黄帝内经. I'm not going to read it because when we translated the original context, it lost its meaning. So if you know Chinese, it's better to read the original context of 黄帝内经to give more explanation of that. And here, this part, I suppose everybody here, is the foundation of the Chinese topology. So I don't want to read, those functions of the function of those 7 herbs, in the CLS, in both English and Chinese. Just skip this part. Okay? Instead, I just want to make a conclusion that the overall function of the CLS is to harmonize the liver and spleen. And because it's going to treat 3 problems. One is a Sjögren disease. Second is disharmony between the liver and stomach. Third, also the disharmony between the spleen and also the stomach. Although nothing concerning the liver. However, we found that even this disharmony between spleen and stomach, it will lead to some diseases, what we call it in Sjögren disease, which can be treated by CLS. And his chief indication, besides treating the spleen and blood deficiency, and also with the hypochondriac distension, and he also treat with almost all the the woman disease, which we call them the gynecological diseases. Instead of telling you, and then you just refer to those tables. Okay, this is Chinese and English, and here you can just see that which channel the ingredient of this formula will go to. Just like list them all. Instead of really one by one, I just want to make the conclusion. The conclusion is that we find that there are 6 types of herb going into the spleen, and 4 herb going into the liver, and only 1 to the heart and 3 to the stomach. Okay, so we just make the little conclusion that CLS is absolute herb for harmonizing spleen and also the liver and also the stomach. And here's another table summarizing the properties. Whenever we study Chinese topology, I will share for 4 qi. and also 5 fever, 吸气和5味. This is very important. Okay, so in this formula, you know that which herb is going, which belonging to warm, cool, and also cold, and also the balanced in this case. And as I mentioned before, I just mentioned the conclusion. After summarizing all this one, we find that the conclusion is is a little bit a slight warm, because when you summarize all and then make the balance, the resultant effect is it's a slightly warm formula, slightly warm. And then when we try to look at its function of harmonizing the interior and exterior, and also softening the liver, and also abstringing yin, tonifying blood, and also the immediately spleen, and also the induced diuresis. Can make up all this table in English. This is in Chinese. Again, we just skip this one and look at the conclusion. Conclusion is that we find that there are 4 types of herbs soothing the liver, and the other we have the 3 types of herbs having the function of immediately spleen, and 2 herbs having the function of tonifying blood. So the conclusion is we can find that it's going to be a Xiaoyang disease. Second, when we mention about the clinical application, and summarizing all the properties above, we conclude that the Xiaoyang can be applied to all the medicine, all the disease which have the same, the similar symptoms and pathogenesis. For example, different disease, just like insomnia, just like the dysmenorrhea, which if they didn't have the same, symptom differentiation, and then we can apply the same treatment principle, which means that we can also apply the same formula in this situation for really for soothing the liver and also tonify the blood. Conclusion is any people suffer from any disease which suffer from the attack of the liver qi stagnation together with blood deficiency or spleen blood deficiency, we can use the Xiaoyang. Okay, and again, this is the another clinical application that you can use to repeat all the functions, just as soothing and also the harmonizing. And as I mentioned before, this formula is for harmonizing. We know that the scope covered by harmonizing is very large. Usually, it will soothing the Xiaoyang disease. It can harmonizing. It can harmonize the spleen and stomach, as well as the intestine. So it's very important. When you are going to be a doctor in the TCM, you need to apply what we call differentiation syndrome. I always advise the student that before treatment, you must undergo a series of differentiation syndrome. Okay, if this is common to use a single treatment method to treat any disease. However, we find any disease of a similar, pattern, and then of course we can apply to this one. Therefore, we conclude that Xiaoyang belongs to the prescription of harmonizing, and the scope may include the following. Which followings? We see lots of the number one is the method of the harmonizing the liver and spleen. Number two is we try to regulate the stomach and also the spleen and intestine. And then, of course, the most important function, according to Jen, is to harmonize the Xiaoyang disease. What does that mean by Xiaoyang disease? Every student studying Chinese pathology should know that Xiaoyang disease include, first of all, alternate attacks of chills and fever, and then bitter taste in the mouth, and then distension of the hypochondriac region, as well as this dysphoria, and sometimes get the bitter taste, and also the vomiting. Okay, and this is very important. After looking through the whole formula, we try to get some inspiration from the use of herbs. Therefore, we can just during the process of selecting which method we are going to treat a disease. Of course, we should understand that these are based on the two things. One is the holistic theory. In Chinese medicine, The other, of course, we can try to depend on the situation. One is situation of the condition of the patient. The other is the symptom differentiation, which will decide which formula or which treatment principle we are trying to use that. Okay. Okay. Let me go up again. Sorry. Yeah. And nowadays, the TCM practitioners will regard the cellulose as to be a harmonizing formula. And of course, it can, according to this decision, we can conclude that cellulose have the following function, including Qi regulation, tonification, and also removing damage, releasing exterior, and harmonizing. Because among the 7 ingredients of this formula, we find that they can achieve all these purposes. In addition to that, the last one is we try to look at whether the cellulose can apply, to the disorder, not only in the organ but also in the channels. Okay, because we know that channels and organs relate together. However, any disease must be decided by the position of the disease and also, the progress of disease, especially the complications. Okay? However, we find the cellulose is correctly and 100%, going to treat all this problem. Okay, as I mentioned before, I'm not going to mention all this, just telling you that we try to use this to harmonize the celiac disease. And also another problem is treatment energizer. Treatment energizer is a very special place. You guys remember that we are invaded by the COVID-19 during last 3 years. Nearly all the experts, all the TCM practitioners found that COVID-19 is a disease which high up in our triple energizer. This is what we call the mold. Actually, it's a triple energizer membrane which cannot be found by any X-ray or the ultrasound or any CT scan, but it's a place in the between the exterior and interior. We call them to be half exterior and half interior. Until this moment, no one can confirm. However, Chinese medicine practitioners can understand that because of symptoms. Symptoms very important. Okay, so here I just want to compare, those disease, in the through the in this triple energizer, and also producing what we call it the disharmony between the stomach and also the gallbladder. Okay. As I mentioned before, I want to skip all this one. Those from the the Chinese medicine classics. Instead, I would like to share the part. This is one of the example given by one of my patients who suffer from Qi and blood deficiency. But after comprehensive analysis through the 4 diagnosis method, we found that the cellulose is able to treat the disease because this formula consists of all these ingredients, which can also be used to treat the symptoms of listlessness, without strength, shortness of breath, unwilling to talk, which means Qi deficiency, and together with insomnia. And also, these are the indication for that. Okay, and from this observation, we find that cells are not only able to soothe the liver, they're able to also nourish blood and also immediately spleen and also remove the damage. Okay, this is my personal, conclusion of that. Actually, cellulose can treat disease in the following category, just like internal medicine, gynecology, and other diseases. Okay, those are the disease, belonging to the internal disorders. In Chinese, English here, I'm not going to read them one by one. And this is the gynecological diseases, such like those students who have, finished the gynecology should know all these diseases in English, in Chinese, also in English. Okay, and also other diseases such like the skin problem, which is very popular in Canada, because you find that Canadian people have lots of skins just like eczema, psoriasis, and also acne, and also this one. Nowadays, many people told me that after they received the vaccine, from the COVID-19, they usually have lots of the problems. Yeah, just like the shingles is one of them, and some of them will other diseases. Okay, this is my personal experience. I myself like to use xerosa in treating many diseases, including insomnia, pumpy cheek, which one of the the case I mentioned last time, hair falling, menopausal, menopausal syndrome, and also and of course why? Because most of these diseases are because of liver cheese stagnation. Remember, xerosa is not a formula for gynecology. However, most of the disease ecology are caused by liver cheese stagnation. Therefore, they will use the xerosa in treating those orders. Okay, why is so effective? Because as I mentioned before, xerosa is soothing the liver and also relaxing the pressure, and it also relate to some structure of the woman. Here, I have no gender bias. I can tell you guys that the thoracic cavity of the woman is generally smaller than the man. It means that they cannot accommodate more and more, the stagnated chi layer. Once they get stagnation, of course, they will easily lead to many diseases. Therefore, as I mentioned, I came from Hong Kong. When I was living in Hong Kong, I saw many housewives, whenever they have irregularity in the menstruation, 遗精病, and they will try to go to the herbal shop and asking for xerosa. This is xerosa. Some TCM practitioners also like to prescribe xerosa in treating all those diseases. So since many women diseases are due to liver cheese stagnation, as I mentioned before, therefore xerosa can be applied to treat them. Why? As I mentioned before, sometimes some emotional problem, just like a melancholy, being jealous, depressed, and other are all due to liver cheese stagnation, as I mentioned before. Therefore, this is why we can apply this one. Now, on the other hand, we find that according to the foundation TCM, the liver governs emotion. Anytime we get emotion, it will impair our liver, in which the liver chi, will become stagnated. Therefore, emotional disturbance and hypofunctional liver are always the cause, of many common diseases. To treat this menstrual disorder, sometimes you use the method of soothing the liver and relieving stagnation to achieve this purpose. Okay? And according to my observation, we can many TCM practitioners try to use the xerosa as kind of a panacea. That means whenever they don't know which formula they're going to use, can just apply xerosa. There's no harm. You know why? Because xerosa consists the whole formula of 西乌汤, 当归、白芍, and also the Chen and also the 三地黄, 熟地, and also it consists of part of the 细菌系统, 白术、茯苓、鸡肝茶. It also consists of 柴胡. 柴胡has at least 4 functions. 柴胡can release the Xerosa disease, can raise up the qi. It's one of the ingredients in the 补君气汤. It can also create heat. As we have the 柴胡, the 葛根柴胡汤. So it's many functions. So here we know that it's very safe to use 柴胡if, in any case, for those newly graduates, if you can use 柴胡, it's good. Okay. So in addition, people nowadays always suffer from the emotional tension. So when you use 柴胡, one, you can treat the disease. The other, you can just release their tension. So we found that 柴胡, besides have the function of soothing the liver, it can also tonify our body. We can have a kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, so therefore I say that xerosa actually is a panacea, in the TCM practitioner. Conclusive. There are many diseases, due to the liver cheese stagnation, together with some dampness inside the body. And Fu Qingzhu, one of the TCM practitioners, said sometimes because our disease is due to the cheese stagnation and also the heat in the liver. Therefore, we know that in the gynecology problem, we can also use some formula, just a 1 dai tang, and to treat the spleen deficiency. Okay, I'm not going to share this, you can just share my, see my paper if you like. And this one is lastly, I want to share with you guys how to treat this disease and conclusion. The topic of my sharing today is to treat the different disease with the same principle. It means any disease get the same, the pattern. Again, we can use the same treatment principle as well as the same formula. And this cells are, is good for its compatibility and indication, which is for people who have the liver lacking the soothing and also descending, and therefore it's good for treating the disharmony between spleen and also deficiency. And of course, you can just find there's some recent research on 5H1A receptor, in our hypothalamus, and which can be also treated by these cells. My last saying is we cannot, just hold one formula. Sometimes we need to do what we call the modification. That's it. I think this is what I just mentioned. Therefore, I just say thank you very much to any expert.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful lecture. The Dr. Feng experience is wonderful and useful too. In every day our life, our practice, you can see so many people suffer from liver teeth stagnation or acting on the spleen. So in Chinese differentiation of the syndrome is very important in order to get good results. In Western medicine, there could be many kind of disease, right? Gynecology disease, for example, stomach issues, psychology problem, depressions, anxiety. You can qualify by Xiao Yang Wan. It's my favorite formula as well. Were wonderful, and he moved so quick. He could be extending his knowledge to talk more, couple days, couple hours, easy, right? Also, Xiao Yang Wan, according to his research, they can affect the brain function, 5H1, and so it's the neuron material to scientific basis. So that's wonderful results, and thank you again. Next presenter I would like to introduce is Sandy Huang. And Sandy Huang topic is to use Chinese medicine and herbs to treat post-COVID syndrome or during the COVID syndrome. Since 2020, the pandemic COVID-19 have changed everybody's life, economics, our practice, and so many different ways. In our clinic, there's so many change as well. During the practice, there's so many neurological disease and the clinic, we can see all kinds of symptoms. Definitely cough, short of breath is one of the common symptoms. And I'm going to give a same topic, use Chinese medicine. I use a scalp acupuncture to treat long COVID symptoms. Now in the past they call post-COVID syndrome. There's a chronic fatigue, anxiety, loss of smell, loss of taste, and it is part of a loss of balance, dizziness, vertigo, foggy brain. So there's so many of them, but high percentage of them experience cough, the lung problem, because they have inflammation in the lung by a virus. Sandy have been practiced more than 10 years in this area, in the Montreal areas in Canada. Sandy graduated from Xiamen College of Chinese Medicine, specialized in acupuncture and Tuina. And his topic is very useful, and just an example how we treat this condition. In the clinic, according to 20%, they have COVID, they have some kind of degree post-COVID syndrome or long COVID symptoms. So now we'll come Sandy to share his wonderful experience to treat 48 cases of patients with long COVID symptoms. Here, Cindy, is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Cindy, and as the people in CTCM, they know me as Cindy as well. And then, first of all, I would like to thank the school and also Professor Wu give me an opportunity to talk about this. And also, I need to thank all the teachers and the students in CTCM who already helped me to participate in clinic to achieve the clinical practice. And then also I need to also thank 可以坐着讲吗？可以啊，好。因为那个投影仪打你脸上。哦，好。OK， 好。So thank you. So and then also I need to thank the Sun Yat-sen University for the great support on this project. This is a project that we we coordinate together to do together, and so as what Professor Hao has already introduced a lot of the pathology and stuff. So I guess we can just thank you for the great introduction. Anyway, so let's begin with the talk, and then for 去下一个嘛？咦？哦。As what Professor Hao already introduced it, during the COVID, everything's changed economically, and then social environmentally. And then what has been raised up recently is the long COVID syndrome. Based on the WHO's definition, it is defined as like after COVID infection, and then within 3 months, and then the symptoms manifest out, and then usually lasted for about 2 months. Okay, and also like say from the recent studies, there's like say studies to show that like say this is a definition of the post-COVID, which is like say talking about post-COVID is like say would be like past like say occur with the history of probable or confirmed this the COVID infection. Usually is like 3 months from the onset of the COVID-19 with the symptoms that last for at least 2 months and cannot be explained by an alternative diagnosis. And the common symptoms will include fatigue, shortness of breath, and then cognitive shortness of breath and cognitive dysfunction, but also others, and generally have an impact on everyday's functioning. The symptoms may be new onset following initial recovery from an acute COVID-19 episode, or persist from the initial illness. And symptoms may also fluctuate or relapse over time. And fluctuate and relapse is like what I found out in the clinical practice, like when we see the long COVID symptoms is really, really common, really, really common. And again, this is another recent research as well, which is like say already like say performed it, like give out the also a definition of the COVID, long COVID. Next one is talking about like say like from the research, there's like there's several hypotheses about how the mechanism is happening in the Western medicine per se. So there's like immune dysregulation. There's like say microbiota, this dysbiosis. There's autoimmunity and immune priming. There's also this blood clotting and endothelial abnormalities. And I'm just going to adjust this window so then everybody can see the last slide, which is talking about dysfunctional neurological signaling. And then from the presentation, I do see, quite a lot of people are having manifestation along these systems. And then next page is like, so the common symptoms that we can find out, as Professor Hao has already introduced it. And this is a research that included about 538 COVID-19 survivors. And then the research report, which encounters that the whole body symptoms are really the most commonly seen, which is encountered 49.6% of the research. And then also there's a respiratory disease symptoms, which we encounter 39%. And then about the cardiovascular symptoms will be 13%. And then the psychosocial symptoms would encounter 22.7%. And then also there's a group of people in US and then did the research and found out that when the symptoms are, like, say, then when the symptoms are acute, okay, during the COVID-19, and then they would there has a significant higher risk of developing the new clinical sequelae after the acute phase, right? So about 21 days, like more than 21 days, and then about, like, say, then the three other comparison groups, and then that would including, like, say, chronic respiratory failures, cardio arrhythmias, hypercoagulable states, and then encephalopathy, and then peripheral neuropathy, amnesia, like, etc., etc. And also there's like also like, say, could be, like, say, diabetics, okay, abnormal liver function test, and also like myocarditis, anxiety, and fatigue. Okay, would be the next one. So, like, say, although the vaccination and the application of the antiviral drugs have played a very key roles in the prevention and control in the COVID-19 epidemic, there's currently no uniform standard for the treatment for long COVID. Okay, and then you see that here are some research that's being published regarding the integrative medicine to treat the long COVID symptoms, and traditional Chinese medicine has a very unique advantage and rich experience in preventing and treating the various diseases, especially like respiratory diseases, which would provide us with the new ideas and possible solutions. And traditional Chinese medicine compound prescription often adjust the balance of yin and yang in the human body from a holistic and dynamic perspective, and enhance the body's self-regulation and recovery functions, which may be helpful for the long-term multi-symptoms characteristics for long COVID. And these are some of the treatment, the research shows that, and also the formulas being used, like we are pretty familiar with that, right? So there's Yin Qiao San, there's, like, say, Yu Ping Feng San, there's, like, say, Sang Ju Ying, and combine the Yu Ping Feng San together, and then and then people has been doing research on that. And this is a continuous study to talk about that. Okay, and the thesis, our research this time is like correct. Where like there are 48 patients encountered in this research with the persistent and recurrent cough and other sequelae for more than 4 months after the COVID-19 infection from January to June 2023. Recruited in this study. So according to the clinical symptoms and tongue pause and diagnostic imaging data, TCM syndrome differentiation and the treatment were carried out as well. And then we used a decoction called 清金化饮止咳汤. In English, I translated as clear metal and resolve phlegm water and stop the coughing decoction to treat for about 1 to 3 weeks, and then stop the medicine until the cough symptoms totally disappear or generally disappear. So how we select the participant, the standard. Number one, oopsie, sorry. I'm trying to move that. Anyway, okay. So first is they admitted into the author's hospital and clinic, and the age is older than 17 years old, and it meets the criteria of long COVID, and they're volunteer to join and sign the consent. Those are the 4 criteria. So how we did is like say in this information, then there are so about female is like 23 cases, male is like say 25 cases, age is 17 to 77 years old, and usually onset would be like 4 to 5 months. Okay, there were 16 cases. 6 cases would be like over 32. 6 months old and more would be having like 32 cases, and then also there's like cases that with the the relapse of the COVID, the infection, and then there's like also some people would have like say the underlying diseases such as like say and also there's people who will be like having esophageal reflux and then pneumonia as well. The data is, and also there are about and then also about 48 like cases all presented as like a persistent or recurrent cough, and 12 cases, about 25% presents dry cough and then scanty sputum or difficult to cough up sputums, and 25 cases, which is like about 52%, present white sputum, and 6 cases, about 12.5%, present yellow sputum, and then 8.3% present bloody sputum, 31% with the night coughing, and then 31% with the halation, dyspnea in about 31%. Insomnia is like about 25%. Dry cough is 27%, and a bit of taste in the mouth would have like 18.7%, and then 16.6% presented poor appetite, and then there are about 12.5% presented constipation, and we have the table to present like this. Okay, and this is the English version. Okay, about tongue diagnosis, maybe it's easier. Let's talk about this, like say from mpox diagnosis. Go directly on the graph, then it's easier. So you see that, like say the sublingual wing stasis, you see about 47.9% presenting, and then the thick coating would be 41.2%, and then teeth mark was present 27%. Yellow tongue coating is 20.8%, and then pale red tongue, there's 18.7%. White coating, there's 16.6%. Thin coating is 14.6%, right? And then the red tongue is 16.6%. Yellow and white coating combined together, there's 12.5%, and then there's squeezy coating, which is 8.3%. And then this is the English version. And then also the pulse wise, and then we found out 35.4% of the cases presented wiry pulse, and then 43.8% presented the thin pulse, or you can say it's like a thready pulse. And then the 10.4% is like a slippery pulse, and then sinking pulse, like, or the deep pulse is 10.4%. English version is presented like this. Okay, and we found out that also, like say TCM diagnosis wise, the syndrome differentiation wise, a lot of them are presented as the Qi and Yin deficiency, with the Yin deficiency and internal heat. Okay, or they could be presenting as the Qi deficiency with the phlegm and blood stasis. Okay, and then with the stagnation lingering heat as well. And how does it present is like say, if it's a Qi and Yin deficiency with the Yin deficiency heat, it will manifest as like there's coughing, there's the Qi deficiency, and then there's like white coating or yellow and white coating, dry mouth, bitter taste in the mouth, thready and slippery pulse, chest oppression, and pale red tongue. If it's like a Qi deficiency with the phlegm and blood stasis, then we and then with the stagnant lingering heats inside, the person may manifest as like coughing, yellow phlegm, body pain, blood stasis spots like presenting, and then also greasy tongue coating as well. And how we treat is using 清清化饮止咳汤. So what it what it contains inside, there's a 瓜蒌、半夏、炙甘草、前胡, okay, 折贝, or sometimes we use 川贝母. 川贝母、折贝母, the differences would be 川贝母is more, you know, a little bit more nourishing, I guess. Yeah. So, and then there's 黄芩、桔梗、芦根, okay, 炒苦杏仁, so stir fry the bitter almonds. And then there's like 麻黄、蜜麻黄、紫苏叶, okay, 金银花、厚朴、细辛、五味子、干姜、丹参、黄芪. Okay, and then if the case presents as like say there's like esophageal reflux symptoms, like say if there's like bloating, hiccup, okay, and then you will usually adding the 厚朴, okay, 枳实 or 止咳 and 茵陈 together. And then how many would we add? It's based on the symptoms. We may not be adding like every case we add like all together, but it all depends on the manifestation. And then if the person has insomnia, then usually we add 龙骨牡蛎. Okay, and then 龙骨牡蛎has to use up to 30 grams, because we need the heaviness to descend down the shen. Okay, use the heaviness to descend down the shen. 茵陈, usually we have to use the 15 grams and up. 15 grams is the starting. Okay, depends on the case. If the case is really and also 茵陈, because it's really mild herbs to resolving the dampness in the middle jaw as well. So people can even make a tea out of it anyway, as a daily practice to dissolve the dampness. So starting point usually will be like 15 grams, and then if it's a severe case, we usually use up to even 25, or even more severe case 30 grams. Okay, and then so that's the case. So if there's like a underlying the diseases, which is like say there's bronchial problems, and then there's like pneumonia, etc., then we need to focus on like immune system, regulating the immune system. Okay, that's the English version translating to it. And remember the 龙骨牡蛎 we always have to decoct them first because they are heavy substance. And then the treatment wise, the outcome after use the decoction for 1 week. So and then stop the medication until the cough disappear or generally disappear. So it would be like, say, usually most likely about 20 cases would most likely disappear within 1 week. Most likely disappear within 2 weeks would present 24 cases. And some cases would be like lingering on about 3 weeks. But if some people have the underlying diseases, then they would need to continue to do the treatments and then continue to observe for the 4th weeks. If the person don't have any relapse back, then they can stop the medication. And here's a special case, one of the typical case. Let's look at the tongue first. This is the initial assessment. This person look at this. The tongue manifestation is like this. 2nd week is already like this. Okay, and so what happened to this person was, he had a fever first, right? Got infected in December 2022, and then have the fever and then with a sore throat, and then January week, and then tested positive on the COVID, and after that he continued to cough repeatedly for about 5 months, and then mainly have a dry cough, frequent cough at night, and then accompanied by the short of breath when coughing, and been to a number of the medical institutions to seek medical treatments, but the effect was not good. This case was done in Sun University. So that's I'm presenting this case for them, and we have cases that we done in the OCTCM as well that I'll present later. And then so in this case that they did in China, the Sun University, there's no fever at the time of intake, and then appetite was acceptable, and the person will be fatigued easily. Will be like coughing, scanty sputum, mainly have like a dry cough, and the cough is like continuous. Okay, yeah, the cough is continuous. Let's go back to the Chinese. And then with the tightness of the cough, physical examination would shows that there's heavy breath sounds on both lungs, and then no dry or wet growls, and then with the regular heart rate of 82 beats per minute, and then there's chest X-ray show that there's no abnormalities in the heart and lungs, and there's dry tongue with the yellowish tongue coating, teeth mark coating, teeth mark on tongue. There's 30 pulse, Qi deficiency, and internal resistance of phlegm and blood stasis. And combined with the stagnation and heat syndromes as the main manifestations, coupled with the sticky and greasy damp pathogens, and dampness trapped inside and young damage. Okay. And then internal heat lingering for a long time, continuous constipation, consumption of qi, and damage to the body fluids. So after 1 week of treatment with the traditional Chinese medicine, plus the immune regulation, the symptoms basically disappeared, and the bloating and epigastric area was still like having very obvious symptoms. And then once they regulate the body, and then for 1 week, and then they stop the medication. And what they used it was this formula here, which is like 苦杏仁、鱼腥草、金银花、枇杷叶、桔梗、法半夏、折贝母、姜厚朴、炒止咳 ，OK， 炙甘草、茵陈、鸽子、葶苈子、茯苓、稻芽。Okay, 6 package, and then every day, once every day for 6 days. Here's the presentation. Okay, because we have limited time, so I'm going to skip this number 2, and that's the presentation of the tongue. Same idea after the the treatment, and then second week it's already dissolving. The CT shows us this, on the second case, and then but the team were able to resolve the case, and that was the what they did. Okay, so the OCTCM case that I found out that we treated was admitted in January 13. Okay, there's flu symptoms, like flu-like symptoms, and then the person will be mainly manifest as like a sore throat, itchy throats as well, and have cough and runny nose. Okay, and then the person would having like a scanty sputum and then shortness of breath, present with a profuse coughing at night, no pain in the chest during the coughing, and then the phlegm is like usually expelled out in the morning with the phlegm. Okay, and when the person is on come to the clinic, the person has like say the clear, sticky, and scanty phlegm, and then there's stuffy nose, and there's headache presenting as well. Okay, and the temperature was like roughly normal, and then cold limbs, warm body. Okay, and have the light sweats during the day and night sweats as well, usually in the chest area and forehead. Okay, and then also sleep wise, then she will wake up in the night, and then also need to go urination. So yeah. Bowel movement was like sticky and loose for this guy, this person, and then there's so the tongue is like presenting us like this the first time, okay, and then I used a little variation, change a variation of formula, and then the next week the presentation is like this. And I changed a little bit of formula. The third week, she's already told me that, the problem is like really resolving a lot. So what I found out from this, this about discussion is like say long COVID symptoms. What we found out is the main manifestation will be like persistent fatigue, intermittent headache, cough, and dyspnea. And the second most common manifestation are loss of smell and taste, muscle pain, right? And then also there's memory loss, sleep disturbance, chest pain, or chest oppression, palpitations, and then depression, anxiety, nausea, diarrhea, and rashes, and etc. Okay, since the lung is the organ that's most affected by the COVID and a key target of the virus attack, the most pathological change discussed by the acute infection can lead to damage of the parenchyma and then interstitium through the multiple mechanisms, promote pulmonary fibrosis and lead to long-term symptoms, which mainly include cough, dyspnea, chest pain, coughing up phlegm, chest oppression, and etc. Okay, so what we found out from the TCM per se, then make it short, I found out that the manifestation is really aligned with what the classic, like especially the Wenbing, they talk about. It's like after the an epidemic outbreak, and then what people usually will manifest us, and then like a lingering heat or there's the deficiency in internal heat is very commonly seen. So but then there's like say there's damage to resolve, like really not being resolved inside. So that's why when it's like the manifestation would be like manifest as what we see here, and because the time is limited, so I'm trying to say, and then also based on the classic, they are mentioning about there's like in the Yellow Empire Classic, they also mention about how to differentiate cough. There's also 10 types of cough mentioning. And then also there's like say some other literature mentioning about how 6 evils can make people cough. And also in the Qing Dynasty, in the Xue Zhenglun, cough also mentioned about there's like blood stasis can also cause the cough. And then so if we resolve the stagnation of the phlegm and also the blood stasis, then the cough can be resolved by itself in some cases. Okay, and then also there's like say Shanghan Da Bing Luan, you know, in the classic, and then also there's some other literature mentioning about to 培土生金. Okay, so to nourish the spleen to promoting the lung. Okay, something like that, or you can say that nourishing the earth to promoting the metal. Okay, that's the key point. And then so basically, even the modern literature would be all focusing on what the previous people developed to talk about the chronic cough. Okay, so there's people there's like Zhang Lishan 教授, Professor Zhang Lishan, talk about from 6 meridian differentiation to treat the chronic cough, and they mentioned about phlegm, dampness, and the phlegm, water, and dampness are the key points, pathological factors for chronic cough. And then there's there's Hongmin Li, Professor Hongmin Li mentioned that chronic cough usually because of the evils are lingering and deficiency qi, upright qi is deficient. The lung qi is felt to be like promoting out, and so in the clinic they use we can use the Guizhitang modification to treat the chronic cough as well. And Zhang Binghou, Professor Zhang Binghou also mentioned there's like chronic cough need to regulate the spleen and stomach. So basically that's about it. So because of the time limit, so I guess we'll have to I'm going to continue just yeah, go through this. And then what we found out also, I found out that the manifestation, how we treat, as we mentioned it earlier, and in the previous cases, we found out that the formulas we may vary it in China, and in what have been presented, we may vary from China, and then Canada, we may even vary from case to case. Why is that? It's because of everybody's different. But what I understand from the research is the key point is if there's immune system problem, then we still have to like dealing with the immune system. But then what is the mechanism behind we continue to research? We need to continue to do research on that. Okay, thank you very much.
Is it wonderful? We see some cases report like that. I give you a lot of review about how you use the Chinese medicine to treat long COVID symptoms. Our suggestion, Sandy, about you, I will have a little suggestion. I will be appreciate in your future. You know, you mentioned big cases is more important. We can do more research. Please put a percentage there. So what is the cure? What is significant improve? The middle improve or no proof at all. So give a little bit ideas, and you can use the pie. Use the pie percentage. And Western medicine doctor don't have big long-term look there. They see the pie, they see percentage. The more clear. That little support. Suggestion if you like it. So let's review about that. I didn't look at all the things. So basically, from his conclusion, I just scanned that. You treat the post-COVID syndrome, long COVID symptom was the #1 formula. 小清冷汤, right? Yeah. Then what next? 血干、麻黄痰。One more. Most three. Now in Qiao. There's a deficiency, indeficient type in lung. It's a 脉门冬汤. Is that right? Yeah. Sandy. So at least you learn that you see those patients, there's three formula in your mind already, and then differentiation use of formula. That's a wonderful information. I learned a lot. Now I remember that. I can teach in the future. Okay. Next presentation is from American. And he's very busy to teach conflict about his schedule, so we have his lecture in video. Dr. Chen Decheng in Chinese. And Chen Decheng graduated from Nanjing University Chinese medicine, and his mentor is very, very famous. Qiu Maoliang, Professor Qiu Maoliang. When I was a graduate in 1982, started 1977, the textbook Qiu Maoliang wrote. So I remember right away when he said he's the mentor, highly respect him. Anyway, Dr. Chen came to the United States in 2001, and he has been practiced about 30 years, more than 30 years. He has been publishing many articles in different magazines. He specialized in special technique called motion acupuncture therapy. So he traveled all the world to teach about that. It's his special. So he will have his lecture based on that. Dr. Chen practiced in New York and have his institute there too. If you want to, if you're interested in his lecture, please follow him up and you're going to learn. They travel all over the world just like me, teach this. Let's see who will give us present. Here is the Dr. Chen Decheng presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you need a break.
Hello, everybody. My name is Decheng Chen from New York. Thanks, Dr. Wu, give me chance to let me share my knowledge and the new technique. First, let me congratulate the 25th anniversary of Oriental College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. 5 years ago, when 20th, I was in Toronto with Dr. Wu to celebrate the 20th the 20th anniversary. So today I'm so happy and to see the growing of the college. The college is year by year is going up. So today, let me talk about my new acupuncture therapy, a kind of new technique we call motion acupuncture. Today, we do combine with the cases analysis of the talk about 4 innovations of motion acupuncture. So we will talk about 5 parts of motion acupuncture included, like motion acupuncture point, motion acupuncture needles, motion acupuncture technique, and motion acupuncture retaining needles that we call dynamic retention needle, and also motion acupuncture mechanism. So around the 4 parts of motion acupuncture, about the 4 of 5 is innovations. So now let me show the detail. What is the motion acupuncture? Maybe some friend know, some people don't know it, but see this video and you will understand what is acupuncture. So this patient has trigger finger in the middle finger for 1 year. He did some treatment, acupuncture, injection, physical therapy, whatever, but doesn't work. We only did one treatment. We see the result.
Motion acupuncture for trigger finger 动筋针治疗弹响指。
So which finger?
Middle finger, you want to hold it?
Yes, it's fine. The middle finger.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We're like,
difficult to move with the finger. It is locked.
1 year.
1 year.
I even got the cortisone shot. Didn't work.
Cortisone. How many cortisone?
One time. The needle this long.
When you did it?
Last year, August, I think.
Last
1 year.
last year or 1 year ago.
Yeah, a year ago.
And after the start, the infection, you feel better?
No.
No, but
It's worse. To me, I think it's worse.
but now you're completely wrong, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even before,
that now?
well, I don't want to do it again because I don't want to lock it there. Yeah.
And you can you feel well?
Yes.
Well.
Right here. Especially when I pop it. Yeah, when I pop it, it hurts so bad. And sometimes when I'm doing something, it just lock up. Yeah. Yeah.
How many treatments will be?
Oh, too many. At least 20.
Any acupuncture?
Yes, I did.
How many treatments?
At least 10.
Oh.
10 to 12, maybe.
Oh.
One needle, but my sister-in-law told me about you, so I had to come.
Do exam to see where is the motion point. We put the needles according to the anatomy, certain muscles. We do special technique. That's a special technique. The patient's movement with needles. So I put the 4 needles on the arm. You see, after certain exercise movement, you see, the pain less, movement better. No more lock.
Oh my God. Oh, much better. Yeah, definitely. Oh my God, I can't believe this.
You see, wonderful.
Oh, doctor, you're the miracle worker.
Oh, no, you know, we have different techniques, right?
Yes. Oh my God, I can't believe this.
Without surgery, you know,
I didn't want to do surgery.
you don't just adjustment move. You see, we do a needle without surgery.
Oh my God, I didn't do this for a year. For a whole year. Yeah.
Oh, see, we can, before treatment.
Yes. It's like, that's it.
I saw you. You see? Wow. You can completely. You see? After, you know, couple of minutes the treatment, and then patient get much better. So that's the why you see we do the acupuncture without at the local on the finger. So we according to the theory, we found the motion target point. So the definition about motion acupuncture, it is refer the application motion acupuncture needles, we call MA, motion acupuncture. To use dynamic retaining the needles to treat diseases. This is during the treatment. The patient exercise special part of body must be movement and the instruction of the doctor. So that's the book about motion acupuncture therapy. I published in March 2020 about the Chinese version. So far, we don't have English version. Maybe next year, we try to have a new version in English. This is the article 21 articles published in the medical magazine journal, whatever the English and Chinese. Okay, this is the 2 English articles about motion acupuncture course, the class, teaching, promotion around the world. In United States, in China, Changchun University of TCM, Wenzhou College of Medicine, in Washington, D.C., Minnesota, Beijing, Shandong, Canada 5 years ago, and also we have Chicago, French, Turkey, Moscow, a lot of country. We have a lecture and a class for the local traditional Chinese medicine doctor and acupuncturist. So a lot of people love it. They think it is easy to learn and very effective to use. Since 2020, the big education of TCM website called Qi Huang website, they have our online class for 68 hours in total, including basic, foundation, and the clinical 1, 2, 3. Also, they have a special class in the Qi Huang network. 2021 in US, from the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine Society, they make a full season, 4 parts of the motion acupuncture training class, total in 48 hours. And this is in Europe, UK, London started. And current we do in Germany, Europe, also 48 hours, including 4 parts of the class, each one 12. Also from the body, different part of the body, such as head, neck, shoulder, and the arm, and also waist, abdomen, and the lower back, lower leg, whatever. So according to the part of the body, we set the class. This year, July 22 to 24, we will have in person the class in Guangzhou, China. And this we will have offline in Toronto, September 9 and 10 in person. Hopefully, if you love it, you can join this class. We have the code, you can scan whatever in Toronto this year, September 9 and 10, 2 days. We see the next one, we see the video about motion acupuncture for the neck pain. This lady is neck pain and stiffness for 2 weeks. He cannot move her head and neck easy. So he can have the pain and come to our treatment. You see, we did 1 treatment, see what happened.
Motion acupuncture for neck pain stiffness. 动金针治疗颈痛僵硬。
Where is the mouse again? There. Particularly here. Okay. How long from now? For 2 long? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Any injury you remember? We got a prior treatment, but it was not done at all. Oh, but 2 weeks ago you don't have. 2 weeks ago nothing. No, 2 weeks nothing. From bleeding, maybe can out and then you feel. No, I just woke up and it was. Okay. So now you do flexion. Okay. And extend. Do back. Okay. 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 Can go back. Okay. Feel okay, right? No pain. A little bit. Left. Okay. There we go. before treatment, you see difficult to move to left side. And we do exam. Yeah, to find the trigger point around the scalene. ICM muscles, all from the motion needle part. The treatment by the special needles, motion needles. See, special technique. You see this pulling is special. Stagnation needles and then pulling. Okay, you heard the sound? Quickly to release tissues tight and not. You see, this is around different motion point. Okay, after needling, we do movement, but much better already. Extension is free. Now do this one. You see, it's normal. Right? 1, 2, fast stretch. Go. And you see, you can move freely. You do that by yourself. Naturally, you move what you want. Try which angle if you feel difficult or pain anywhere. No, it's much better. Much better. Really, right? You can do any direction, right? No, much better. Yeah, only one treatment. You couldn't drive. You know, you can drive. Yes. No drive. 2 weeks, right? No, 2 weeks I moved the entire body. Yeah. Dangerous. But now you see? No, much better. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so when we put needles, anytime, doesn't matter you use what kind of needle, but you have to choose the point. The point is the first things. You have to know where to put the needles. And second, what kind of acupuncture tools you use it. You can use favorite needles or a P needle, whatever. So we use motion acupuncture needle. The method, the puncture, how to do it, different method, you use different needles. And after needling, what you like patient to do, retaining the needles, is movement or without movement, or like patient do not move, mostly like that. But we change it, we let patient move. So when we do the choose the point, is we call motion point. Needles, we use motion needles. About the method, we use motion technique. About retaining needles, we use dynamic needle retention. So first, let me talk about the point. The point is the most important. It is the first things we have to choose the treatment point. This point will be movement. According to 3 steps and 1 procedure, we can find the point. First, let patients complain where the most pain, use 1 finger to show. And second, let patient do exercise to see range of motion. And third one, we know which muscles may be involved with the pain and limitation of movement. So we just palpate by finger to find the motion point. This case is around the scaling point, the time we don't have to show. The 3 steps, the first, patient's chief complaint. And second, the range of motion we test. And third one, we do palpation by physician. Second thing is the needles. The needles is specially, this patent needles. We just get a patent 2020. It is 3 sides of the needles. The needles, the gauge, you see 0.3 millimeter. It's very thin, like a faithful needle. 3 sides longer, 40 millimeter, 50 millimeter, and 75 millimeter. So 3 size needles can use anywhere of the body. It is enough. We see the structure of the needles. This needle's handle and tip is the same like faithful needle. Only the body is different. You see the body with the spirit and with age is different. See the picture. You see it is the left side is real motion needles. The right side is the skull piece. Okay, you see the needles. The body is not around with the polygon and the spiral. It is like the nail and the skull. You see the different things. The nail easy to remove, but the narrow is the nail easy to remove, but the skull is difficult. Okay, this is the microscope. We see the needle body is like that. So different from faithful needle is around. Okay, it is very interesting. So about special needles, we use a special technique. We have a simple technique, multiple technique, and special technique. In the book, I already talk number 1, number 2, number 3. The special, we have to let you know it. This special technique, first one is stagnation needles with lifting. That means you 1 clock side or counterclock side to rotating the needles, and until stagnation, you can lifting. And the direction can be horizontal, also can be perpendicularly. So the lifting degree, we have a limitation, the lifting, and also extreme lifting. We see what it means limitation lifting. You see, we see the video, you can understand. You see horizontally, we put a 3-inch 75 millimeter needle, motor needle, 1 side rotating, hold the needles and lifting. You see, no, the patient do not feel pain. Sometimes ask me pain, and this one we see it is perpendicularly. We put the needles, also lifting, thrusting, but needles are still inside muscle, no get out. That means the needles are stagnated in the soft tissues. It is very interesting. This one is for internal organs disease. This patient has IBS. After this treatment, he feels very comfortable. Another kind of stagnation needle with lifting is we call extreme lifting. You see this video. Yeah, you heard the sound? Yeah, when you rotate needles, is sticking the needles quickly, strongly to pulling needles until you heard a sound. Okay, and the second kind of special we call through lifting. You see the needles through the soft tissue, through the skin. We see this one. You see this is tennis elbow. We use 3 needles through at the local, and then do exercise. 1 treatment, this patient got much change, much better. This patient play violin, so he has a lot of arm pain. You see, this is through, needle through, and then we do lifting, thrusting. Lifting.
行，我不做了。OK 了，来，现在呢，用我的啊。
Okay, we pass this one. Number 4 is dynamic returning the needles. We put the needles also let patients do the movement. The movement including patient volunteer to do it. All other one is purpose to do. We help patients to do. And another one is loaded exercise. So we against the patient's action to do it. There are 3 steps of motion acupuncture. First, we have to find the point. Second, we know how to put the needle. And third one, how to do exercise. So from the target treatment point is the basic. The puncture of the needle, it is the key, is more important. And otherwise, the center is around the movement. Without the movement, sometimes we cannot get the same result. What is the indication of motion acupuncture? We can say mostly for pain, for any kind of pain, from head to foot, headache, neck pain, shoulder pain, waist, low back pain, sciatic disc herniation, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Also for some internal disease like tinnitus, dizziness, lose weight, indigestion, IBS, even for female issue, the gynecological infertility, dysmenorrhea, whatever. What is the mechanism about motion acupuncture? We see that's a picture. That's a picture. We see the bone is a misposition, the bone, and the muscles, 2 muscles between is sticky. By the injury, is connected each other, get hard. So after motion acupuncture treatment, put the needles between the muscles, and then by the movement, you see the 2 muscles, the right side picture is, separate. There is a space between the 2 needles. And then the muscles the muscles will tense, will be released. So you see the bone, the joints come back. Okay. So now we see one more video around the past fasciitis about foot pain. Some people said it's difficult treatment for the foot pain, heel pain, whatever. We see.
That's for 3 years, right? What kind of doing? Walking, standing, do something?
Generally, it's a nice standing. And walking, I'm
Walking, okay.
that's thank you.
So that's fine, right? But you do like that, it's then.
Yeah, there's a pain here.
Well.
On the back.
So that means that when walking, it's perfect. You try to walk now. Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, we do the needles. Also, certain needles we didn't put at the local. Local needles, hand and feet, usually very painful. But this on the leg, you see the trigger finger, we do the arm, and then do exercise. Exercise is important. Can lose all the muscles, release the pain.
No. No, yeah. Okay. Before when you do like that, you can turn right, then front.
It's a bad.
Much better, right?
And before I couldn't walk, I was walking now.
Oh, now you are walking like no one.
Like my kids, when I come here, I was like that.
Yeah, so go and come.
Oh,
Pretty good, right?
you saved my life.
Okay, you see, all of the treatment usually, at the same time, we get the result. We have one more we see, maybe a couple minutes we have. See this one? This is a neck pain, cannot squat.
Okay, can you follow me? What is the vice you can do? You okay? Only that you cannot do more. Do your vice and then stop it. You'll be okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Going down. Going down. Okay. 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 That's it. No, you can keep it. Yeah. Okay. So back to the vice now. Yeah.
There's a before treatment, cannot squat, knee pain.
Yeah. A little bit. No. A little bit. A little bit. Is the pain hard? Yeah. Okay. How about here? Okay. Yeah. 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 A lot. A lot.
You see, special, all use the motion acupuncture needles, the different from needle. Use special technique, stagnation and lifting, thrusting, lifting, okay? The exercise with needles. The come on the floor to walking also with needles. The needle is still there. You see, she can squat during the treatment. You see, all the way down.
Wow. Wow.
You see? Yeah, after treatment, we see. Needle remove. You see? Before, during, and after. Each one different. Okay, so this today we briefly let you know about what is the motion acupuncture. Mostly we do some video case analysis because the time is very limitation. Doctor will give me 30 minutes, so mostly is long. If you're interested in this topic, you can come to our YouTube channel. We call Dr. De Cheng Chen. You search from Google, from YouTube. You can find around 500 video there, a lot of, okay? But some are English, some are Chinese. Also, with summary about today, today we do the full innovation of motion acupuncture. It is about motion acupuncture point, and motion acupuncture needles, and motion acupuncture technique, and also dynamic retaining needle. This full item is new, is different from a traditional Chinese acupuncture. Okay, if you're interested, you have more questions, you can scan this my WeChat, this is my email. We can discuss it in future offline. So this is our office in New York, Manhattan, and Long Island. So the address, email, this is our website, bestacupunctureclinic.com. You can see, you can contact us to discuss about this topic. If you're interested about the online class, also you can contact us. And currently we still have offline in person. Toronto will be September 9 or 10. Hopefully I can see you in Toronto. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Wu.
So Dr. Chen Cheng might be watching the film as well too. And thank you, Dr. Chen, to share your wonderful knowledge. And I encourage everybody want to learn from him and join his team and more to study with him. His result is wonderful. He went to England to teach before me. Everybody like it. Yeah. Impressive. Okay, as I can say. So next one, I'm going to introduce Dr. Hai He Tian. Hai He Tian is a famous doctor in America practice in Florida. And he specialized for stomach digestion problems. Dr. Hai Tian is a very active political. He united all the people from China, from a different university, we all together to share many knowledge. And his doctor, his teacher is very, very famous in China as well. So hopefully this short presentation give you some idea of what his work. I see he teaching many online class. So and please welcome Dr. Tian Hai Tian's presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'm a little bit tired, so my voice a little bit weak, but Hai Tian is very, very famous. He is a teacher now, I recall, Dong Jianhua, the top professor in Beijing University in China. Okay, I hope hopefully you enjoy my introduction you and in short prepare. Hopefully the people from all the world learn from him as well. Thanks.
Hello, friends. This is Dr. Tian. I'm come from Florida, America. Today, I've been honored to present my topic, TCM treatment for gastromotility dysfunction. I was a GI doctor in China and practiced acupuncture and herbal medicine in United States, and also created a series of herbal medicine to treat other GI conditions. Today, we pick a special topic for the gastric motility dysfunction. In our clinic, besides pain management, acupuncture also have been used to treat a lot of miscellaneous diseases, such as internal medicine, gynecological, psychological, and many other things. Among the internal medicine conditions, digestive system problems take a big part because, number one, digestive problems are very common. Pretty much everybody, or our friends, our family, in their life, everybody going to have the GI conditions. And also, the GI conditions is treatable and also could have a good result. So that's why we're so proud of to say we can use acupuncture and herbal medicine to treat all different kind of digestive conditions and with good results. Let's review a little bit the digestive system's function. In order to treat the condition that's abnormal, pathological, we have to know what's their normal function they're supposed to be. First one, digestion. Because we call it a digestive system, definitely number one is digestive function. Number two, all the food get in our stomach, we need to absorb all the nutritions. So all the good things we absorb, then go to other corresponding organs to perform their function. So absorb function is another important job for the GI. Another one is movement, or called motility. So that means that from the lower part, from the upper part to the lower part, they have a rhythm to move, we call peristalsis. Besides those three major functions, in order for the food going down and to be digested and absorbed, we need to have a lot of gland produce some juice, such like the acid, such as some kind of enzymes and some kind of mucus, and to moisture and help the digestive function perform smoothly. So that's a secretion. After all those functions performed, all the waste material need regularly to get out the body we call excretion. Excretion here refer to the bowel movement. Excretion in our other system could be have like a phlegm, cough with a phlegm, sweating, and urination. They all excretion. But here in the GI gut, it's mainly for the bowel movement. About the GI system has so many big categories. We can classify as a functional disorder and a structural disorders. Functional disorder, that means the people still have corresponding symptoms. By performing some image examination, they did not find any structure change, but they still bother people. Correspondingly, the structure disorder, when we perform some kind of image test, we found something going on, and either it's by the naked eye or by some scope, and can find something structurally wrong. Those functional problem and structural problem, they are affecting each other. We could say functional problem is a beginning stage of structural problem, or when the people have structural disorder, they definitely will affect their function. Or sometimes when the structural disease in the healing process, no more structure change, but the functional disorder could last a little longer time. So that's why functional problem and structural problems, they could affect each other and also can switch to each other. For example, about the structural problems could like inflammation, could be have ulcer, polyps, obstruction, perforation, bleeding, diverticular, cancerous condition, or hernia, and many other things. So that's just giving some example. Actually, in the clinic, that's much more than this. About the functional problem, such as functional indigestion, gastric neurosis, and trichoneurosis. About the gastric neurosis, that means the people, they have a psychological, emotionally things involved, and but they are not really have the structural problem. The typical, the enteric neurosis like IBS, that's one of them. Another thing is the poor intestinal absorption, means the people, they can eat but does not absorb the nutrition, means the people still eating but weight loss. And also we can see in our stomach or the gut, lower gut, and produce too much or too less the liquid, such as the people have too much acid and too much mucus in the bowel, that's cause trouble. And about for the bowel movement or stomach and move too fast or too slow, so that can cause trouble. If too fast, the clinic we can see diarrhea, and too slow, we'll see the constipation. Regarding the metabolic dysfunction, could be hyper or hypo. Especially we talk about a hypofunction, means to slow down, and the typical symptoms, disease is the gastroparesis. Okay, but both hyper and hypo, both equally important. We can meet both of them. Again, the example is a gastroparesis. What that mean? The stomach supposed to have a normal rhythm and to move, but by some reason, and the moon slowed down too much, or looks like it does not move at all. When the people after eating, the food stay in there much longer, so even 4 or 5 hours, the food still there. Irritable bowel syndrome, abbreviation called IBS. We see a lot of these cases in our clinic. Esophageal spasm, that means irregular contraction, that's called spasm. Another one, Hashpin's disease, that means it's a congenital problem, and the people could not move, and the waste material accumulate in the bowel, and a large amount, and make the big biliary obstruction and cause trouble. This one sometimes need a surgical procedure. Another one is a clinical chronic intestinal pseudo obstruction. That means the people, they do not have a bowel movement, but no physical block there, no surgical scar, no parasites, but it looks like obstruction. Another one, achausia. So that means the sphincter in the cardiac area need to open when the food try to come down. But sometimes, for some reason, this sphincter keep tied up, do not allow the food going down. That's become this problem. People either stop there or can throw up, want to think the food out. The abnormal ability and for the stomach, especially today we talk about, the gastrointestinal motility has their own rhythm. This rhythm is controlled by the central nervous system and spinal nerve together. Normally, they have their rhythm, like how often do they move, and also after meal, and they could move a little stronger. So screaming too fast or too slow, both are the trouble. For example, if a move too fast, we can hear, especially when the lunch or dinner time, and we can hear the stomach moving, and you can hear the sound, even don't have used the stethoscope. So with a hyperactive stomach sound, sometimes the common word with bubblegums. And if hungry and time, the people have this sound is normal. But the problem is, even right after eating, the people still have this sound. That means a little too much. And some people have the stomach pain. And a regular moving modality does not cause pain, but it is a move too fast, lose the rhythm, and they then cause the spasm pain. And the children we call colic. If a move too slow, and we'll see some indigestion, means the food, different kind of food, they do have a period of time, how long they're going to stay in our stomach. Sometimes, the liquid or semi-liquid food, they stay short time. The bigger food, such like a steak, they usually stay longer. That's normal. But we talk about if a normal amount of food, regular food, they stayed in the stomach longer than normal, and then cause trouble. Because the food could not move down to the next level, the older food still occupy the stomach cavity, the space. The people don't have room to eat more. That means the people, they don't have appetite, no hungry sensation. In the meanwhile, the people also have fullness sensation, bloated in the epigastrium area, or sometimes it even has a pain. If furthermore, there will be stagnation, means completely stopped. That's one of them is a gastroparesis, which is mentioned. Another one is obstruction. Okay. Beside this one, the worst one is inversed. That means the people, the stomach, and they go upward. Normal direction is to go downward. This one is to go upward. The people have a nausea, vomiting, belching, acid reflux. Some people even have a vomit with blood for some severe conditions. Regarding the reason causes gastric motility dysfunction, we can analysis like follow. First one, the stomach itself's problem, including the muscle, sphincter, glands, inflammation, ulcer, infection by the bacteria or the virus, parasites. Some parasites like a roundworm, they can completely block our GI cut. And sometimes after surgery, the scar tissue become a problem. All the people have a tumor, including cancer, and also for the location change per prolapse. Okay, the organs prolapse. So they all can make a stomach slow down or stop by themselves. The second one is the nerve who control the stomach has a dysfunction. The central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, either function dysfunction can make the corresponding stomach motility problem. Besides the stomach itself, the neighborhood, it means the other organs like liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, intestine around the stomach, and they all can cause trouble, including the holding the stomach, the ligament, omentum, diaphragm. If those things dysfunction, and all can affect stomach, cause disorder. The systemic problem, including the endocrine and the metabolic disease, such as the people who has the thyroid problem. Usually the hyperthyroid causes the mortality increasing, hypo and slow down the movement. And also the people has diabetes, obesity. Okay, they all can affect the stomach's movement. Sometimes when we see the people have the slow down or too fast movement, it is come from the side effect from some medication. So that's what we have to know. So when we interview the patient, we have to know and what medication they're taking. And sometimes when we stop taking those medication, the problem can be resolved. Another one is people who has improper diet. There also is an impact about for the digestive function. Also, the people lack of the exercise or the working, they're sitting there a long time, they cause trouble. And also the people have a constitution, such as the people, they pretty slim and they have weak body. So that means that their muscle tone and also correspondingly weak. Also is a genetic factors. If the people who has family history for the digestive problem and correspondingly they have the same problem too. How the stomach and emptying slow down? Because sometimes the vagus nerve and has been affected by the surgery or other problems. You know, and sympathetic nerve is mainly promote the heartbeat and the breathing, and also slow down the stomach and the bowel. The vagus nerve is a function is opposite. When the vagus nerve active, they going to promote the movement of the gut. But for some reason, after surgical procedure, they cut this nerve, injure this nerve, and cause trouble. And the metabolic problem, people have a hypothyroidism. They make a whole metabolism slow down, including the gut. So the people, they lost appetite and they could not digest the food, slow down the stomach and the bowel movement, and also gain weight. So that's a pretty common, the entire body's problem reflects in the GI system. Actually, it's not a GI itself's problem. Other kind of autoimmune disease and also can slow down the bowel. Other nervous system, central nervous system problem, such as the Parkinson disease and MS, as also is a neurological problem affected our GI system, cause the stomach slow down. Sometimes if we got infected by bacteria or virus, and also can cause trouble, such as people have a very common one like H. pylori infection that often also affect the GI function. Okay, so regarding Chinese medicine, how do we think about why the gastric dysfunction, metabolic dysfunction? Stomach, we know, is full organ in our Chinese medicine system. The picture for the full organs is keep moving, not for storage. So that means downward is normal direction. Stagnation is the disorder by different reasons. In order to make it become normal, restore the function means we use unblocking method. We also know stomach is a young earth for the 5 elements corresponding to the spleen. Spleen is yin earth. It prefers moisture and dislike dryness, transferred without storing. So that's the feature for the stomach we should know. If stomach loose is a moving down direction, go upward is called rebels. Spleen and the stomach, they are working together then to perform the digestive function. Besides the spleen and stomach, another organ is the liver. The liver affects the stomach. In Chinese medicine, we say the wood overacting the earth. Overacting earth could be acting the stomach, could affecting the spleen. Okay, so in order to treat the stomach itself, we also have to working for other organs, such as the spleen and the stomach. When we know the people have the slow down dysfunction, the stomach, we call sluggish. So we need to push it and move to its normal direction and normal strength and a normal rhythm. When the people has this kind of problem, they do have options. They can choose to see Western medicine doctor taking medication, or they can use our Chinese herbal medicine. They can use acupuncture. We're also teaching the patient themselves do some acupressure. And we saw the commonly used drugs for the slow motility stomach. Number 1 is Reglan. I think most of you heard this word. That's the common drugs Western medicine prescribed for the slow down the stomach. This one is become a problem because besides they work on the GI system, also can go through the blood-brain barrier and affect our nervous system, central nervous system, cause a lot of problems, such as people may have a headache, a dizziness, a blood pressure problem, and even can trigger the epilepsy and a lot of things. So that means this one have a terrible side effect. FDA have to put a label, try to be use this one carefully. Another one is a little mild, is metoclopramide. So this one does not go through the blood-brain barrier, generally a little safe. In China, this medication is pretty common, but also cause a group of problem too. Regarding Chinese medicine's perspective, why we have the sluggish stomach does not move. Number 1 is due to qi stagnation, stomach qi stagnation. One is stomach itself, we call stomach qi stagnation. Another one is affecting by the liver, called the liver qi overact on stomach. So when we call qi stagnation, we should know is the stomach qi stagnation itself or affected by the liver. If by the liver also, we need to work on both liver and the stomach. Second one is a qi deficiency. Mainly here refer to spleen qi deficiency because it's a spleen qi deficiency corresponding Western medicine. Maybe the muscle in our GI tract mainly is a smooth muscle. Their muscle tone is weak. They don't have strength to push things go down to the next level. So this time we know we found a qi deficiency. The treatment principle should be tonify qi, right? So another thing is by other pathogens such as dampness, phlegm, food stagnation, blood status, pathogenic cold, pathogenic heat, those one all can cause trouble, or some kind of toxicity. So those all the pathogens will affect the GI function, cause trouble. About it for the clinical manifestation, for the sluggish or stopped, distension or pain in the epigastric area, indigestion, and also poor appetite. That's all corresponding. If people have a reversed perstosis, we see belching, hiccups, nausea, vomiting, ice reflux, or heartburn. And if affected the large intestine, usually because the entire GI gut, they are affecting each other. So that's why it has a slow down the bowel movement for constipation. Besides the GI system itself, and could affect the entire body, such as people have a lethargy, fatigue, sleeping problem, weight gain or loss. Either one could happen. The principle to treat this disease, we use my mentor, my teacher, Professor Dong Jianhua, and he was very, very famous GI expert. Treat larger GI conditions with excellent result. His idea is regulate qi, harmonize stomach, and downward and block stomach qi. And if we see some other pathogens involved, and we also need to pay attention on those pathogens with the transfer dampness or phlegm, dissipate the food retention, clear heat, warm yang qi, dispel cold, or detoxify. The common formula, herbals, and we hear is 苏梗、香附、陈皮、枳壳、大腐皮、香橼、佛手. And that's for the gentle case. If some people have this problem for a long time, they tried other way, did not work. So here we do stronger one, 沉香、酱香、厚朴、枳实. So that means to strongly promote the stomach moving. And the formula we use 味苏散. That's the formula Professor Dong created. If liver involved, we have a 柴胡疏肝散. If we see the qi rebuilds, we use 悬浮代折汤 to downward the rebuilds qi. Regarding about for the corresponding the other symptoms, such as people have a nausea, vomiting, we add 悬浮花代折石 downward the rebuilds qi. If we see a lot of dampness and stay in the middle jiao, we use 薏仁、草豆蔻、砂仁、藿香、佩兰. So this one you can see the patient's tongue coating usually is a greasy tongue coating, either white or yellow, and indicate dampness corresponding with heat or cold. If a phlegm accumulation, we use 半夏、猪乳. If food retention, we have 焦三仙. If you see the qi stagnation, we use 党参、黄芪、甘草. And if with people have the stomach yang deficiency, we warm yang, use 桂枝、碧城茄, and 甘松. If there's a blood vessels, you can see the dark color, and for the blood stagnation, and also with a sharp pain. This time we need irregular blood, use 丹参、三七、丝瓜络. I want to say sanqi is a noto ginseng. It's a really, really good herb. I highly recommend it. Another part of the gastro-metabolic problem is a moon too fast. When is a moon too fast, and that means the emptying fast, sometimes it can cause the peristalsis irregular and a spasm. Okay, So the people may have spasm, have pain, hyperactive bowel sound, barbarigums. In Chinese medicine, we think is number one is due to stomach fire or stomach heat. Corresponding formula to clear the stomach fire is qing wei san. Qing is clear. Wei actually means stomach. Here it means stomach heat. If the people epigastrium is a cold feeling, and the people like always eat cold stuff, so that means the cold. We use 理中丸, 大建中汤 or 小建中汤. If the people, when they drink water or alcohol a lot, the water stimulate in the epigastrium area, we call xin phlegm in Chinese medicine. We have 小半夏加茯苓汤 and 附子粳米汤. They're working wonderful. If the people have the stomach qi overacting stomach, we use 柴胡疏肝散, 四逆散. If there's a toxicity, such as you can see the people have the pimples around the mouth, around the gum, around the lips, so that's why we call stomach fire. We use 黄连解毒汤. You can see the people, they may have some inflammation going on, and also could be inflammation around the ulcer. So 黄连解毒汤 is one of the good choice. Stomach problem, we use acupuncture can get immediately result because we use the acupuncture in the local area, stimulate the nerve, work on the meridians, have the body have immediate response. We gave you some like 10 needles stomach point. This one can be basic point. You can use as a basic formula, and you can modify based on the clinical need. Ren 6, 10, 12, 13, 25, and a PC6 because it is a bilateral for some point. So total is number 10. Other kind of method for choose the acupuncture point principle, including the back shoe point and the front move point combination, and also use such as stomach 20, 21, and 12, the lower Hersey point, Jiaji point. Here I want to say especially recommend we choose Jiaji point by palpation. When the people have a problem in the stomach at the front, usually they reflect to the back, they have a tender spot. So you're looking for some tender spot to insert needle to the corresponding area, usually can get a much better result. And the UB meridians, and all have the name corresponding different organs in the front. And also reflex point and the zoom. And that means besides the front and the back, also could show an arm and the legs. And other kind of micro acupuncture system, we can use the ear acupuncture, scalp acupuncture, the umbilical acupuncture, cheek acupuncture, hands acupuncture, even reflexology system can working for the GI system. And also we use the nerve segment controlling, which is could corresponding the Jiaji point and the urinary bladder point. So that's based on the Western medicine, the nerve controlling. Besides we treat the patients, we also can have the people do self-care, means acupressure. Because the people, they could not see us every day, but we can teaching people to do the self-massage at home, such as abdominal massage. If the people have a diarrhea or the stomach move too fast, we do the abdominal massage counterclockwise. If the people have to slow down the stomach and the bowel movement, we do clockwise. And also can teach people how to pressure on stomach 36, stomach 25, those kind of point, and also have family member or friend work on some back shoe points. Okay. And dietary therapy is so important because whatever how hard we treat the patient, use herbs, acupuncture, if the people eat the wrong things all the time, they still can cause the problem, jeopardize your good result. So also suggest people to eat easy digestive food, means to stay in the stomach short time, which would be easier. And also do not let people to eat unclean. Overeating means a large amount, and also improper food. So educate them, let them work with you together. And because a certain kind of condition, certain kind of food we need to avoid. Other area we need to pay attention is emotion things. GI system affected by emotion tremendously. The people usually have an emotional traumatic injury that affect the GI system a lot. So we need to help the people keep a positive emotion. Other kind of function, special excretion is important because the lower part constipation, they definitely slow down the stomach movement too. So we need to consider it that's a whole system working together. And also, remember, the functional problem and the structural problem, they are not locked in one way. They could exchange too. And also, we know some GI function symptoms not necessarily must be the GI function, and it could be other system. We mentioned the Parkinson's disease, diabetes, thyroid problem. We need to know those too. So also we can use the GI function theory to treat other kind of the whole body conditions. So much information we need to share, but for the time limit, we have to stop here. Thank you for listening, and hope we have a chance to working together and to sometimes in person and to talk about more the GI questions. Thank you for your listening. I wish you have enjoyed other sessions, other subjects. Thank you so much. Take care.
Welcome. We'll continue for the conference. First, the special guest speaker is 郝吉顺，我的翻译是郝吉顺。OK， 看中文，就直接中文说了啊。这个下面有请隆重推出郝吉顺教授，他的讲座题目是头针治疗新冠长期症状。郝吉顺教授呢是现任世界中药学会联合会核心系列教材针灸学主编和主任，是中联中医教导指导委员会的副主席，美国神经针灸研究院院长。郝吉顺教授呢曾任美国国家中医针灸考试委员会主席。郝教授的针灸专著《中国头针治疗》2011年在美国出版，世界发行。郝吉顺教授长期从事中医针灸教学、科研和诊疗已41年，擅长用头针治疗神经系统疑难病症。美国多家报社、电台、杂志对郝吉顺头针的治疗中风多发性硬化症、脑损伤、幻肢痛、小儿脑瘫自闭症、新冠后遗等疑难病症都做过采访和报道。为了表彰郝教授对当地的经济文化的卓越贡献，美国新墨西哥州州府所在的圣地亚哥所在地圣多菲市的市长将2018年春节定为郝医生的生日，这是我们华人的一个荣幸，以个人的名义，由著名导演和制片人，这个是达哥第二次拍摄的记录郝吉顺和史灵芝，就是说他的太太针灸纪录片重生于2021年5月在美国发行。下面让我们以热烈掌声欢迎郝吉顺教授给我们上课。
All right, everybody ready? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jason Hao, the president of Neuroacupuncture Institute in Santa Fe, New Mexico, United States of America. I'm feeling very honored to come to this college to share my 41 years expertise on scalp acupuncture. In past 40 years, we have traveled to many countries in the world. We went to Europe, many countries England, Dubai, Germany, Italy, Hungary, for example. Then we went to Dubai and Australia, Canada many times. So as you know, I'm specialized in one special technique called scalp acupuncture. Scalp acupuncture is a contemporary acupuncture technique integrating traditional needling method with Western medicine knowledge, neuroanatomy, neurology, and neuroscience. Neuroacupuncture have been proven to be mostly effective technique for treating central nerve disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, autism case, and cerebral palsy. In past 3 years, the whole world experienced something specific change. 帮个忙，我不知道怎么去了都翻译。郝老师他们都在So, I mean, the pandemic, COVID-19 have been changed forward specifically. 还要这个音乐你我摁吧，我给你摁，你讲。So up to 20% people who have COVID have some kind of post-COVID syndrome, also called long COVID symptoms. 往前一点点，往前一点，就是不要紧，再往前。OK， 再往前一点，好。So I graduated from Heilongjiang University of TCMACE in Harbin, China. That's my professor, Dr. Sun Shentian. He's a Grand Master of Chinese medicine, specialized treat neurological disease. Next. Many newspapers, magazines, TVs have reported my successful story since 1989 I come to the United States. There's some of the newspapers. Next. On 2015, we established our institute, the Neuroacupuncture Institute in America. There's some of our students. That's the one I go to New York, Washington, D.C. to teach. 2017, we have 165 students. So, you know, really work good. So in COVID-19, there's so many people have so many symptoms about post-COVID syndrome. Mostly common use, next, anxiety, fatigue, depression, shortness of breath, cough, all kind of strange pain, loss of smell, loss of taste, dizziness, vertigo. So that's just some of them. So according to my research, this symptom size, 70% of them related neurological disease. Next. That according to this, a few organization research, they're still thinking fatigue, post-COVID, malaria, fog, neurological sensation, burning, tingling, insomnia, anxiety, depression. Well, how to treat them? The medical field, including Western and Chinese medicine, we face so much challenges. So, and why they're happening? Some theory we can think about that is mostly the multiple infections affect brain, spinal cord. Okay, include encephalitis and meningitis, 脑膜炎 Even Western medicine, they don't know what's happening. Their examination cannot show what it is. Second, they have the immune function overreaction. Third one, there's a mini stroke, mini blood clot, whole body, into the brain. That's why they have symptoms. Okay, all right, next, please. Those cause many people disabled, many reasons. For example, they're paralyzed, they lost speech, they burn foggy, they're fatigued, their anxiety, insomnia, they cannot function anymore. I have treated many people like that in past a few years. Let's go to next, how we treat them. So that scalp acupuncture. Besides do acupuncture, I'm a good artist. That's my art. I do the bamboo, I do calligraphy since age 6. So almost 60 years do that. For me, it's kind of meditation. It's kind of Qigong is for me. Do that. Neuroacupuncture often produces remarkable results with just a few needles. So just a few needles, a few points, you can change them all. Very effective. Next, please. There's so many type scalp acupuncture since the 1950s. Most common one is the Jiao style scalp acupuncture, Feng style scalp acupuncture, and my teacher Yu style, Sun style. There's a Lin style and Tang style as well. This class, I'm going to only introduce Feng style scalp acupuncture. Feng style scalp acupuncture is only total 16 points. In original desire, I changed a little bit. Number one, I put the head area from hairline, upper 2 centimeter, lower 2 centimeter. Second, I changed it according to neuroanatomy, shoulder, this tremor area, and the blood vessel area. Next. Very important, very short. I only have 30 minutes. I will teach you something you can learn and to use that right away. So multi-area, sensory area is the most common use areas for scalp acupuncture. The other 2 locations, scalp acupuncture areas, we need a 2 line. One is from glabella between eyebrow, connect to occipital protuberance. You find a middle point. From this middle point, posterior half centimeter, now 10 centimeter, you find the elbow point. Then from upper border eyebrow to occipital protuberance, you do horizontal line. Then from this horizontal line, as a cross with anterior hairline, it's a lower point, you connect this point. That's called motor areas. Next. Motor areas is projection area on the brain corresponding to motor gyrus. That part. So this gyrus control opposite sides the motor movement. Go back one slide. In order to precisely stimulate this area, we divide into this area into 5 equal parts. The upper 1/5, middle 2/5, lower 2/5. Upper 1/5, right here, when people are paralyzed, for example, left leg, then you do right side, upper 1/5 is like orange. Let's say right side. Right leg paralyzed, you put the needle from beginning here, then you do this way. Okay? The middle 2/5 for opposite side, the arm hand paralyzed. So in the right hand, arm paralyzed, you do this way. Many people probably ask me what kind of needles you use. I use turning needles, okay? Many good quality needles, they have the loop. They have the two loop here around the wire, so you can stimulate this. So that lower two-fifth, middle two-fifth work for arm paralyzed. When the face paralyzed, you use lower two-fifth motor area for right side face paralyzed. You from beginning here, you do this way. So you want to do this area, the angle is so important. Don't do like this. You're gonna fail because the scalp is round, okay? You're 15 degree, 15 to 25 degrees, so important for this. When you do this, it's hard. There are many different technique insertion needles. So this class, I will teach you easy way to hold this, and you use a two hand. Got the Huatu needles 1 inch. Puncture needles, 6 needles. For example, you do just this way. So when I do the tremor areas, right there, flat, you can see it. I use the two hands, then push in, like that. After you push in, you want to redo it? Yeah. After you push in stimulation area, you have to do this way. Okay? Use this hand, fast move, then you hold this. That's probably the most important for this class. You do this. You want to get good results, you have to rotate clockwise, anti-clockwise, 200 times per minute. So slow like this. Never do this. You cannot do it. It's our institute proved and devised by Dr. Jiao. You just do this. The faster you do, you produce strong magnetic wave and electric wave. That we believe can penetrate to inside the brain. Okay? So that motor areas, sensory areas, is areas past motor areas, parallel motor area 1.5 centimeter. That is sensory area right there. Okay? Then dizziness vertigo from here about 1.5 centimeter, go from 2 centimeter, go back 2 centimeter. Next. That's important for you too, for this class. Motor and the sensory areas. Motor and the sensory area basically in the brain, you see here is from front, anterior, posterior, hairline, from the middle point, lateral 1 centimeter, go down 3 centimeter. So they call foot, motor, and the sensory area. Go next. That foot, motor, sensory areas, that major area for all kind of post-COVID syndrome or long COVID symptom sites. This one is the tremor area in front of the motor. It's a very good area for Parkinson's disease. I know many acupuncture have trouble to do it. And for Parkinson's MS, I have wonderful results, many of them. No symptoms, believe me. If you can do enough practice, you can do it. Next. Next important about this, you need to do scalp needles insertion in right layers. Otherwise it hurts. If it hurts, you treat children, you cannot do it. Adults too. American, they don't take pain. They even know they work. Make sure sharpen your scalp technique. So basically, there's a 5-layer scalp acupuncture skin, connect tissues, aponeurosis, loose areola, tissues, and pericranium. So first you pass the first 3, then you go to loose, connect tissues. That's very important. So I say something for in Chinese. 这部分你要pass 所有的3层的致密结缔组织，一定要扎到疏松结缔组织里，你就转的也容易，还不疼。你要这样扎到这里疼，你要扎在这骨膜里疼死了，他们根本你就不会再回来。所以实际做的就是你这个 is important you get the right angle you get there. Next. All right. So mostly we treat the post-COVID syndrome. Mostly you use foot motor sensory areas. Right here. Right here. For people first time, everybody is sensitive. You might be use different needles. Do the shaman first. Use a tube. I don't have the small needles anymore. Yeah. So use a tube. Put a shaman point. Always help reduce the pain. So if some people is new, just use a tube to do it. Right there, shaman, you use a tube. That's it. With a few minutes, you do scalp. So then you use foot motor sensory areas and head areas from nose up, reach the hairline 2 centimeters up, 2 centimeters down. So when you do this, 这几个人怎么都没了？去上趟给我拿点去。
打管针
1寸。1, 2, 3. You can treat the fatigue, brain fog, anxiety, depression, and insomnia. For those working well. If they have severe brain fog, you might be just do this. Can you do it? Yeah. So for this, my experience, you do triangle 三角形 from here to here. So right there. There's another one right here. So that is our technique, how insertion the needle. Right there. That's it. People have the pain. You can put a sensory line, paralyzed. You do this. People balance off. You pull here. Loss of eye vision, you might be do here. And dizziness, vertigo, you do from here to here. That's generally speaking the technique. For feng jiao style. For feng style, you use half-tree needles like this. You're not going to learn. I just demo a little bit. You fly needles.
This is jiao style.
Feng style.
Feng style.
Feng style, they do 1 point, at least do 4, 7 needles. So you can do something like that. But this style, you have to reach pericranium, reach the bone members. It doesn't hurt if you're doing that. Okay? So that feng style. Anyway, let's talk about patient. That's just example. That's simple. And people change that pretty fast. That's the patient come to see me. 这个能不能关上灯啊？
他把窗帘拉上。 咱同学把窗帘拉上好吗？
So this one, very much better, very better. After she had 72 years old, females have COVID. Before the first treatment, look at tongue. So we cannot treat patient, you don't check pulse, you just look tongue. Red tongue, thick, white coating, okay? After one treatment, he have anxiety, insomnia, fatigue, lost smell and taste. Okay, so I treat her to the motor sensor, head area. I didn't put this. For her, she lost a smell taste. Smell taste is lower 2/5 sensory because they control the nose and the ear. So I did this right there. Then you can do one side, this side similar right there. After one treatment, you stimulate, needle still about 30 minutes. Every 10 minutes, go back, stimulate. That's the next time she come back. I want to treat her, see, without herbs, see what happening. Definitely from the tongue, we say she have retention phlegm down, right? So after one treatment, look at her tongue. Color less red and the coating almost clear, is sharp. So her digestion problem all from anxiety. When you anxiety, here doesn't work. In other words, the heart, liver overacting on the stomach. So we clear up. And after 6 treatment, smell taste come back. Is it beautiful? Definitely no anxiety, no fatigue, feeling good. That earlier last year. Next one. Yeah, Janito, look at that. Motor sensory, have 1, have 2, has 3, and the one on the side, we lower 2/5 sensory. That I teach that in advanced class. I teach another secret point. Another point, work on smell taste, my point. So you from Taiyang connect with top of the ear from the middle point, go down 3 centimeters. So it looks like this. Okay, so that's a specific point I create for lost smell and taste. Okay, so you do that one, basically you from here from the middle, then go down like that. Get it? If you look inside, it's right there. So fix, simple. Put there 30 minutes, every 10 minutes, go back, stimulate the needles. Better. Next, please. I move too quick. And that is a 59 years old male doctor. He's an MD doctor, lost smell and taste. And he had face paralysis. He even don't know. I diagnosed him. So after he have COVID, he have mostly anxiety, brain fog, fatigue, short of breath, and right face paralyzed. So right face paralyzed, you do left side, lower 2/5 sensory, right? Then you do lower 2/5 motor, lower 2 sensory, work a lot smell test. The head you put for forking brain, then you work upper 1/5 for short of breath. Okay, next please. That you look here, you can do this way for the motor sensory speech, the lower 2/5 sensory for low smell taste, lower 2/5 motor opposite side work the face paralyzed. After 5 treatment, total cure. He signed a lot of post-COVID for me because himself is bad. I'll just move on very quick. We run out of time. And that is a 64-year-old female from Texas, and back. After she had COVID, she paralyzed left side for 6 months. Then she had leg tight and pain, anxiety, fatigue, and depression. The arm moved, but leg still trouble. That during the first treatment of the leg. Upper 1/5 motor. That's just there. Right there. Very simple. 1 point here, 2 point here, right here. Okay, next. Head, depression, anxiety, food motor sensory, that they work on. She also have some pain. Okay, also have the tightness. The tightness on the arm and the leg is good to treat people paralyzed. They are rigid, very tight, so they can reduce muscular tension too. Next, please. That patient, go back. No, go back, now forward. Next, yeah. Look at that first treatment of the leg and walk. Very exciting from Texas. 3 treatments, she back to normal. Okay, that just for COVID. Next one, please. Next. Last year, I have a 50-year-old male patient come from England. Left side arm, foot paralyzed, anxiety, depression, leg pain, oral gait weight, and tongue not important for this, but you can check that. Red tongue, teeth mark, thick white coating, very thready pose. Next. Now you know how to treat it. Foot motor sensory area, that's for motor, that's one for some pain, that's for here for left leg paralyzed, that's for middle 2/5 for arm paralyzed. Next. Go back. And go back again. Yeah, she 5 treatment. She can walk on her own. She also have balance issues. Sorry for the balance there. So simple. The cure, the key is so simple, so quick. And they're better than permanent cure. That's the next patient, last patient. And so people could be from long COVID, could be from vaccine, all 3 kind of vaccine. Johnson Johnson, Pfizer, Moderna, some of them have vaccine side effects or vaccine adverse effect. They have everything same. Like fatigue, foggy brain, anxiety, depression, all kind of pain. So this patient also left arm pain, have the injury before. Severe headache, you use the lower 2/5 sensory, insomnia, fatigue, or foot motor sensory. Then for anxiety, other emotional, you foggy brain, you middle 2/5. This patient severe headache, cannot function, terrible. But he very clear. After he work in the army, but after I have the vaccine, I cannot function. He tried many medication, nothing works. So next day, do same thing. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1 here. That's it. No more headache. As I treat him twice, 1 more time. But after treatment, all gone. So I treat him twice, and he is cured too. no more headache. I call him. I treat his kid. Okay. 2021. There's a director from Italy and a director from LA make a new documentary movie called Return to Life. We translate Chinese name 重生. So there's the same director from Dark Third, 9,000 Needles. If you're interested in watching the movie, please visit our website, neuroacupunctureinstitute.org. Then you found this one, click something behind, register, we send you a free link. Usually the director charge $10 to watch, now it's free. Okay, next. Conclusion. Neuroacupuncture, scalp acupuncture is a very powerful technique for treating central nerve disorders. This technique is simple, easy to understand, easy to apply in your practice. If you meet any patient have a stroke, MS, Parkinson's disease, TBI, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, cerebral palsy, autism kids, post-COVID syndrome, you can use this technique to treat it. Usually have pretty good results. And you might be combined some Chinese herbs. I'm not going to talk about that. However, how they work, including the Western medicine, is not clear. So we need a further research. We finally someday we can discover mystery of this technique, can change a lot of people's life and return people's life. I give you 2 minutes. I take a one or two questions if you have questions. Any questions? That's it? All right. If you're interested about our technique, so that's the book. And my wife wrote, Chinese scalp acupuncture. They answer all your questions. We don't sell the book. Don't contact us. Go to Amazon. They sell that about $40. Currently, I just write a new book, not published yet. So, Neuroacupuncture Restore Life. This book is for medical practitioner and student, for doctor and student. This one for public. So I write this book, a lot of stories, and I have co-author. I'm going to publish 4 books. So that's the first one. Other 3 will be followed. This book will be available in Amazon next month. Okay, thank you so much. If you all enjoy my class, please go to www.neuroacupunctureinstitute.org. They have all information you needed. We have so many films, many articles, case report there. Now, thank you so much for your attention. We'll see you next time. Maybe see you tomorrow. I'm going to teach another 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. Dr. Wu Binjiang, my schoolmate, my mentor here, much better in many ways. Qigong, massage head, scalp acupuncture. So please contact us in your future. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Thank you, Professor Hao Qishun, and excellent topic. And tomorrow we'll be giving more time to the topic. Okay, thank you. Next special topic is the Guan Ru. Guan Ru is our working. Is a lecture in our college. 冠如呢是我们加拿大安大略中学的，也是我们的讲师。
他讲的下面的题目是吴博士头部推拿对儿童进入深度睡眠状态的正面影响，大家掌声欢迎。咱俩交换位置。等一下，范，我先帮你把这个调出来。
Before we're getting ready for the slides, I'm just going to, first of all, thank you, Professor Wu, for giving me this chance to share what I found. Initially, the reason why I came up with this pre-research is because I attended the advanced Wu's head massage with him. And what happened was, during this lesson, we do a lot of hands-on practice. So we practice each other, and every time after his lecture, after his class, I feel that I sleep very well at night because we do a lot of practice in class. And I figured it's interesting because I'm a massage lover. I usually go to massages every single week, like every Monday. I felt relaxed, but I don't have the same feeling exactly as what I've got after the Wu's head massage was done on myself. So I thought that's something very interesting. I would like to further research on that. And that's how I came up with the research study. However, due to the limitation of my resources, I was not able to conduct a full research. This one is really just a preliminary research that hopefully can inspire further research teams or other professionals to, further investigate on that. Okay, so good afternoon, honorable guests, professors, and distinguished attendees. The topic for today's sharing is preliminary research, positive effect of Dr. Wu's head massage on children entering deep sleep stage. So first of all, we know that deep sleep, it's a stage of sleep that is often known as the golden sleep stage. And the reason why is because it has the ability to restore energy, to boost up immunity, and also to repair our body functions. So the study of Wu's head massage on children's sleep pattern is, sorry, give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna move this over. Here, there we go. Okay, thank you. So this research, the topic for this is okay. Yeah, so the topic for this research is actually on children, and the reason why I've worked on children is because for us human beings and also adults, there's a lot of things that could affect our life. There could be daily stress. There could be something you could have just had an argument with someone else, which could have infected your emotion. So it's very difficult to just come up with a results just based on some single days, some consecutive days of following. However, with children, it's more innocent because they are barely affected by other things happening in life. And that's the reason why the subject of this research was set as children. So the research results advised us that the participant would rapidly enter 2 longer periods of deep sleep stage after receiving Wu's head massage before sleep, and comparing with the nights without Wu's head massage. And also the second thing finding is that the total length of deep sleep stage is also longer comparing with those nights without Wu's head massage. This suggests a positive effect of Wu's head massage on children's sleep. However, like I said, there's a lot of limitations of this pre-research. So this research has only serving as an inspiration purposes. So let's take a look at the purpose of the study. We all know that sleep is periodic. So it's composed of 4 different stages. Stages 1, 2, 3 is known as what we call non-rapid eye movement sleep. And stage 4 is what we call a rapid eye movement stage. So this is when we often dream. Okay, so stage 3 is what we say the slow wave sleep. It's also known as deep sleep, which is the subject of this article. So the research shows that during deep sleep, our brain is at the deepest rest, and all of the living activity is minimized. So your body can release growth hormone and also work to build up your muscles, your bones and tissues, and to repair your body. So deep sleep can actually stabilize emotions and balance our mentality and also restore energy. So that's why a lot of people say it doesn't matter how long you sleep. What does matter is the quality of your sleep. You could have had sleep for the entire night for like 10 hours, but then you wake up feeling restless. That's the reason why is because you didn't enter that sleep stage, or that sleep stage is not long enough. And especially for this research, because I was working on investigating on the effect for children. So we know that the deep sleep stage is very important, essential for children. Reason being, as we see here, your body can release growth hormone, so it's really good for beneficial for their growth and also for their height. So next page. We know that according to the existing articles, there has been a lot of, as you know, this year is the 30 years of anniversary for Wu's head massage. So there has been a lot of articles working on, identifying the positive effects of Wu's head massage. And we know that it's really beneficial for a lot of emotions. For example, depression, for example, anxiety, and also it's good for insomnia as well. The research topic that I chose is barely being investigated. So let's take a look at what's happening here. The method, the subject is actually a 5-year-old male child. I can disclose as my boy. And the reason why is because if you had attended yesterday's conference, one of the professors mentioned that the best timing for you to treat insomnia is actually 3 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And so as you see, if you do anything in the morning, it's not going to be as beneficial. And also for Wu's head massage, what I did was I would like this child to receive the massage and then sleep right after. And actually, 9 out of 10 times, the child cannot even survive for the entire period because he just fell asleep halfway through. And for those who know about Dr. Wu's head massage, there's actually 2 stages. Stage 1 is for head and neck, and stage 2 is you get the person who's getting the massage to sit down, and then you're going to do some manipulations on them and do some tweaking on them. But for this one, I only focus on stage 1, which is really just having the boy lay down, and I do massage on the head and neck. Okay. So after, so I get him wear a special monitor, a watch, to monitor the sleeping stages, because based on the heart rate and also based on the other statistics, it can analyze which stage the child is entering into at that moment. So the periods for this research is fairly short. It's only for 4 consecutive nights. So for day 1 and day 3, actually I should say night 1 and night 3, I get the boy receive the sleep with the massage, and then night 2 and night 4 without the massage. So let's take a look at what happens. Okay, so this is day 1, and this is the data I pulled out after I got it from the watch. And we can see here, so basically it has sleep time of last night, sleep time of deep sleep, and sleep time of light sleep, and also awake time. So you can see that these light ones, it says here, the white ones indicates awake, and the light ones indicates light sleep, and the dark ones indicate the deep sleep stage. So day 1, first night after Wu's head massage. So from, we can see over here, so from the this part, actually I didn't lay out that, but you show it in the later pages. So this part from here, 11:27 to night 0.20 night or 1:05, we can see 2 periods of deep sleep, a total of 86 minutes, as you can see from here, over here. Okay, that's the first night. Now the second night over here, this night without the tween out, without the Wu's head massage, we can see that, oh, sorry, I think, oh, that's the reason why it was switched. Okay, so that makes so much more sense now. I'm sorry about that. Let's take a look at this one. I'll redo this part. So this is day one with Wood's head massage. So the boy slept at 11:07 at night, and then from 11:27 to past midnight, 12 minutes past midnight, we can see this one is the deep sleep stage over here. This is the first one. And then right after, we get a second deep sleep over here. And this one is from just over midnight, like 12:24 to 1:05. So altogether, this two deep sleep stage, it accounts for 86 minutes over here. Okay, and then this night, sorry, let's go back to this page over here. Day two without with head massage. As you can see, this boy slept at around 11:18, and then from 11:18 to 11:52, this children is in the light sleep stage, unless this one entering into the deep stage almost immediately. And then had a little short period of deep sleep, and then light sleep, long, lengthy lap sleep, and then a little period of deep sleep, and then yes, a lengthy deep sleep period around from like 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock or so, something like that. So we can see the total times of deep sleep is only 2 hours 29 minutes. Okay, so that's day one and day two. And now let's take a look at day three and day four. Again, day three. So day one is with massage, day two without, and day three with again. So we can see that this boy slept at around 23:57, and then we had the first deep sleep period, which is 12:12 to 12:34. So this one, and then we have light sleep period, and then it comes with another lengthy 12:45 to 1:05, another lengthy deep sleep period, and then light sleep period, and then a very lengthy period from we can see it clear, but I have a discussion over for that later on. It's from 1:31 to 2:21. So this period itself, it's 50 minutes. So we can see 1, 2, 3, three lengthy period. And then let's take a look at the last one, day four, without with head massage. So we have light period, and then we have a very short deep sleep period, a light period, and a slightly longer deep sleep period, and an even longer light period. And yes, we have a deep sleep period. So if you compare all these four pictures, what we can come up with is that either with or without, the children, of course, will get a long period of deep sleep regardless. However, for the days with the massage, he first of all gets longer deep sleep period. This one and this one longer, comparing with those ones that didn't. And the second one is that you can see that the boy actually enters into a deep sleep a lot sooner after he sleeps. And let's take a look at this one. As opposed to the other ones, it takes a long period of time for he to enter into the deep sleep period. Okay, that's the result. Now, what can we learn from that? It is very obvious that from the pictures we just saw, the participant, which is the little boy, had two relatively continuous periods of deep sleep that last for a longer time during those nights after soon after falling asleep. During those nights with the without the Wood's head massage, the period is a lot shortened, and also it takes a longer time for him to go into that sleep cycle. Now on day three, let's take a look at day three again. Although it's unlike day one, you see day one here, these two longer periods of deep sleep is actually longer than comparing with day three, although both of those 2 days are with Wood's head massage. However, we can see that in day three, the total length of deep sleep stages is a lot longer than any other days. So this page basically includes some limitations. Now, like I mentioned, this is only a preliminary research, which carries a lot of limitation. First of all, like I mentioned, the best timing to conduct such research is actually to do it right before they go to sleep, because you have to monitor the entire night of sleep. And for me, it's very difficult for me to get all those volunteers to conduct the massage with me and then sleep inside my place. So there's a lot of limitation, but I'm sure if with a whole team, research team on that, it'll be a lot easier to be resolved, that problem. So we can see there are some limitations. The first one is the research period is short. If you want to come up with something legit or something very persuasive, then it has to require a longer period of following up, not only 4 nights. You can't make up a conclusion with only 4 nights. The second one is, because like I said, mentioned here, there are other factors that could interfere with the results. For example, sleeping environment, temperature, humidity, health, stress, daytime activity, whatsoever. Now, the second limitation here is that the participant is too small. The number of subject is too small. It's just only 1 boy. But this can be easily resolved if there is a professional team. Now, the third one is the research results is not under international standards. So this part, basically, I consulted Professor Wu after I did the research. And he said that internationally, we have a golden standard to measure the quality of sleep and also the effect of good quality of sleep. And it's all quantitative and qualitative. So they actually give you a little questionnaire for you to fill out, a little survey for you to fill out. And not only about your sleep, but also how that affects your daily life. See, for example, if you feel like you're getting less anxious, you're getting less depressed, you're feeling a lot easier, you're feeling more restful after sleep. So a lot of criteria to actually really come up with a golden standard. So the fourth one is more contrast groups should be added. So for example, you could have a group, basically there's variables here. For example, you have a group of people who receive full head massage and a group of people who receive nothing, no massage, and a group of people who receive some other type of massage. However, like I mentioned, the initial purpose for me to conduct this research is because for myself, I'm a massage lover. I got all these other massages, but none of them really helped. So after I take his class every single time, I go sleep, and my sleep quality is as good to the point that it feels like, someone got drunk. Like they completely don't remember anything that happened the previous night. They just felt like, oh, I went to bed, I went to sleep, or I'm awake, I feel very energetic after sleep. So that's the reason which promoted or motivated me to do this research, because on myself, I felt this massage, even though it only works on the head, it is actually having so much more benefits than those ones on the whole body. But please don't get me wrong. I'm not judging anything. I'm not saying other massage techniques is not as good. I just felt like this is very impressive, and it's going to be something that will interest people to investigate further. So as a conclusion, modern civilization brings development and convenience to us human beings. And what's coming along with this is high life pressure. Relieving fatigue through effective sleep is essential. We see a lot of patients coming into the clinic today complaining about pain and complaining about insomnia, complaining about being a little depressed. So those two concerns are actually the top 3 concerns that we see in our real daily practice. So sleep is crucial. And oftentimes these 3 problems, they are interconnected. Because you don't sleep well, and you have a lot of depression, and also that makes you feel pain, or sometimes you have pain and that makes you feel depressed and make you feel worried, and you don't sleep well. So they're interconnected. It's very important for us to further understand that. Now, deep sleep also plays an irreplaceable role in children's physical development and immunity enhancement. This article lightly discussed the positive effect of Wu's-head massage on children entering deep sleep stage. The research results suggest that after receiving Wu's-head massage, the participant could have 2 relatively consecutive, longer, look at here, 2 relatively consecutive longer periods of deep sleep. Considering the limitation of this research, the research results cannot be used as a formal conclusion. However, the result is confident enough to encourage more scholars to study further on the positive effect. Thank you, everyone.
What's the plan?
Oh,
I'm very interested.
Yeah, actually, I got it from Amazon, and there's different varieties, but I got the highest quality in order to make sure that it has the best it is more precise, so that it's not really just for an entertaining purposes. It's actually a medical level, medical grade watch.
Very great.
Thank you.
Excellent research.
Thanks for introduce. Next topic is from the Europe, Hungary, Budapest, Miklos. Miklos now is the Hungary, the right TCMP, called the doctor of the TCM practitioner, right? Dr. Miklos, the topic will be science and art in healing. Professor Wu's head massage and Qigong in Hungary。他报告题目是治疗中的科学艺术。吴教授头部推拿和气功在学校里的传播。OK。Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the introduction and for everything, because Professor Wu gave me and hopefully gives me so much that must start this presentation with this. Thank you very much. So,
thank you.
I would like to show you, I'm very glad to be here. I would like to show you something about Professor Wu's head massage and something else, because I was lucky to make many times this head massage, very different cases since a long time. And some other friends, they experienced that the best way is to fulfill all the Professor Wu's head massage one by one steps. Sometimes when too much people were there, they try to choose this, pick that, but it doesn't work so much, then all the process successful. And yet, I would be glad to tell you something else now. I would like to be highlighted only one specialty from nowadays problems and Professor Wu's head massage and Qigong and Tai Chi. How do they wonderful methods help people's problem nowadays, current problems? Okay, let's start. Thank you very much. Page down. Page up. How does it work? Okay, page. Sorry, Jackie.
That's fine. Let's see.
Touchpad. Try this.
No, it's down, up and down.
Ah, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's up and down. Yes.
Thank you. So let's start now. First, I would like to tell you that why is it this the title? Because this is not only a knowledge, this is an art also. So 30 years before Professor Wu came there, and I am lucky to see, pardon? Thank you. And I am lucky to tell you this. So is it a science? Yes, because the traditional Chinese medicine is so long, has got so long history that before the so-called sciences, it was. Is it an art? Yes, because it's so fine and wonderful movement. What Tai Chi and Qigong and Dr. Wu's head massage apply, that this is everybody who look at this knows this is an art also. And when a therapeutic makes this makes this professor's head massage, then you can see that this is like a Tai Chi for the patient, because not everybody does Qigong and Tai Chi, but need help. So this is Professor Wu's head massage. And doesn't work again.
Yeah, holding here.
Yeah. It's okay. Please, yeah, don't do this. Back, please.
Back here. Correct.
So you probably know these words. Unfortunately, no, you cannot see. So the breath of heaven and earth, quarreling with each other, the four seasons wade into each other's jurisdictions. Trees grow confused. The herds of animal spreading, and the people are also restlessness. So there are many problems everywhere: heavenly chi, earthly chi, mankind chi in the society. That means chaos. Deep, radical, and dramatic change. It is true. Nowadays, yes, but it was written about 2,300 years before by Chuang-Tzu. That means people survive the same problems. And the question is why we got these periods when we have got much more problems than as usual. Okay, nowadays chaos is for us. Nowadays chaos is very bad, but those people, for those people, were also bad, but different way. And why is it happen? The styles of chi flow. So there are some ancient cosmological theories saying that different 2,160 years after each other gives a new period we have to experience. And because between these, we have got about 1,000 years for the shift, for changing. And altogether 1,000 years, 500 for the ending, 500 for the new. But this is about, everything is about. Such transition time is really difficult because two conflicting patterns quarrels with each other, and the two styles of chi flow quarrels with each other. And this is why the chaos goes. Transition sub-period, maybe we are again in a transition sub-period. Yes, this is this, can you see 2,160 after each other. This is harmonious about 1,000 years. This is disharmonious about 1,000 years. So this is one period, this is next period, and this is the time of chaos, probably. So chi patterns, that means style of chi flow, heavenly and earthly chi, are they permanent or not? Of course not. And when the heavenly chi and earthly chi is in a serious changing, surely the mankind chi, the human chi, must follow this and to change. How can we feel these effects? Chi can probably be a kind of mediator between the outside and between the inner world. Maybe the chi, in this sense, can be a sense organ. Not organ, but you understand why do I tell this? So to feel impressions, to feel everything, how does the chi working. And let's go forward. I collect some people who about 2000 years before worked and taught us. If it is true what I taught, that it is not an accidental thing, that they are almost in the same time working to teach people and to introduce the next 2000 years how to Talmud. You see, great teachers, great teachings. And some religions started that time. And nowadays, maybe started from some 100 years before, and it will be continuing. Started with this, nowadays we are there. We don't know what will be later, but this is the second, not second, but the nowadays current transition time with cows. I wrote this blue one because of the modernity, these terms. So current transition period, which brought, for now, technical civilization and some kind of digital chi flow. And this is why I told you, and thank you for your tolerance, because I collected some from different areas, some phenomena, what you can feel. So everything changing, chopped, step-like changing instead of waving, and congestion and gathering like, and can you see this? I don't know how to move. Never mind, it will be later. This is the picture, don't show. So this waving, thank you very much. So this waving like what before was usual, doesn't matter because later I will use this corner also. Thank you very much. Please remain here because okay. So can you see from sinus like goes to yes, no, 0, 1, digital like. This is the process of the digitalization. Sorry. So some weather, sudden fronts, before that was known. Daily temperature, seasonal changes, sharp sudden jumps. Gently rippling water, maybe sudden tsunami. Can you see? Too much and nothing. Too much and nothing. This is all the life nowadays. Or population and habits, gathering into gigapolises and other places nobody can live. Money, wealth, power, concentration, too much. On the other places, nothing. A step-like processes with delayed begins. So it would be this way, but no, it's delaying. After that, go up and delaying as I will go down. This is digitalization every moments of our life. For example, revolutions from the French Revolution. Instead of evolution, too much revolutions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Even in the music, can you see? This is Debussy, Clair de Lune. This is a Hungarian composer. Can you see these notes waving? This is the more melody, and nowadays rap and hard metal, and I don't know, only dang, 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 less melody. Thank you. So this is digital, this is, so summarizing that everything goes from waving analog to digital one. Thank you. The question is what will be in our bodies? So the same processes, because the macro world and the micro world corresponded to each other. Moving from analog to digital style of life, everything tends to be sampled, discrete, quantized, past-like, sudden changing in inner processes, body fluids. What will happen with the inner body fluid? Blood pressure jumping up and down. bowel movements, bladder functions, and so on, or cramps in the muscle, blood vessel, nerve, mind, suddenly and exaggerated instead of a slow proportional. This is the picture. Can you see? I want to do this and exaggerated action of the muscle, and after that painful things like that, and or the nervous system. We are tensioned and all the time in the standby station, and which can cause spasm and everywhere in the body and soul and mind. So modern diseases are connected with stress and maybe connected with this digital changing, maybe. So, so this the same patterns. This is the second.
No,
only the top is the same, but the others now. So we shouldn't underestimate the electrosmog, the role of it. Electrosmog is not older than 100 or 120 years. In the beginning of 20th century, it was started. The electromagnetic fields is radiated off from the wires, and after that, it changed that more and more equipment was used, and after that, 1970s, it have been changed to digital one, equipment, computers, space telecommunications, radiates, and so, and the GPS, mobiles, Wi-Fi, and so on. Electrosmog grows year by year and becomes more and more digital. Maybe true, maybe not. But I think this is, if the chi can be as a sense organ, then the electrosmog and digitalization of this can make those problems what Professor Wu's head massage and Qigong can very good smoothing. So thank you. And some TCM concepts. What is really going on? Maybe the yin yang, when it's changing one to the other, maybe that yin yang will be for eternity, okay. But the style of changing from yin to yang and from yang to yin may be changing nowadays. This is, for example, so yes, and after the change, after the something, after the change, more suddenly than before, maybe. And maybe connected with this can occur possible new style disharmonies in conjunction maybe with digitalization. Yin yang, Wu Xing, who don't know. If yes, then digital patterns must probably be taken into consideration in TCM also, because Yalan Perro's book was collected, finished 2000 years before, and maybe new phenomena comes to this, and maybe Professor Wu said massage and Tai Chi, this is why it's so actual. So, for example, as the liver has to smooth things, and till now I try to show that support, I try to suppose that stop and go processes is going on, that this gives liver, for the liver, extreme load comparing to before. Spleen, transportation, spleen, transportation function, stop and go. This can cause the spleen problems, weak spleen functions, or lung, which can make connection between outside and inside, but we can be defended. Of course, the lung and tachang will get more load than before. So why? Because sharp, sudden, excessive stop and go chop problems. This is why. Not only in the body. Thank you. Thanks. Please. So if the chi would be sense organ, the digitalization will impact our personal chi first, And only after that to the body tissues, because qi is more sensitive than skin, for example, or muscles. And this is why we must cultivate our qi, doing qigong. And now I arrive to Professor Wu's teachings, what is the main topic now. We must make our qi healthy, strong, and harmonious in those times when in the transition period, it is not automatic anymore. It is this or that or this or that. And without this style of Tai Chi, what Professor Wu teaches, everything stop and go, stop and go. Okay? And this is what I do. Thank you very much. So we live now under the increased pressure and stress in this transition, maybe this is transition period. And we need teachings again, as 2,300 years before people complained for and asked for teachings. So Professor Wu came to Hungary and started to teach Tai Chi, Qigong, Chinese massage, and his own method, Professor Wu's head massage in Hungary, and everywhere now in Canada. So I think that these modern problems can be solved with this style of movement, what Professor Wu's head massage suggests to do. In the beginning, I thought that everything as a complex must do and must take in consideration. I just want to highlight it, this stop and go thing, this change. So Professor Wu's head massage origins, he was who noticed that the living style of humankind and people one by one has been changing very seriously. More sitting work and more technical ways, less moving, and exert the mind and the sense organs. And the style of massages remain as 8,000 years before. Most of all, the body is treated by them. And this is why Professor Wu wants to do his own head massage. And to follow the changing in the lifestyle. And just a note that there was in 56 that a Hungarian Canadian professor who introduced the stress in the literature, but he didn't give any methods for reducing stress, please. But Professor Wu made his head massage, which is rooted in a traditional Chinese theory and traditional Chinese massage movements. And this is very ancient and very, very trustable, but answers the modern life's adventures. Thank you very much. For nowadays, we can tell that 3 continent is very well successfully. I forget the word. And difficulties and opportunities when Hungary had got this system changing in '89. Then more and more problems got people, the population, and the modern Western medicine, what was only the health caring way, cannot follow these processes. But traditional Chinese medicine, that was the time when it came in, and this opened a space for the for the traditional Chinese medicine, including Professor Wu's head massage. This is the receiving environment also, because not very Western point of view, not very tolerant to the others, and this is a hard problem also there. But nowadays, Hungarian legislation process is much better than before, but much worse than in Ontario, for example. So this is not the best one. That was the moment when Professor Wu arrived to Budapest in 1990. He was there 90 till 98 when he moved to Canada. And after his book was published in Hungary, this is yellow over there, orange, then he came back, and every year he teaches us for his method, wonderful method. People like this very much. Every year collecting to study, and the patients of them enjoy very much. Thank you, Professor. And that time was a conference on Balaton Lake, where he showed this open way on the conference first time. It was a very great success. Chinese doctors there enjoyed this very much, especially the patients. After that, in Budapest, was something. After that, Budapest, he started the first official Wu's head massage group to teach. And you can see here the publisher companies, people. And after that, Professor Wu made a Hungarian association, Wu's head massage and Qigong association. These pictures are there. Thank you. These pictures also on some courses of Professor Wu. Some advantages of Professor Wu's head massage. Very traditional and at the same time very modern. Really effective in most cases. Universal, non-invasive. There is not any side effect. So safe. And WHM, Wu's head massage, yet can reduce stress, helps to avoid falling into so-called stress syndrome, and gives many other possibilities, such as Wu's head massage is good to form and keep a right attitude, helpful for senior people, also keeping abilities to study and work, and slowing down the degeneration in brain. Wu's head massage is useful also as a cosmetician way. It helps to keep young expression. Not young mean just English young. I'm afraid never mind. Wu's head massage to treat diseases, but it is good to prevent them, and it also good in rehabilitation. And other advantages for the future spreading. No painful. It can be applied without diagnosis. Good also for healthy people. Artistical, elegant, and beautiful. This way, attractive to try it. I got patients who saw one time, and this is why he come, because he don't believe anything, but it was so beautiful, he wants to get this, and he yet comes. So it can be cooperative with other methods, of course, with acupuncture. So patient lays down, get needles, after that head massage, and so on. Or other methods, for example, even the modern Western medicine methods. Easy to use both for clients and for practitioners, because you know why. And practitioners can be skilled for a shorter and simpler way rather than TCM doctors or acupuncturists, and even better. And it can be permitted easier in Western countries. So we can tell that Professor Wu's head massage, such as Tai Chi, Qigong, and acupressure, are good as a first step sensitization to Chinese medicine and acupuncture in any non-Chinese environment. It is important. So, and we in Hungary are really lucky as we can get these marvelous and effective knowledge personally from Professor Wu. And please continue this notion, please. So effects and dimensions, direct teachings and healings have been making deep impact on many thousands of Hungarian people, the students, patients, uncountable number of them. When COVID started, we began everyday online training, and it was very good, and still it's continuing. People like them, and it was a real help in those beginning times. Everybody sitting at home and something to do. Professor Wu sent this book, and after that we can start this through Zoom. So traditional Chinese medicine is probably the most evidence-based medicine on the earth. There's a evidence-based medicine is a modern terminology, something for the Western medicine, but I believe that because of the longest history, largest number of the patients and doctors since times, or the systematical book, this is the most evidence-based medicine. So this is what I would like to tell you, that modern times bring changes. These changing most of digital ones, and we must follow this, build on the tradition, but must notice that something new comes. And Professor Wu's head massage, Tai Chi and Qigong does this. And many sources, we get stress from many sources. Extreme load for people and the environment, causing raised level of stress and modern diseases. Harmful consequences can be successfully attenuated by applying Professor Wu's head massage, Tai Chi, Qigong, and TCM. And I would like to highlight just now only this smoothing and caressing, something which is contradictory for digitalization. Okay, and that was thank you. This one doesn't go.
It still is not going. It was going, but it's not going anymore. Was here. Oh, okay.
This is so. Professor Wu's teachings are so important. Why Professor Wu's teachings are so important? Because Wu's head massage is much more than a simple massage on the head, like cosmetician massage and things like that. Wu's head massage is a real unification of science and the art of Chinese healing. So what Professor Wu Binqiang brings us to Hungary and West, this is not else and not less than the Tao of the Chinese healing itself. So Professor Wu's teaching and healing reach directly more than thousands of Hungarian people, but together with his students, patients, this would be an uncountable number up till now. So we would really be pleased getting continuous teachings from Professor Wu in the future also. We look forward to see you again in Budapest, students and patients. Thank you very much. So I sorry about my sufferings because of my English. This is not my original language. I would like to tell you one more important thing. I just finished this now, and this is why Professor Wu haven't seen. If something is good in it, this is his how to tell. So this. Something is not good in it, only my responsibility. If maybe not true, maybe not good, I don't know. But I believe that these are working and can give some new aspects to continue your responsible work. Thank you very much for your kind attention and tolerance. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words.
You're welcome.
好，尊敬的张伯礼院士，各位专家、各位同仁，大家好。由于签证的原因，没能在现场和大家一起学习交流，那我们今天就借助我们录播的形式给大家进行汇报。我给大家汇报的题目呢是中医学生命观与气功锻炼。讲这个题呢，我想从3个方面来讲。第一呢，气功与中医学生命观它们之间的联系。第二呢，讲一讲气功锻炼的机制。第三，我们正在编写的我们的统编教材中医气功学的教材的编写的这样一些思路。首先我想呢，气功与中医学有什么关系，尤其是跟中医生命观的这样一个关联。气功大家可能并不陌生，但是呢，对气功这个词的概念和定义呢，却是历来受到一些争议的。那从字面上来讲，气功练气的功夫嘛，对吗？也是对的，但是呢，并不完全。因为我们可以这样来讲，就是气功是对人体生命的锻炼，这句话没有错。那这个对人体生命的锻炼呢，因此我们就从逻辑上来讲，要了解气功或者要练好气功呢，就必须首先要了解人体生命。但是呢，这个气功是中国古人对人体生命的锻炼，因此我们就可以说，要练好气功，要明确气功的机制机理呢，就要明晰古人对人体生命的认识，也就是我们中医对人体生命的认识了。因为气功它是基于中医学的基本的这种原理，中医学对人体生命的基本的这样一个认识。那么中医是怎么来认识人体生命的呢？也就是中医学的这样的生命观。那这个生命观在《淮南子》当中呢，就讲到了。他说：“夫形者，生之舍也；气者，生之冲也；神者，生之志也。”也就是说，人体生命是由3个要素来构成的。第一个要素呢，就是形态结构，它像人体生命的房舍那样，那当然是缺一不可的。气是作为充斥在这个房舍周围的，叫生之冲；神作为人体生命的主宰，是人体生命的这样一个主要的主宰的部分。因此，在《淮南子》当中呢，就把对人体生命的这样一个最基本的构成做了一个简要的概述。人就是由这3个要素来构成的。那我们先看看西医对人体生命怎样认识的，我们对比着来看，我们可能就比较明晰了。西医也认为人是由形态结构来构成的，那么它的形态结构除了解剖学，随着现代科学的发展，我们可以用显微镜、放大镜、光学显微镜、电子显微镜能看到从黏膜到细胞到更细小的这样一些分子结构，甚至到 DNA 这样的一些水平。所以西医研究人体，它是从形态结构来开始认识的。那么除此以外呢，西医也认识到了人体生命除了形态结构以外呢，还有人的精神意识。所以西医认为人是由2个要素来构成人体生命的，一个就是形态结构，一个就是我们讲的精神意识。这2个要素在人体当中是不可或缺，缺一不可，所以现代医学把人的生命叫做新生的这样的医学。但中医怎样认识的呢？其实中医也是这样认识的，也认为人是由形态结构和精神意识来构成的。但是呢，我们由于中医学历史的原因，没有放大镜、显微镜，因此他认识到的只是大体的解剖。除此之外，跟西医不一样的地方就是西医认为人有2个要素构成，但中医学呢认为人是有3个要素来构成的。这个就是中医学经常讲到的气。要说中医学讲到这个气到底是什么，有没有什么客观的论证和验证呢？我们可以从现代科学的发展当中来为中医学的气呢找到一个认证的这样一个方式和方法。那么从上个世纪的20、30年代就比较实行的对人体生命辉光现象的研究，那么就到 50、60年代，随着电磁波的这种发展，我们逐渐研究到了人体周围的这样一个有红外啊、电磁波的特征、声光电磁的这样一些特征。那这个实验呢，是我们学校江西中药大学我们气学的研究平台做的这样一个实验。我们有用红外成像仪呢，可以检测到人体周围可以辐射红外这样一个特殊的电磁波的这样一个波段。那么我们检测了人体的劳宫穴，我们用红外呢对着我们劳宫穴去进行检测的时候呢，我们可以发现人体劳宫穴它能够辐射一定程度的这样一些红外。但是当我们加上不同的意识和意念的时候呢，那么这样的信息红外的强度呢就会有所增加。比如说我们测了3组人啊，第一组呢我们就想我们的手的温度在升高，第二组呢就想我的手在发烫，第3组呢就想我的手呢火烧火燎，像一团火那样的。这个实验呢，当我们做的臆想了10分钟以后，我们再去拍摄的时候呢，我们就可以看到这3组实验的人员的劳宫穴的温度呢，红外的强度呢都增加了，但是它的程度不一样。臆想温度升高的第一组，他手的温度升高了，红外辐射强度增加了。那么第2组讲我手在发烫的，那么升高的更多一些。那么尤其是第3组想手在火烧火燎的这种形象性思维的，它诱导出来的人体的红外辐射的强度就更强一点。这个实验呢说明了2个问题，第一个呢就是人体可以辐射出红外这样一个电磁波，第二呢，人体当中周围这个红外是可以受人的意识来支配的。古人没有红外电磁场这样一个名称，古人就笼统的把它叫做什么呀？叫做气。因此我们也可以推论，在我们人体当中是可以辐射出气这样一种物质，这样一种场性物质的。那么这种场性物质也可以受我们的意识来支配的。除此之外呢，那我们可以看到在香港大学的黄国成教授呢，他也运用了红外的成像技术呢，拍摄到了在人体经络当中可以拍摄到明显的这种红外的这样一个成像。那么比如说他针刺的这个手上三焦经外关穴的时候呢，可以清晰的拍摄到在三焦经这条线路上面出现的红外的这样一个特征，还有足厥阴肝经等等。这说明呢，红外作为一种场性物质，在人体当中它是可以被检测到的。那么我们学校呢也运用了检测太子波的设备，就是电磁波的一个很特殊的波段，我们把我们的穴位，我们的皮肤的一定的穴位放到我们的探测窗口的时候呢，我们也能够检测到人体当中可以辐射出除了红外还有太赫兹波的这样一种电磁波的这样一个辐射。这也说明人体辐射这种场性物质是客观存在的，但我们不能说太赫兹波红外就是那个气，但起码我们可以用红外电磁波声光电磁来表征人体当中有这样一个非实体的场性物质的这样一个客观存在那么这个客观存在这个强度呢，可以随着我们体质的程度、体质的差异呢而有所变化。那现在我们正在做这方面的这样一些课题。好，我们现在有3个国家基金在做人体太赫兹波的这样一个场性物质的这样一个检测。我们检测了不同的穴位、不同的体质与不同的疾病，那么他们的太赫兹波的特征的这样一些变化这也是作为中医学对场性物质、对气的这样一个实证的这样一些研究。所以我们讲气是客观存在的，虽然我不知道它是什么，但我们可以去把握它的规律。也就是说，气作为构成人体生命的一个要素，它是中医学当中一个重要的概念，同时它也是构成人体生命的这样一个要素。用现代科学的方法是可以检测到它的客观实在的。那么随着现代科学的向前推进和发展，我想在今后我们可以用更多的现代科学的仪器来认证人体周围的气，它是一个客观存在。我讲这个的目的呢，是想说明作为我们人体生命的构成，西医认为人是由2个要素来构成的，就是形态结构和精神意识。但作为中医来讲呢，除了形态结构和精神意识以外呢， 还有第3个要素就是气。这样一个观念对于我们认识生命呢，有很重要的这样的作用。这个作用就是形气神三位一体的这样的生命观，对于我们锻炼我们的身体、强化我们的这样一个身心健康呢，有着积极重要的作用。我们讲的气功呢，正是对人体生命这3个要素的锻炼和调控。因此，我们讲气功概念的时候呢，我们就提到气功是对人体生命的锻炼。你要了解气功，就必须了解人体生命。那么这个人体生命是古人对人体生命的认识，因此我们要了解古人对人体生命的认识，才能够进一步的去明晰气功锻炼的这样一个机制和的机理。这也就是说，我们要把这3个要素合在一起，人体生命才自我组织、自我优化、自我平衡，人体才处在一个平衡的稳态的当中。所以什么是气功呢？我们给气功下的定义就是气功就是对人体生命的锻炼和调控。进一步的来说，气功就是对构成人体生命的形气神3个要素的锻炼和调控。最终的目标呢，是要使这3个要素达到一体，形成3位一体的这样一个状态，生命就处在一个自我组织、自我优化的这个状态当中。我们很好理解我们这样的一个问题，也就是说，当我们日常生活当中，我们只有把这3个要素合在一起的时候，我们的生命才自我组织、自我优化、自我调节、自我平衡了。但是平时呢，我们的人的生命这3个要素往往是分离的，往往是分开的。比如想一想我们自己，我们在日常生活当中，我们每天早晨，我们从起床、刷牙、洗脸到开车上班、工作、吃饭，晚上回来睡觉。大家想，在这一整天的过程当中，你的精神意识是放在哪呢？几乎都在外边，几乎都在外在的事物上面，没有把意识和自己的生命运动结合在一起。因此呢，我们就感觉很累，我们就在不断的消耗我们自己。那么中医学的生命观就要求我们把精神意识和形和气3个东西呢去合在一起，那我们生命就自我组织、自我优化、自我平衡了。这也是中国传统的健身项目和现代体育项目不一样的地方。传统的健身项目是需要把意识回到生命当中来，比如我们打太极拳我们眼睛也看着手意识要跟着动作来走，就是为了把我们的意识和形体动作和我们周身的气结合在一起，从而达到形气神3位一体的这样一个状态，这样一个优化的这样一个状态。但是我们讲的现在体育项目呢，跑步打球跳舞我们的意识都是外放的，因此呢，它在不断的消耗着我们。所以中国传统的锻炼的方法，无论是气功和太极拳，都是需要把意识和自己的生命运动结合在一起，使我们的生命达到自我组织、自我调整、自我平衡的这样一个状态，也就是我们讲的生命的优化的这样一个状态。所以我们讲气功的机制就是2句话。第一，气功的锻炼是对形气神的锻炼和调控。气功锻炼的目的，气功锻炼的目标就是使形气神这3个要素呢达到一体，这样就是气功锻炼。气功并不神秘，所以平常我们讲到的闭目养神，把意识收回到身体当中，其实也是一种锻炼。当我们把意识和形体动作结合在一起的时候，我们就能够把握气功锻炼的要旨和的机制了。所以我们首先要明确气功锻炼到底是锻炼什么，它的机制机理是什么。这样呢，我们明晰了这些呢，我们才能够对气功锻炼呢有所了解，就不会感觉到它那样的神秘。其实它是很简单，也很直接。我们在日常生活当中，我们也可以再把意识回到身体当中来，其实这也是在练功。具体来讲，我们对3个要素进行锻炼，比如我们对形进行调控，可以使形气神3位一体。所谓对形进行调控，我们知道每一种锻炼的方法都有一定的锻炼的知识和要求，包括我们的静功、动功等等。 那这些呢，都需要我们把意识灌注在我们动作当中，无论是我们站也好，坐也好，动作也好，我们叫做神助庄中，气随庄动。那么通过一定的动作呢，引导体内的气血沿着正确的轨道来运行，也就是我们讲，你站要有站相，坐要有坐相。当我们不正确的姿势，就会障碍我们气的这样的运行。当然，我们也知道，通过一定的动作可以引动经络，我们牵拉的筋经、皮部、经络，进而呢影响什么呀？影响脏腑的机能啊。这也是我们基于中医学的这样一个机理，通过形体运动的方法呢，来达到牵引经络、调整脏腑机能的这个作用。当然，我们一定的知识和一定的动作呢，也能够促进气机的流行，来开关通窍。这就是我们通过形来调整我们生命，来调整我们的身形，通过达到那个三位一体。调整身形的目的是什么呢？就是三位一体。调整身形的过程，注意，我们来调，谁来调呢？是要我们来锻炼，是要我们意识来锻炼。所以这个过程本来就是一个形气神合在一起的这样一个过程。这是第一个方面，通过调控形达到形气神三位一体。我给大家做一个示意啊，我们讲人是由这三个要素构成的，我们怎么来练呢？我们先是这样，我们先必须把意识守在我们身体里边。最容易的是守着我们的形，也就是我们讲到的神助到庄中。这个助呢，是灌注，是想，或者是我们去看。那么通过意识去跟动作的结合，灌注在动作当中。大家想，意识灌注在动作当中，那么你就感觉到气来了。我们讲意到气到，我们刚刚那个实验，我们刚刚那个想红外劳宫穴那个实验想温度升高啊，想手发烫啊，想火烧火燎啊，他们引导的气的程度不一样，就是这个道理。所以呢，当我们把意识灌注在形体动作的时候，气就来了，我们就能感觉到气了啊。谁感觉到的？意识感觉到的。因此，这个过程就达到了形气神三位一体的这样一个过程。我再重复一遍这个过程就是我们通过把意识回到身体当中就神我们三个要素来构成，我们把意识灌注在形体当中，气就来了，意到气到，气来了，谁感觉了？意识感觉到了，意识感觉到了呢，那三个东西不就在一体了吗？这三个东西就合在一起了。因此，我们在日常生活当中，我们在练功的过程当中，正是贯穿着这样一个机制和到机理。我们把这三个东西呢，想方设法的合在一起比如我们讲，通过动作通过一手的哪个地方，一手丹田也好一手上丹田、下丹田、中丹田也好，都是为了什么呀？都是为了把意识和自己的生命运动结合在一起，使我们生命得到自我组织、自我优化、自我的这样一个调整的这样一个过程。我想这就是我们讲到的练功的这样一个机制。第一，通过调形使形气神三位一体；第二呢，我们也可以通过调气而达到形气神三位一体。这调气的方式呢，我想有这三种，一种是以形引气，第二呢以意引气，第三呢以阴声引气。所谓讲以形引气，就是我们通过动作来引导气机所谓讲的引体令柔，导气令和，因为动作可以牵拉经络，可以畅通气机，也可以引导全身气的一个升降出入的这样一个过程，通过形体来引导。所以很多的练功的锻炼都有一定的知识和到动作以整套的这种动作。第二个呢，叫做以意引气，就是我们刚刚讲意识要引导，所以因此呢，我们练功呢需要安静，需要用意识和生命运动结合在一起，这叫意来引气。第三个呢，我们可通过音声来引气，通过声音来引气，比如大家熟悉的六字诀就通过六个声音来引导脏腑气机的这样的运动变化。所以这也是什么呀？但是注意这个过程，你以形引气也好，以意引气也好，以音声引气也好，都是使三个要素合在一起，都是使 人体构成人体生命的形气神这3个要素合在一起的这样一个过程啊。第3个呢，我们对神的锻炼和调控，对我们的意识的锻炼和调控啊，我们也有这3个方法哈，它可以循序渐进的来做。比如说，第一个方法呢，我们讲虚静无为啊，就是使我们的意识处于一种很虚静的状态，在这种状态当中呢，没有杂念，那么我们的生命状态呢就会有序，没有情绪的干扰嘛。因为我们中医学当中肯定讲到，这个人体的意识、情绪对气是会产生影响的。所以，当我们的意识能够宁静下来的时候呢，生命当中的气，身体当中的气呢，就会自我组织、自我优化、自我调整了。所以，它就处在一个什么呀？自然发生的有序的状态。当然，这个状态呢，一般人比较难以达到。那我们可以通过什么呢？通过专一心念的方法。所谓讲专一心念，就是我们不想其他的，我们就想一个东西。因为大家想一想，我们人的意识是发散性的哈，由此及彼，有一个想的很多很多。那么我们气功锻炼呢，是要求我们把意识回到身体当中来，那它就比较单一。因此呢，我们可以用专注一手想一个东西，比如我就想丹田，比如我就想身体当中某一个穴位、某一条经络，因此呢，把意识灌注在相应的事物当中，从而使身体去发生变化。比如我们这个真气运行法，那就是这样啊，它通过意识和到这个任督脉的这样的循行的结合呢，来把意识集中起来，那么去感知经脉气血的这样的一个流行。这是第2种方法，我们可以专一一个东西。第3个呢，我们也可以用意识引导的方法哈。意识引导的方法，其实就是我们刚刚讲的神助庄中，气随庄动，就是积极主动的将意识和生命运动结合在一起，来引导气的开合出入哈。比如我们可以通过拉气的方法哈，引导气人体气的这种出移入。我们知道人体的气它有运动基本形式就是升降出入嘛。所谓讲升降出入无气不有，这个是一个客观的事实。那我们也可以通过意识的导引来配合动作，来引导我们身体的气的一开一合、一出一入，乃至于气机的这样一些升降。所以呢，气功锻炼通过对神的调控，也是让形气神达到3位一体的哈。当然，我们要提醒大家注意的是，对神的锻炼和调控，那么肯定包括什么呀？对心性的锻炼，因为我们的意识的锻炼呢，跟我们的心性有关系。那么也涉及到陶冶情操和道德的涵养，因此练功呢也特别的强调要涵养道德，要陶冶情操，要心性，对心性呢进行一些锻炼和修炼，那么使我们的情绪意识能够得到平稳。当然，虽然我们是这样分开来讲，对形的锻炼和调控，对神的气的锻炼和调控，对神的锻炼和调控，但是呢，形气神的锻炼和调控，这是一个整体，相辅相成的整体的。因为对形的锻炼和调控，当然离不开对神和气的影响。你调控调谁呢？谁来调呢？调了以后，它的效应呢是气发生的运动嘛。所以对形的调控呢，离不开对神和气的影响。第二呢，对气的调控，它肯定也糅合了对形和神的调理。因为对气的调理，气是充斥在形体周围的，因此呢，对气的调理呢，它也是跟意识、跟形体的密切相关。那么对神的锻炼和调控呢，更必须落实到形和气上面来，要不然就是一个虚的了哈。所以我们虽然讲，是对3个方面，形气神3个方面进行锻炼和调控，但它是一个整体，是相辅相成的这样一个整体。我们明白了气功锻炼的机制，就是对形气神进行锻炼，就是对构成人体生命的3个要素去进行锻炼。锻炼的目标和境界，就是让我们这个形气神达到3位一体，使我们生命处在一个稳态、一个平衡态的过程当中，那我们的生命就处在一个自我组织、自我优化的这样一个状态。这就是气功锻炼的这样一个机制。 我们明白了这个机制呢，我们就会自觉的在气功锻炼当中，把意识和我们的形和气呢很好的结合在一起啊，我们就能够明白它的这样的机制，就不会感到它的神秘啊。我们也能够在我们的疾病的康复过程当中呢，把这样的方法呢贯穿在我们的这个疾病的康复和治疗当中去。最后呢，我想讲一下这个中医气功与内症体察的这样一个关系啊。为什么要讲内症体察呢？李时珍讲啊，内景随道，唯反观者能察照之。就是中医对人体生命的认识，中医学的形成和发展，我觉得是离不开古人对自身的这样一个体悟。除了在实践当中对人体的这样一些认识啊，那么也离不开一种特殊的方法，就像李时珍讲的那样的，人体当中的那个内在的景象是要内求的，是要为反观者能察照之的。在《生机总录》当中也讲到的，闭目内视，五脏历历分明，来知其所处，五脏可安。这些都说明，除了我们日常当中我们所熟知的外求的方法，去研究外在事物的方法以外，其实还是古人更多的呢，是用自我体察的方法去体察人体生命。因此呢，我们编了一本教材，叫《中医内症体察学》。中医内症体察学呢，是我们在中医基础理论的指导下面在中医学的生命观的指导下，通过中医内症体察的技术去认识人体生命的规律，提高人体生命的活动机能，以实现体悟中医学，探索生命的奥秘，促进中医学的临床发展，这样为目标的这样一门学科。那么现在呢，我们也在跟我们的本所连读班的班的同学和我们的研究生同学呢，我们在开这样一门课程。那实践证明，那么这门课程的开设对于同学们进一步认识中医，尤其是认识中医当中的气的理论、气的学说，有很重要的这样一个意义。所谓讲的内症体察呢，就是通过内症的锻炼，这个内症的锻炼就是我们通俗的讲的气功的这种锻炼，中医气功的锻炼，来达到一种状态，达到生命的优化状态。那我们称之为人体生命要素的一个优化状态，就是形气神三位一体的状态。我们在这个状态当中呢，我们就强化了我们人的那种内在的感知的那种功能，体察身体生命的功能，那么就去察知人体内在的生命运动和到人体生命的变化。来体察什么呢？来体察这么几个方面。第一呢，去体察人体的脏腑组织结构的这样去运动。大家想，我们的意识很少去观测我们生命的这样的运动，尤其是观测我们生命的各个脏器的这样的运动。那么跟中医特色密切相关的呢，就是我们通过在这样一个优化的状态当中，去强化了我们的感知机能，去体察人体之气的流行和人体之气的开合聚散。其实人体气的这种流行，人体气的开合聚散是一个客观的事实。比如我们讲的肝主疏泄，肺气主疏降，人体之气的开合出入都是真实的客观存在。通过我们的实验研究，我们前面讲的，我们通过太子波的检测，经络输血的太子波的这样特征的研究，我们也能论证到人体当中这个场性物质它是在有规律的在运动着的，那只是我们人没有感知到它，但通过我们的特殊的锻炼，通过我们达到的优化的状态，我们就可以感知到人体气脉的这样的流行。第三点呢，尤其是我们通过我们的内症体察呢，我们可以体察到经络的循行。经络当中气脉的流行，我们知道经络我们要得气，得的那个气是什么？那么除了用针灸扎到的得到那个气，我们可不可以通过一定特殊的锻炼的方法来体验到人体当中经络真的有气在循行呢？ 我想我们通过内政体察的方法是可以做到。第四一点呢，内政体察也可以是体察人体生命嘛，当然也包含着去体察我们人的意识、情绪的这样一些变化。比如我们讲，哎，你今天怎么就不高兴了？今天怎么就高兴了？今天怎么就想忧郁了？等等，这情绪如何起来的，其实也是我们身体气机运动变化的这样一些结果。所以，中医内政体察它是以气功锻炼作为基础啊，所以我们在我们的本科生当中，在研究生当中，我们每年暑期我们都会举办中医内政体察的学习班。那应该说这几年我们举办的第7届啊，这几年呢，我们应该取得比较好的这种效应哈。那么应该说96%的以上同学都能够感觉到身体周围的气的客观存在。那么其他一大半的同学呢，通过特殊的2周的这种锻炼，能够感觉到我们经络气脉的这样的循行啊，这个是我们每年都会做，好吧？我今年呢，我们暑期我们也举办了一个中医内政体察的集训啊，就是我们的本科生和我们的研究生啊，这些同学们写了一些体会，我觉得很真实哈。同学们讲大家有兴趣可以看看我们的微信公众号啊，其中提到气是真实不虚的，内政是可以体察到的哈。打开感受世界另一扇窗户，那么可以用内政体察的方法去感知、去体察到人体生命当中的气机的这样一个运动变化。我想，内政体察呢是它的基础，就是气功的锻炼，所以中医气功学跟中医有着不可分割的这样的联系。一方面，中医气功可以在养生保健、康复治疗领域当中呢发挥积极重要的作用。在《诸病预防论》当中，我们大家都认为它是一个病因病机学专著，但是呢，它却是一部中医气功学的第一部的气功学专著，因为它里边没有药方，只有什么呀，导引吐纳的这样一些方子啊。在不同的病候当中都给出了不同的这样一个导引的这样一个方法。那中医气功学是中医养生保健治疗当中的一个重要的这样一个组成部分。那么这种气功的锻炼也是我们中医内政体察的基础。作为中医院校的学生，我觉得他们应该掌握一个这样的方法，除了用现代科学的知识去研究认识中医学的话，也可以通过古人的那种内求的方法去认识体察中医。最后呢，我想讲一讲这个我们师中联海外中医系列教材哈，中医气功学的编写的思路哈。这个呢，我在这个上次在开会的时候呢，我也做了一些介绍哈这里我想讲4个方面哈。第一个呢，中医气功学就必须立足于中医的基础理论，因为气功五花八门，对吧？各家各派，包括儒家、道家、佛家、武术家等等。但作为中医气功学，作为对人体生命的研究，作为一门教材，它就必须严格的遵循中医学的基础理论，而不是其他的理论，而不是其他神神叨叨的东西。这个我们一定要在气功当中去创这个主流，讲这个科学。我们应该理直气壮的把我们正确的理论去占领这块阵地，我觉得这十分的重要啊，十分重要。因此我们在编写本科教材当中，我们也是很注重这样一点，要立足于中医的基础理论。第二个呢，要突出中医学的生命观，我们要用中医学的生命观来阐释、来解释中医学、中医气功的锻炼的机制，使它不那么神秘破除它的神秘的这样一些色彩。那么只有把生命观贯穿在中医气功锻炼当中呢，我们才可以破除这样一种气功的这种神秘的这样一个色彩。所以呢，要突出中医学的这样一个生命观。第三呢，我们必须强调临床的适用强调临床适用，因为这些方法呢，它在临床上应该是有用的，我们是要适用的。所以呢，我们在编写过程当中，我们会注重怎么样来理论联系实际的来运用包括我们会收录一些在这个新冠病毒康复过程当中的一些功法为此呢，我们也编创一些功法呢 在现实当中运用的很好啊。我们和这个英国的威尔森三一生大学呢，我们的一个合作，那么现在还在进行这个我们编创的一个功法，叫健肺复原导引法呢。那么对于肺系疾病和到新冠病毒后期的这个后遗症，那应该说取得比较好的疗效哈。现在已经发了好几篇文章啊，这个也是和他们大学进行的这样一个合作啊，要强调临床的这样一个实用。第4点呢，要体现中医内症体察的这样一个特色。我想这本教材是给中医学生来运用的。现在给中医学生来运用，除了去掌握气功学的基本的知识和到功法，那么特别要注重的是，对中医内症体察，学习中医的时候，怎么样把这个气功学呢，能够融入到我们的学习当中，对气、对中医学的一些气的理论、气的概念进行的认识的过程当中。因此呢，我们把这个内症体察既作为一种临床实用的这样一门学问，也作为我们中医学子的一个方法啊，一个方法学。所以我们在教材当中呢，我们会融入这样一些编写的思路和到这样一些想法，那么力求呢实用性、基础性和到科学性的这样一些结合在一起啊，结合。我想也欢迎各位能够对我们的这个教材呢进行提出更好的这样的意见和的建议哈，建议好。时间关系呢，我就讲这些哈，请大家批评指正。好，谢谢大家。
How are you all doing? My name is Reginaldo. I come all the way from Brazil, where I run the Brazilian College of Chinese Medicine. And it's a great honor to be here and present this lecture in order to promote the way I think and the way I treat using acupuncture here in Brazil. So today I'm going to talk about Kanli acupuncture, channel-based acupuncture. Kanli method is a method developed here in my college where I promote the idea of using together and putting together the knowledge from the tradition and from the modernity. And this way of thinking that I put on use through the Kanli method is based on this Confucius quote. Kongzi said, "Reviewing the old and learning the new can become a teacher." Of course, he is not talking just about teaching, but he is very influential on education. That's why we see this sentence normally related to education, but actually the character shi relates to the one who does some occupation, the one who does a job. So when we put shi together with the character of medicine, yi, like yishi, we have the practitioner of medicine or the medical doctor. When we put it together with zhenzhou, which is normally translated as acupuncture and moxibustion, we have the person who practices this as the acupuncturist. But for me, the most important part is that he explicitly says that we need to balance the old and the new. We need to balance the tradition and modernity, as it's also the motto of my college. Unfortunately, in most Western countries, when we say something is old, normally people think that that thing is outdated, that there is no use for it because it's old. But actually, in Asian countries, including, and here specifically here, China, when you say something is old, it's traditional, it survived through time. So they value the old information. When we say about teacher, we use the character old as well. We use the Lao Shi, the one that holds that information from before and try to pass the information for the new generation. But we can't be stuck on the old. We need to learn from the new. And when we say something related to old and apply it to Chinese medicine, we are talking about the classical books. We are talking about, for example, the Huangdi. We're talking about the Nanjing. We're talking about the classical material and references that gives us the best knowledge to practice our traditional medicine. But as I mentioned, we cannot be stuck on the past. We need to learn new things. We need to incorporate new things. We need to integrate new things. We need to be careful not to modernize it too much that we lose our roots. We need to understand how to balance this. For example, when we talk about acupuncture, of course, nowadays we use stainless steel needles. But in the past, that was not the case. So we need to learn how to use the needles from the past. We need to understand how to manipulate the needles from the old material. But we must use the new material itself in order to produce the effects we desire through manipulating the qi in the body of the patient through using the needles. When we diagnose a patient in acupuncture practice, we need to learn and to use more and more the channel differentiation. We need to apply the 4 diagnostic method: inspection, we need to apply the olfaction, we need to apply the palpation, we need to apply the inquiry interrogation. When we apply it, we collect the information, we think through the traditional theories, and then we come to the diagnosis and syndrome differentiation. But if the patient brings you like an MRI, for example, it's valuable information. So we need to understand how to balance. We cannot go only for the new information, because this way we are losing our roots. But as I mentioned, we cannot be stuck in the past. So balancing old and new is a way to practice Chinese medicine in modern time. So Kanli method, the method we developed here in Brazil, it integrates the classical principles of Chinese medicine. We can talk about the old information, but we need to apply it into daily clinical application for modern people. Once again, old and new. A deep understanding on how to use these essential principles is extremely useful for improving the therapeutic effect of Chinese medicine in each of its different branches. And I mean different branches, I mean the Chinese herbs, Chinese food therapy. We talk about the acupuncture, we talk about massage and so on. We need to look back to the most influential and most important theories, and we need to start with the most essential one, the yin and yang theory. It's the most valuable information we have, and we need to understand it and how to apply it, because this way then we can talk about physiology related to yin and yang pathology. We can talk about diagnostic treatment. And when we talk about Kanli acupuncture, channel-based acupuncture, we need to think about how yin and yang can be seen, can be understood on anatomical basis. Which parts of the body can be divided into yin and yang? Always remember from this information below, where we have the characters, but also the line representation of yin and yang, that they are integrated principles. The definition of yin is the opposition of yang. The definition of yang is the opposition of yin. Beyond that, we have examples, but we are talking about looking at something in 2 different perspectives, that one opposes the other, but one is directly related to the other. So the most basic representation of yin and yang are the lines. So the straight long line here in red represents yang. A broken line, or actually a line that we have something like a cloud on it that doesn't allow me to see through, that's the yin, because the basic character representation of yin and yang are a mountain, then we have the bright side of the mountain where we have the sunshine, and we have the dark side of the mountain when we have the shadows, the clouds, but we are talking about the same mountain. So when we apply it to the body, we need to think, which parts of the body do we have more sunshine? Which parts of the body that we have less sunshine? This way, it's the first and basic way to start thinking about yin and yang applied to anatomical parts of the body. So as yin and yang can be understood through the I Ching, we can also think about their relations, how they connect and interact with each other through the lenses of the pictures, the images of the Bagua, the 8 diagrams. And when we look at it, we have two very important representations, which are actually Kan and Li, which gives the name of the method. And when we talk about Kan, we have the utmost representation of water, because Kan represents the trigram of water, and Li is the utmost representation of Yang, as it represents the fire. On the left, we have Kan. On the right, we have Li. So when we look at the utmost representation of water, we have Yang inside. When we have the utmost representation of Yang, the fire, we have Yin inside. Because one needs the other to be active, to be functional, to be applicable in the body. And we need to understand that this center line gives the power for the other to exist and to execute their functions. So water without the warmth of the fire is cold water, and cold water is not useful in Chinese medicine. When we talk about fire, it's totally immaterial and functional, but if we don't have the structure, it can be lost. It can be too powerful. So we need the control of water relating to the fire. So here we have an idea of the importance of integrating the yin and yang, the water and fire. And before talking about this passage from Lei Jing, from a text from Zhang Zheping, it's really important to remember that water and fire are the utmost representation of yin and yang, and it's written explicitly on Suen chapter 5. Yin is water, yang is fire. And Lei Jing puts it in another level. Lei Jing is a text that put together and try to categorize the information, and we can read it thus: in heaven, sun and moon are water and fire. We can see yin and yang. In the Yi Jing, Kan and Li are water and fire. Here, water and fire are, once again, the utmost representation of yin and yang. In medicine, heart and kidney are water and fire, and we can see it when you talk about the Wuxing theory, the 5-movement theory. In alchemy, essence and qi are water and fire. Now, the kidneys is water, and the generation of qi inside water is precisely through fire. So Zhang Zheping explicitly says that within the kidney, which is water, the yang line is the true fire. The heart is fire, and the generation of fluids inside fire is precisely through water. So when you look at the heart, the fire, we need to think about how it produces its function, how it works, and it's related to the true water. We can talk about the true fire in relation to Mingmen, which is in the center of the kidney. We can talk about the true water as the blood, which is in the center of the heart. So we have here the utmost yin and utmost yang, one helping the other. The mutual storage of water and fire within each other, this is where the utmost Tao is located. And this is what any physician should first examine attentively. So it says that we need to think about the relations and connections and how one stored the other in relation to water and fire, in relation to yin and yang. And when we apply it to the body, we need to think about which area is yang, which area is yin. Is this yang within yin? Is this yin within yang? And then we have the understanding of the proportions and the connections. Then we can choose the best point. Then we can choose the best channels, because we are talking about the regulation and the proportions of yin and yang. So here on the sides we have two representations of the Tai Chi, and in the center we have a pan that is boiling water. So which of the Tai Chi representation is correct? Both are correct, because a Tai Chi is a picture. We live in a moving world. We live in a movie. It's always rotating, and it's not rotating just like this, but also like this, and also like this, because it's a 3D representation. So here, normally we relate the fire on top and water below. But the nature of fire is to move up and then will disappear. The nature of water is to go down and also can disappear. So if we have the fire on top and water down, they are going to separate. But what we need to do, we need to rotate it. Then we need to put fire below the water. That's why there are many techniques and methods in Chinese medicine that tells you to move the fire to meet the water. And here, it's a basic principle. When you have fire below the water, here we have the pan representation. So we have the fire boiling the water, and when the water boils, what it comes out of it? Vapor, which is one of the possible translations for qi in regular world. So we have the production of qi in relation to the correct position of fire below water. And of course, in classical Chinese medicine, it's not just yin and yang. Yin and yang is the most important one, but also it connects with all the other theories, including the 5-movement theory. And we need to understand it, how we can put it together and not look at yin and yang and 5-movement as separate theories. So here we have the Tai Chi representation. Here is the same Tai Chi representation, but using the Kan Li in order to think about the proportions of yin and yang. And finally, we have yin and yang together with the 5-movement theory. And we can see that there is a perfect proportion relations of yin and yang and the Wuxing theory. This is the most important relations. Where to connect the fire, where to connect the water, where connect the wood and metal. And in the center, we have earth. So here are 2 famous representations of the Wuxing. On the right, the most famous one that people think as the only one most of the time. They forget about the left picture, which in my opinion and in the classical material is the most important representation. But the right one is not wrong. It's applicable when we think about the generating cycle and the controlling cycle. But when we talk about 4 directions, when we talk about 4 seasons, when we talk about perfect proportions of yin and yang, we need to think about the representations on the left. Okay? And another theory that's important and we can apply on acupuncture, it's part of Kan Li acupuncture, is the San Cai, or 3 powers, or 3 potencies, where things are not divided in 2 as in yin and yang, not in 5 as in Wuxing, but in 3. So San Cai separate things in the most yang, we call heaven, the most yin, we call earth, and in the middle, we have the person who needs to balance yin and yang. And when we talk about Kan Li, the trigram, the 3 lines, can also be understood as heaven, man, and earth. Here is how to put together the San Cai and the Tai Chi. And here is how we can apply it to acupuncture. Here we have Tian, the most yang. We can apply it together with Shen. Among the Sanbao, the 3 treasures, it's the most yang. And which is the most yang part of the body? Superficial layer. So when we talk about treating emotional problems, Shen problems, we can do superficial needling. When we talk about essence, deeper, related to the bones, we need to go deeper on the needling. But most of the time we are trying to influence qi, which is in the center, which is balancing yin and yang. That's why we normally go to the muscle layer area. So balancing yin and yang through understanding how and where the problem started and how to treat is one of the bases of Kan Li method. And in order to put together this information, we go back once again to the classics, and then we have yin disease move to yang, yang disease move to yin. If the yin disease moves to yang, where shall I treat? The yin or in the yang? The disease has already moved, so we shall look to yang. And the yang disease moves to yin. So if this yang part is diseased, it moves to the yin. So we need to treat the yin in order to influence the yang. This is what is written explicitly on Nanjing 67. But in order to achieve it, we need to think about what is yin and what is yang when we apply it to anatomical parts. When you have upper part, lower part, right and left, front and back, in and out. And when we always talk about different relations of yin and yang, when we need to cross it from the upper part to the lower part, we need to pass through the center. When we talk about right and left, once again, we need to pass through the center. Anterior and posterior, it's the same. So the concept of the center, zhong, is really important in Chinese medicine. It's really important in the practice of acupuncture as well. And which of the 5 movements represents the center? Earth. So we need to think about earth on treating our patients. In short, in most part of the treatments, it's very important to consider the situation of the center. And we need to understand the center as spleen and stomach, but also as the abdominal area, as the navel area, because when we talk about crossing method, distal method, we're always talking about the qi passing through the center. So the basis for the treatment in Kanli method is summarized in 3 characters: ping, tong, he. Balance, free flow, and harmony. We need to achieve the 3, not just 1. Because balance can be static. No, we're talking about dynamic. And in order to be dynamic, it must have free flow. But it has to be some harmony. It cannot be like this. It shall be in harmony. So we need to achieve the harmony through the free flow of qi and blood that makes us gain balance again. And balancing yin and yang, as I mentioned, it's important. And when you talk about yin disease move to yang, yang disease moves to yin. This is the basis. That's why I'm repeating this part, because it's the most basic, simple, and important concept here. Another way to think about it is yang disease treat yin, yin disease treat yang. This is more explicitly. And we need to think about what are yang parts, what are yin parts. Here is just a representation relating to the channels. In the center, in the frontal picture, we have a little red line because we have the stomach channel, because we have some areas related to the gallbladder channel. So you can see that most influential parts are yang, so yang channels are really important in order to balance our body. Here is another important concept that we see a lot. Disease above, treat below. Disease below, treat above. It's the same as this is yin, treat yang. This is yin yang, treat yin. We just need to apply it. And here is a representation of the side of the body, and the posterior part is yang, the anterior part is yin, the upper part is yang, the lower part is yin. So the upper back is double yang, great yang, tai yang. The front inferior part, lower abdominal, is double yin, so it's tai yin, great yin. And of course we have shao yin area, which is the front, which is yin, but in the upper part. And we have shao yang area, which is back, so it's yang, but it's in the lower part, so shao yang. We can balance tai yang with tai yin. We can balance shao yang with shao yin, and we can balance the others. But we need to understand the proportions of yin and yang and how we can truly apply it. When we say something is classical in Chinese medicine, we are talking about the classical books. So classical acupuncture, we need to look to classical material. So Huan Ti Nei Jing is the source for what is called classical acupuncture. And it's primarily based on channels, not in Zhang Fu. It's primarily based on channels, not just in points. Points are holes, shui, holes, that allows us as professionals to achieve the channel. So we are actually trying to achieve the channel. That's why channel-based acupuncture. We are not just thinking about the points, we're thinking about channels. This way of thinking is not a new invention or creation, but a way to go back to the roots. Thinking about channels, always looking through the channels, reading chapters on the classics that talk about the channels. This is really important. And among systems that are gaining popularity in the West nowadays, we have, for example, Yi Jing's acupuncture from Dr. Chen Chao. We have Master Tong acupuncture from different disciples. We have balance acupuncture from Dr. Richard Tan, which is studied with some disciples of Master Tong. We have Keiraku Chiryu from the Japanese experience, but they all have in common the balance of yin and yang, upper and lower, right and left. This is basic. Applying the concept from the classics relating to channel theories. So here, for example, we need to remember this. Channels and collaterals control the treatment of the area through which they pass. So the first thing for a successful practice of acupuncture, and I'm not talking about successful as in money, but successful as in good results for the patients. Money comes after it. We need to get good results. So we need to think about where is the area diseased, which channels pass through this area, where is the problem, which channels are related to the problem, and then we can choose the best channel, the best way to influence that area. And when we talk about channels, I'm not just talking about the Jingmai, the channels that have the points. Then we look at them and then say, oh, hey, this is large intestine 4 and 5. No, we're talking about the whole system, from the most superficial layer to the most inner layer. So we have here what we have. We have people, the skin zone, cutaneous zone, and then we have the Zangfu. And between the most superficial and the deeper layer area, we have a different, a whole system with different channels. We have the Luo system, we have the Jingjing, which are the channel tendon system. We have the Jingpie, which is the divergent channel. We have a lot. We need to think of them when we treat. So they relate, they connect to each other. So this is a picture on how they connect and interact. So in the same levels, we have the yin and yang Biao-Li relations. And then we have the channels with the same name, like Shou Taiyin, Zu Taiyin, which are the connections between lung and spleen. So we have different informations here. We have another way to think, and from the disciple of Master Tung, like Yang Wei-Jie, and then afterwards Richard Tan, we have what is being called the Zangfu Beitong, which basically go back to Suwen chapter 6 when we talk about the Kai He Shu theory. So you have the Kai, the one that opens, we have the He, the one that closes, and then we have the Shu that acts as a pivot. So we can also think about using lung to treat gallbladder, the lung to treat bladder, or the bladder to treat lung. We can use the heart to treat gallbladder, or we can use gallbladder to treat the heart, and so on. So we have the Tai-Yin with Tai-Yang. We have the connection of Shao-Yin and Shao-Yang, and we have the connection of Jun and Yang-Ming. For example, one very common combination is large intestine 4 and liver 3. It's a combination of hand Yang-Ming with foot Jun. This is a combination based on the Kai He Shu theory. So we can use the Zangfu Beitong name as Professor Yang Wei-Jie suggests, or we can just go back and think about the connections of yin and yang based on chapter 6. Another way to think about the connections of the channels is relating to the channel clock, as most people know, as when each channel has 2 hours of being the most influential channel. And we can talk about neighboring connections, and we can talk about opposite connections. This is another way to practice through the idea of channel-based acupuncture. So for example, when we talk about the stomach, this is just an example of some connections. We can use the association of channels with the same name. So a problem in the stomach channel, I can choose, for example, large intestine channel. Based on channel with inside and outside connection, I can choose spleen in order to treat the stomach. Based on special opposition, or the Kai He Shu theory, I can choose points on pericardium channel in order to treat the stomach. For example, using Nei Guan for nausea. This is an explanation on how to use it. Also, in the hour opposition, in this case it's the same, it's pericardium in the opposite relations to the stomach. So this is just an example on when we think about one channel, we have different connections, different ways to understand how they interact. But also, when we talk about channels, we talk about correspondence and holography or microsystem. And one very important is the second metacarpal bone. We need to understand where to put the Tai Chi, which represents the whole body. And then we can choose the best point in the best channel in order to treat the patient. We can do, for example, in Kanli method, we do 5 movements using the forearm area, forearm skin area, in order to treat based on 5-movement theory. And in clinical practice, we combine some theories. From chapter 7 of Ling Shu, we have 2 important needling methods. One is called Yuan Dao Zi, the distant path needling. The other is the Zhu Zi, the giant needling. The Yuan Dao Zi relates that in the upper problem we treat lower. In the lower problems we treat the upper area. Giant needling says that in the right, I treat the left. When the left is problem, I treat the right. And when we combine up and low, right and left, we can do crossing treatment. Upper right with lower left. This is the crossing needling method, a very important one to be applied in clinical. But when we do it, we cannot just think about the channels. We need to think about the best area in that channel. So the channels make us think in a vertical way. Holograms, correspondence, and points makes us think in a horizontal way. When we put it together, then we find the best point. When you talk about microsystem, holograms, and so on, once again, horizontal. When you talk about channels, vertical. So when I have a vertical line and the horizontal line, then I find the correct best point. That's why Neikwan is very good for nausea, because in representation of the areas of the body, it's in the transition between the middle jaw to the upper jaw, which is the area influenced by the nausea and vomiting. Okay, so here we can also do an example with shoulder pain. We need to look at the area of the shoulder, and then this can be replicated to any other joints. And first, which channels pass through? Anterior, on the side, side posterior, on the back, with channels. And then we can choose different points. So here is just some suggestions of points. For example, if the problem is a large intestine channel, we can do large intestine 3. If the problem is in the back of the shoulder related to the small intestine, we can do small intestine 3, and so on. One very classical example is using stomach 38 needling through bladder 57, which is a Yangming through Taiyang. So Yangming in the front, Taiyang in the back. So it's actually like crossing the joint. That's why it's so effective. And my tutor from my PhD, he suggests an acupoint he calls Yu Jian, because the name of Lang 10 is Yu Zhi. So Yu Jian would be in influence with this name. And it's very important when the pain is related to the front of the shoulder, when it's related to the lung. So this is really important. Think about the channels and then think about the best point to treat that channel. That is channel-based acupuncture. We need to think about channels, which channels are diseased, which channels are affected, and then we choose the channel and choose points that can influence that channel. So I hope I could share some of the knowledge and information related to Kangli acupuncture. It's just 30 minutes, but it can improve the eager to go through the classical material. I hope I can promote this idea of going back to the classics. Search for the channels. Channel differentiation. This is really important for the practice of acupuncture. So once again, thank you all very much. 非常感谢.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for being attending the international seminar organized by the OCTCM. I'm really happy to be here with you today. And today we're going to talk about the TCMACE syndrome. So my name is Henry Tarazona. I work for the OCTCM and different colleges here in Canada. I've been working a lot in treatments related with traumatology and pain management. And today we're going to talk a little bit about this syndrome that is one of the most common syndromes that are affecting people worldwide. And basically with this lecture, we want to get into detail what is the TCMACE syndrome and how to treat it from the traditional Chinese medicine point of view. So we were going to discuss a little bit about the acupuncture treatment. We're going to talk a little bit about the Tuina and the Tuina treatment. And also we're going to talk a little bit about the prescription treatment that you can use for these kind of disorders. So This sounds like a interesting name. Basically, the text-neck syndrome is not something that is being standardized 100% in the medical community. So it's basically a term that is really new and is referring to people that are having cervical disorders. So later we're going to talk a little bit about different types of cervical disorders that we can have in the clinical practice. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is a disorder that is related to what is related to the new technologies. So that's why it calls the text-neck syndrome. So these new technologies basically include the cell phones, computers, and we can notice how in the last 20 years with the development of these new technologies, basically the lifestyle of the people have been changing as well. And because of this changing, related with the work, related of how much time people are spending in front of the screens because of these changes that are happening, this type of disorder we can consider to be a little bit more recent. And as I mentioned, in the scientific community, in the medical community, still it's a really new term that is being researched. But more than a disease itself, or more than a syndrome itself, the problem with the text-neck syndrome, as I was mentioning, is the impact that has on the cervical region, and not only in the cervical region, but also in the whole spine, as we're going to see how we relate the spine with the whole, with the neck itself. So really common, is happening a lot, and right now what is worrying a lot of scientific doctor or different types of doctors or practitioners around the world is that basically the text-neck syndrome is affecting also pediatric patients. So it's starting to affect pediatric patients. Before, it used to be something that was affecting directly adults because they were the ones that, let's say, had access to this technology. So with cell phones, with computers, at their offices, working. So right now, more and more people are actually having this problem. And right now, the really big deal here is kids or children. And this can be a little bit problematic because if basically we don't aim this kind of problem, at the end of the day, we're going to have a population, like a really growth population, with a lot of disorders related with the spine. Something that can be a little bit complicated, and it can actually have a great impact in the healthcare and basically in the country itself. So really complicated term, really complicated condition. At the end of the day, they have been different articles. If you actually check online, you're going to find a bunch of articles talking a little bit about the text-neck syndrome, the relation with the smartphones, the relation with the computers, the relation with the office, with your posture. So there is a lot of different types of articles there regarding to the treatment of Western medicine. Basically, it requires to do a lot of physiotherapy, a lot of physical exercise, a lot of posture exercises, and of course, slowly start to detach from that technology. So started to use it less and less. That will be kind of like the idea behind it. So the text-neck syndrome can be something quite complicated to assess, a little bit quite complicated to treat. And as I was mentioning early on, nowadays, young people, like more and more young people actually are developing this type of syndrome. So as I mentioned, the text-neck syndrome is going to be kind of like it's a new term, and also includes different types of symptoms that we are going to discuss. So we're going to first discuss about the different type of symptoms that we have related with the text-neck syndrome, kind of like to understand what we'll be considering as the text-neck syndrome. So the text-neck syndrome, first of all, as I was mentioning, is going to affect the cervical region. So most of the patients in the clinical practice, when they're going to come to you, they're going to come with a lot of pain. They're going to come with a lot of discomfort, stiffness in the cervical region. But the problem with also the text-neck syndrome is that not only affect the cervical region, cervical region, like here, but also affect the shoulders. So this is a condition that at the end of the day is going to affect the shoulders as well. Later, we're going to explain in detail how this condition can affect the shoulders. So at the end of the day, like progressively, this condition will generate a bad posture, of course. So from, let's say, an aesthetic point of view, the patient or the person that is having the TCMACE syndrome is not going to look really good, that from aesthetic point of view. And then basically the shoulders are going to be affected. Same thing, there's going to be muscle stiffness, there's going to be pain. Besides that, we're going to have problems related with the mobility of the body. So basically the range of motion of these two joints. I mean, when I say joints, I refer to the big picture. So the cervical region and the shoulders. So the range of motion of these two joints are going to be really limited because of the condition that we're having. And as I mentioned, later on, we're going to go into more detail and we're going to explain in a little bit more detail on how this condition basically is affecting this. And finally, the condition can get to a point that not only is going to affect the area in terms of the anatomy, the muscles, the tendons, the tissues, but also is going to lead to develop different types of diseases. So other diseases like chronic headaches, dizziness, vertigo, ear disorders, and also can cause what we call the radiculopathy. So it can be super complicated. So radiculopathy here, we actually refer to what we actually refer to a pinched nerve. And I mean, remember that in the clinical practice, if there is a pinched nerve, usually we're going to have an irradiation of, or we're going to have that sensation irradiated through certain parts of the body, depending on the pathway of that nerve. So in the cervical region, usually when we have the radiculopathy, that is the same irradiation of this discomfort sensation, pain, numbness, basically the patients will feel that sensation mostly in the upper extremities, in the neck region, the posterior neck region, or on the occipital region, depending on which nerve was affected. So in this kind of case, of course, it has to do with the nerves that are affected and everything. But as you are seeing here, it can be a really big problem. The problem with this is, again, I mean, besides all the symptoms that we're talking here, you notice that in this picture that we have here on the right, sorry, you're noticing how this problem progressively will deteriorate the posture of the patient, and that also can be a really big problem in terms of the health of the whole spine. So this condition itself can cause, as I mentioned early on, it can cause herniation in the lower segments of the cervical bones. So we have C6, C7 with T1. So we can actually have some herniations on that region because of the posture itself. So it's basically giving a lot of pressure on the lower segments of the cervical region. Later, when we go to see the diagnosis and the x-rays and everything, you're going to notice why actually is going to give more pressure to those regions on the lower cervical region. But here relies another big problem. So as I was mentioning, in a long term, right now there is been a lot of research, and what we're finding in the clinical practice is that this disease in a long term can actually lead to a lot of different types of disorders related with the whole spine. So mostly here, when we refer to the whole spine, we actually are worried about the lumbar region. So a lot of lumbar disorders might appear because of the same reason. And the idea behind it is because, I mean, at the end of the day, let me show you here if I have a picture. So the idea behind it here is that what will happen is that if you see a patient here, so this will be basically the let's say the ideal posture, so the one that we have in the right, but then someone with a text-neck syndrome will be someone that like something that we have here on the left side. So you notice how progressively the posture of the patient, the shoulders, so we were mentioning about the shoulders, the neck of the patient, all is going to be affected. So basically the patient itself is going to change his posture, and this can be a little bit problematic as I'm mentioning right now. So this actually can lead to a lot of disorders related with the lumbar region. And what you're going to notice here, something that is interesting, why this can cause problems in the lumbar region. So the reason for that is because of our head. So you have to know that, I mean, if you go to, if you study anatomy before, and kind of like you have a little bit of knowledge about the skull itself, so basically the skull, the whole head, you're going to notice that the skull is actually hollow, okay? So the skull is hollow inside. So what it means is hollow. Basically, the skull has these structures that are known as the sinuses that basically make the skull a little bit hollow. And the reason for that is to basically make your skull a little bit light, so it's not as heavy, okay? Because if your skull is really heavy, if everything on the superior region of your lumbar region is too heavy, what is going to happen? All the lumbar region is going to be affected, because you have to think that at the end of the day, the lumbar region is the one that is dealing with all of the weight of the body. So of course, if you gain some weight, in these kind of cases, how we're gaining weight by changing our posture. So the research is showing that basically when your neck or your posture is changing, that will give more pressure to the cervical region, as we were mentioning, and the reason for that also, and at the end of the day, to the lumbar region, and the reason for that is because it will create more weight. So the more you have a bad posture, or the more the angle is pronounced, the most probable is that you're going to have a lesion related with a herniation. So this can be really problematic. And right now we're going to see why. So in order to understand why this is going to happen, we have to understand about the curvature of the spine. So basically in a young, not in a young person, but let's say in a healthy person, here we don't include pediatric patients like children under 6 years old. The angles are not going to be as pronounced yet. But here, what we're going to see basically is going to be the angles of the spine. And this is super important. So at the end of the day, you're going to notice that our spine has different angles. So it's not a straight, let's say a straight structure that is basically holding all the weight of the body. Because if it was like that, then it was, the most probable thing is like you will have always herniations on the lower segments of the spine. Because, I mean, just think about it, all the weight, all the body weight is going to rely on the inferior portions of the spine. And that's something that, of course, we don't want. So our body basically has the curvatures of the spine, or what we call the spinal curvature, in order to what? To redistribute the weight through your body. So basically the weight is going to be redistributed. If the weight is redistributed, then at the end of the day, the possibility for you to develop a problem related with the spinal, and with the, basically with the whole structure of the spine, it's going to be less probable. Yeah, so you notice here, right now talking about the text-neck syndrome, that is the topic that we really care about. You're going to notice here how in the cervical region, we have an angle of 30 to 35 degrees. Later, we're going to talk a little bit about how to do the diagnosis. And basically, if you have X-rays, we are also going to be able to draw these angles. I'm going to teach you how to do it. This is part of the diagnose part today. But what I want you to notice is the following thing. So here we have two radiographs. So one with a patient that doesn't have the text-neck syndrome on the left, okay? and the other one with a patient that has the TCMACE syndrome. So what will happen when a patient doesn't have the TCMACE syndrome? You're going to notice a really beautiful curvature of the spine. So here, following the body of the vertebra. So if you notice, following the body of the vertebra and following the spinal processes, you're going to notice that at the end of the day, we can see there the curvature of the spine, and it looks good. So we don't want to see parallel lines, okay? If you see parallel lines in a radiograph, that can be a little bit complicated. So in the other picture that we have here on the right, so what you're going to notice, basically what I'm mentioning, the parallel lines. Of course, they're not exactly parallel. There's still a little bit curvature, but this is what we want to avoid. And if you really think why the patient on the right has this problem, is because of the TCMACE condition. So if you think about it, when your neck basically is leaning forward all the time, that is changing the natural curvature that our neck supposed to have. And of course, the problem is with the cell phone. So when you're texting, a lot of people, when they're texting, basically they're leaning forward and they're basically leaning down their neck. And this is causing progressively to lose this angle. And if we lose the angle, as I'm mentioning, what is going to happen? All the weight of the head is going to rely where? It's going to rely on the lower segments of the cervical region, causing a discomfort at the beginning. Of course, there's going to be tension, there's going to be pain, but then in a long term, this is going to cause herniations, radiculopathies, and different types of disorders that we can have with the cervical region. So as you notice, this can be a condition that can be really hard to basically assess in the clinical practice, not assess, but kind of like treat if the patient doesn't change his habits. So everything has to do basically with the lifestyle of the patient. So here basically we have an alignment of let's say, of the human body. And you notice that basically that curvature of the spine also help the body to have balance. So a lot of things are going to rely and going to be related with this curvature. So remember, we don't want to see the parallel lines. We don't want to see, we actually want to see the angle of the spine. So here I'm going to show you, basically we're going to see the different types of disorders that we can have related with the cervical region. Just give me here 1 second. So with the cervical region, at the end of the day, we're going to have different types of disorders that is important to diagnose properly, and they can be related as well with the TCMACE syndrome. The thing is, like, for the TCMACE syndrome specifically, we're going to have a specific type of diagnose and a specific type of treatment. So of course, the first line of diagnose, besides the symptoms, is going to be an X-ray. In an X-ray, we're going to be able to determine if the patient has a TCMACE syndrome. That's why it's so important to be able to visualize the X-rays. Why? Because at the end of the day, if you, for example, here in Canada, I'm talking about the perspective from Canada, sometimes when you have patients coming to your clinical practice, what is going to happen? The patients will come to your clinical practice and you will ask for the radiographs, and they're going to be like, oh, I have the report of the practitioner, of the radiologist. And with the report, sometimes radiologists will not write down the curvature of the spine. They will just write down if there is a herniation or if there is any degeneration of the bone itself, but they're not writing really the angle of the spine. And it's hard to tell if they didn't write it down. So it's important for us to ask the patients to get the radiographs. It's not too complicated. It's just to ask their family doctor. So it's always good to see the radiographs, especially if you are treating disorders related with the neck. So with the neck, we're going to have different types of disorders. So we're going to have the typical spondylosis. At the end of the day, is the degeneration of the bones. Usually when we talk about the spondylosis, this has to do with the age and the wear off of the whole joint itself. So it's not common to have these kind of disorders when you are too young, and this is what is concerning a lot of people with the TCMACE syndrome, that is happening in a really young population. And right now, even pediatric patients are being affected by the TCMACE syndrome. And when they're taking x-rays, their whole spine has degeneration, a degeneration that you shouldn't have till later in life. That is totally normal. But they're having a degeneration of a person that is 40, 50 years old when they're like 10. And that's the thing that really concerns doctors nowadays. We're going to have the radiculopathy. We already explained about the radiculopathy. The radiculopathy occurs when there is nerves involved. So when there is a herniation and basically there is pressure on the nerves, that's the radiculopathy. The other type of problem that we're going to have in the clinical practice, and this one is super common, also related with the TCMACE syndrome. So basically, we are going to have a cervical disorder related with the arteries. We call it the arterial type. So here, remember that one of the biggest arteries of the body is actually coming directly to give supply to the brain. So we have our carotid artery that is protected by the sternocleidomastoid mastoid muscle. So what happened? When you are having this type of posture for a long time, we already mentioned that all the muscles around the area, so in this case, include which muscles? The upper trapezoid, the middle trapezoid muscle. Later, we're going to see the muscles indirectly. And we're including here also the sternocleidomastoid muscle. So all of these muscles are tense, and there is a lot of tension on this region. So at the end of the day, it can be a little bit complicated, because if there is tension in the muscles, first of all, of course, they're going to affect the bones, and this can be problematic as I'm explaining. But the problem here is that if the muscles are tense, also they can do a little bit of pressure on the artery itself. And this actually will result in a poor blood flow to the brain. So a lot of these patients, a lot of the times they have poor memory, and they feel dizzy, they feel tired, because there is not enough blood flow coming to the brain as it should be. So it's important for us to really determine what kind of conditions. Sometimes I have patients in my clinical practice coming for, they're complaining about dizziness. And then when I assess their neck, I realize that the most probable thing is that the patients have disorder related with the neck, and that's affecting the blood flow. For that type of condition, we cannot use an X-ray. So let me see if we have it here. So for that kind of condition, we're going to use a specific test modality that is known as the Doppler. So if you think that your patient is having these symptoms related with the cervical region, dizziness, lack of concentration, tiredness, you can always suggest the patient to do a Doppler. So a Doppler examination basically is a specific type of ultrasound that will help us to check the blood flow into the areas that we want to check. And then finally here, talking about the last type of cervical disorder that can be, this is basically the really dangerous type of cervical disorder, has directly to do with what? With the spinal cord. So in this kind of cases is mostly related with a long-term herniation, where the herniation is directly affecting the spinal cord. If that's happening, then one of the most common symptoms that you're going to see in this kind of patients is that they're going to have sensation. So they describe this sensation as walking on cotton. So like really soft, and basically there, if the spinal cord is affected, most probable thing is that these patients are going to need a surgery. Okay, so there we already discussed about different types of problems that we can have related with the cervical region. Right now, we're going to talk a little bit about the posture and the diagnose. So let me show you some x-rays. So here we have another picture where the patient also is having TCMACE syndrome, okay? So the angles itself, they are not enough. I mean, there is not a 35-degree angle here. So this can be a little bit problematic, but also something that is important for us to assess. Of course, if the patient is already an elderly patient, let's say under 60s or something like that, and they're having this type of radiograph and they're not complaining about pain and everything is fine, then it's okay. I mean, we're talking about here, they basically wear off of the cervical region over time, that's fine. But if the patient is like 20 years old and the patient is like this, then it's a really big problem, because if you notice in this radiograph, not only the angle of the spine is changing, but also the whole structure of the body of the vertebra. So if you notice here, the bodies of the vertebra, they actually were off. There is changes on the bodies of the vertebra. The intervertebral spaces here, they look okay, but the bodies of the vertebra, they look not so good. Okay, so we have here C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, and C7. And here we have C1. So at the end of the day, there's things that you have to consider there and things that we have to kind of like be careful. So I'm going to talk a little bit more later in detail on basically how in the clinical practice we can draw directly the lines of the angles, so for us to determine which angles are affected. So we already know about the etiology of the disease. We already know where this disease is coming from. We already explained that basically because of the new growth of new technologies, lifestyle, and basically the posture of the patient. This is affecting more and more the population. And here we're talking about like a lot of people. And also there is some articles related with this topic that are telling us that basically post-COVID, this type of condition is getting worse and worse because a lot of people started to work from home, and because of the lack of exercise, being in front of the screen all the time, that is basically causing a really big impact in the community. So let's talk a little bit about the muscles that are involved. So the first muscle that we're going to have is this muscle that is known as the trapezius muscle. So the trapezius muscle is super important. It's one of the external muscles that we have in the posterior aspect of the body. But this muscle is super important. So as you can think, of course, this muscle is going to play a really important role on the treatment of the TCMACE syndrome. So at the end of the day, with this muscle itself, you are going to notice that this muscle starts on the occipital region, is going to get all the way to the coronal of the shoulder, and is going to get down all the way to almost T8 or T7. So it's actually a pretty big muscle. I think it's one of the widest muscles in the body. So it calls trapezius muscle because it looks like a trapezoid. And the problem with the muscle is, as we're mentioning, over time, the muscle will get too tense because of the extension that we're giving to the muscle while we are bending our necks forward. So at the end of the day, we have to really be careful with the upper trapezoid muscle. We call it the upper trapezoid or the upper trapezoid muscle. That basically are the upper fibers of the trapezoid muscle in this region. So this is the region that is going to be mostly affected. And of course, we expect patients to have pain on the regions of the cervical region. So in this kind of case, starting all the way from points like bladder 10, if you want to see the reference there, we have points like gallbladder 20, points like gallbladder 21. So all of those regions are going to be regions where patients are going to feel a lot of tension. And also we have points of the small intestine when the condition is a little bit more difficult to treat. So basically patients are going to start to develop pain in the small intestine meridian. So small intestine 12, 13, in those points that are close to the scapula. And then if the condition is getting really bad in the clinical practice, so if the condition gets worse, at the end of the day, it's also going to affect what? It's going to affect the thoracic region, and it's going to affect the lumbar region, as we were mentioning early on. So that's the upper trapezoid muscle. And here we have another picture of other muscles that can be affected. So we have the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle. We have what we call the occipital triangle. So you see all of these muscles at the end of the day are going to play a really important role in terms of the text-neck syndrome and basically the tension that can cause. And of course, depending on the muscle, that is going to cause different types of disorders. So here we can see some of the areas where the patient is going to start to feel painful. And as I mentioned, in this kind of cases, it's going to be mostly on the cervical region, the upper trapezoid region, and it can actually get all the way pain to the chest region. And as I mentioned, in severe cases, it's going to affect the lower region. So right now I'm going to show you the diagnosis. So the way to diagnose this kind of disorder at the end of the day is going to be by doing something that is important. First, the symptoms of the patients. We want to know all the symptoms that the patient is having, neck pain, of course, or tension in the neck, plus other symptoms that they can have, headaches, dizziness, tension, poor concentration, all of those symptoms at the end of the day. Of course, here, lifestyle is going to be super important, and knowing how many hours a day the patient is with the screen. So it is recommended, I will later talk about the recommendation and the treatment itself, but it's recommended to don't use screens for too long in a row. So don't exceed an hour. Later I will explain what we mean with that. But you see, so at the end of the day, we have to know really good the history of the patient, and then we have to know the X-ray. So here we have an X-ray from a patient. So this is the lateral aspect of the patient. This is an AP view. And what you're going to do, basically, if you are able to access the X-rays, there is a really good way to know about the curvature of the spine. The really good way, I mean, if we see this, we already notice that there is a curvature. So we know that this is actually a good sign. We want to have this curvature. We really need it. We need to have a little bit of curvature, of course, not too much. So the really good way to basically deal with this is to basically find the body of the vertebra starting from C2, okay, from C2. So if you're going to do it by yourself, you start from C2. So look, here we have C1. This is vertebra C1, okay. Notice that this is not a spinous process. It is the body of the vertebra. Anyways, so C2, we're going to go C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, okay. So that's basically what we want to analyze. Even if you can a little bit of the T1, it's fine if you include the T. So what you're going to do, you're going to see the body of the vertebra, and wherever you like, it can be superior or inferior, but it has to be the same in every of the vertebrae. So I'm going to explain. So in this case, I'm going to choose the inferior. So what I'm going to look? I'm going to look for the inferior aspect of the body of the vertebra. Okay, so you see that inferior aspect, and I'm going to draw dots on that region. So just draw some dots on that region. So just take the inferior. I cannot see there the T, so I'm not going to draw the T. So if you choose the superior aspect of the body of the vertebra, so you just draw two dots on top of the vertebra. And what we're going to do here, basically, we're going to draw lines, okay? Of course, here you have to understand that I don't have a ruler, so the lines are not going to look super good. So ideally, guys, you want to have an angle. Of course, there is a, so this angle should meet, okay, in the back. So at the end of the day, this angle is all going to converge and is going to show us the angle of the spine. So we ideally want to have between 30 to 35 degrees. So remember, this is a 90 degree. This is going to be a 45. So we want to get something between 30 to 35. So having an angle is already really good. Remember, we don't want those straight lines. So look, if we go to the example that we have early on related with the cervical region, that example of this patient that has a little bit of the text-neck syndrome, if we do the same exercise, choosing the vertebra, the inferior vertices of the vertebra. So in this kind of case, notice how the lines are going. I mean, sorry for not being able to make the lines exactly. So wait, let me see, because this actually is really off. I just want to show you exactly how the line goes. So we go there. So you notice these lines at the end of the day, they're not getting anywhere. They're not intersected anywhere. Yeah, maybe if you continue drawing the lines, they're going to intersect somewhere, but you notice parallel. So it means what? It means that at the end of the day, the curvature of the spine is not good. There is not a proper angle. So if there is not a proper angle, we can diagnose this as a TCMACE syndrome patient. So we already have the diagnosis. So we know that in order to do the diagnosis, you need the symptoms of the patient, you need the X-ray, and of course, all the symptoms that we can have. So right now, let's talk a little bit about we're going to talk about the treatment plan, and we're going to really talk about basically what we should do. So for the treatment plan, as I mentioned, we're going to do TWINA, we're going to do acupuncture, and also this requires from physical exercises on the patient and changes in their lifestyle. So as you can see here, guys, I made a table for you so you can actually check it. For different types of disorders, you are going to have different types of treatment plans. The only thing that we have to really be careful here, is going to be what? Is going to be the cervical myelopathy. That is basically, remember, when the spinal cord is involved. Can we do acupuncture? Yes. Can we do TWINA? No. So we don't do TWINA because maybe by doing TWINA, the condition is going to get worse. So in these kind of cases, don't do TWINA. And also capping is not recommended. Okay, we're not going to recommend the capping. So we're going to talk directly about the treatment plan. I'm going to use this picture as a reference to just tell you what we should do. So we're going to talk first about capping. So in the clinical practice, a lot of practitioners or a lot of students ask me what we should do first, acupuncture or TWINA or capping. So look, the idea behind it is that you should do acupuncture first, because when you do acupuncture first, you already help to relax the muscles. And if you already help to relax the muscles, at the end of the day, you're going to get like better results when you do the TWINA, and it's going to be less tiring when you actually apply TWINA. So it's going to be better to directly do acupuncture first, and then you do TWINA. If you're going to do acupuncture with the capping together, it's fine. Just don't leave the caps for too long. So we don't want the patient to have the area to be too swollen, because if it's too swollen and you do TWINA, then it's going to be too painful. But we're going to talk about the capping. So the capping at the end of the day is focusing on what? On treating directly the upper trapezoid muscle. We're not going to do any capping on the anterior aspect, on the sternocleidomastoid muscle. For obvious reasons. We have there the carotid artery, so we don't want capping close to any big artery. So it's hard to do, but we can start by doing capping on the region of gallbladder 20. In this case, the only caps that really work are going to be the caps that you actually can, is kind of like those ones that you can actually suck in with that device. Those ones are going to be the ones that are kind of like working. We have to make sure that there is a cap where there is a cap on gallbladder 21, a cap on DO 14, and then from DO 14, basically you want to just do capping going down the spine and basically on both sides of the spine. Okay, here we also want to add some caps. So you want to get the whole region, the whole muscle, with the caps. Okay, we want to do the capping. We are going to leave the capping for 10 minutes. If you're doing acupuncture in this region, on the back region, and then you're going to do the capping, is not recommended. Why? Because the suction of the cap can actually make the needle to go a little bit deep down, and this can cause a pneumothorax. So in order to avoid those kind of conditions, we just focus on the capping first. Remember, we're focusing on the upper chest region, on the cervical region, that's where we're going to basically give all our focus. So that's going to be the capping. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the acupuncture points that we can use for this specific type of conditions. So remember here, the shoulders are going to be super important in terms of the treatment. Here we're missing 1 or 2 points, and I will add it here later. We're actually missing 2 important points that are bladder 10, bladder number 10, and gallbladder 21. Okay, we also can use gallbladder 20. Remember that that's kind of like the beginning of the upper trapezoid muscle. And here also there is another point that I'm missing. There is large intestine 16. That is also related with the upper trapezoid muscle in that region. We want to actually follow the anatomy of the upper trapezoid muscle. If the pain is a little bit more located on the, let's say, on the upper chest region, so in that case, we want to use the points of the small intestine that are located on the back. So for those points, let me check the number. Those points, there are 2 points there that are super important. That is Waijianshu, but I have to check the name. Sorry for that. Let me see. So the number of those points are, yeah, small intestine 14 and small intestine 15, also together with the small intestine 13. So those points at the end of the day, they are going to be more anatomical, and that's what we want to focus on. And from the TCM treatment point of view, there is a list of points that we can use in this case. So talking about like points that we use most of the times and are going to be really important, we have points like a small intestine number 3. Remember that this point is really good to treat disorders related with the back. Also, we have long 7, connects also with the back of the neck. So these 2 points, usually in terms of the treatment of the spine and everything, are points that are super important to consider. We are using points like gallbladder 39 to follow the gallbladder meridian, because this has a direct relation with the gallbladder meridian and the sinew channel. So here we have the Sanjiang, the gallbladder, so Shaoyang. And then we're using points of the large intestine. So the points of the large intestine are focusing on the shoulder region and on the neck region. So we have to really think about which meridians, which pathways are affected. In this kind of case, mostly is the bladder, is the Shaoyang, and is the Yangming. So in those kind of cases, we actually have to do proper lead use, and we use what we call the 3 shoulder points, the Sanjian Xue. So reference, we have large intestine 15 in the middle, and then Guansun anterior and Guansun posterior. You are going to find the other 2 points that are going to be really good to treat the condition with the shoulder. So in terms of the Tuina treatment, we're almost getting to the end, but in terms of the Tuina treatment, so after you do the acupuncture, after you do the cupping, in terms of the Tuina treatment, basically you want to do a deep tissue manipulation, and you want to focus on the muscles that we were talking about. So you want to focus on the upper trapezoid, you want to focus on the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle, and also you want to focus on a region of the body that is known as the brachial plexus. So we're actually going to focus on the region of the brachial plexus. Remember, the region of the brachial plexus is the region of stomach number 12. So that region is super important to massage, because at the end of the day, when there is tension in the cervical region, in most of the cases, especially when there is a radiculopathy, there is going to be tension on the nerves itself. And you have to know that by anatomy, every single nerve will go between the transverse process, and then it will go down the neck, and it will get to that region of stomach 12. And then from there, the nerves are going to spread to the hand. So it's super important to basically treat that region. And then finally, to finish with the idea, remember that here is super important to basically prescribe to the patients to do physical exercise, to make sure that the patients are changing their posture habits, that basically all of this condition it's improving, because if it's not improving, then at the end of the day it can be problematic. And also here there is a bunch of exercises that we can prescribe to the patients. If you notice, most of these exercises that we have here are going to focus on what? On stretching the upper trapezoid muscle. So if the upper trapezoid muscle is stretched, then it can help to relax the muscle itself, and it can help us to have a better posture. So you notice here the movement of the neck and basically stretching the muscle directly. We can help ourselves with a towel as well. That is going to help to stretch the shoulders. So in this kind of case, it helps us to stretch the shoulders and the muscle, the upper trapezoid. And then there is a really good exercise that we can do at home for this kind of patients. That is basically what we call the cervical exercise, leaning down, leaning on a wall. So what you're going to notice here is that basically the patient is leaning on a wall. So all the back, it's touching the wall. You have to make sure that the back is touching the wall. And basically the idea of the exercise is to make the patient to put his head against the wall while the whole back is touching the wall. So it can be a little bit challenging. So at the end of the day, the patient will bend himself backward and will stay in that position for a few minutes. So ideally, patients that are having text-neck syndrome, they want to do this every day on a daily basis and start to practice as their routine exercise, at least 5 minutes a day. So slowly, progressively, this is going to help to pull the upper trapezoid muscle back, make the shoulder posture also to improve, and is going to help us to basically regain that let's say angle of the spine. So here you're going to get basically this sensation that we call retraction. Okay, we don't want to have protraction, we want to have retraction. And at the end of the day, if the patient wants to get a little bit more into the exercises, there is other different types of exercises that patients can do in their own gym or at home. And remember that the best way to prevent it is to educate your patients. So here is super important that your patients know what is a correct posture. So at the end of the day, you don't want to have an angle where the patient is bending. So what they recommend is to basically bring your cell phone a little bit upwards so you don't have to look down. So you see the angle is totally different. And of course, prevention. So also sitting down. So it's always important to see the posture of the patient when the patient is standing up, when the patient is looking at their cell phone, when the patient is sitting down on a chair, and you're going to try to correct that type of postures, okay? So we get to the end of the lecture. So about the text-neck syndrome, there we have it. I hope you enjoyed this lecture brought by the OCTCM and the International Conference, the 25 years of celebration of the OCTCM. Once more, I want to thank to Professor Wu and all the team of the OCTCM for inviting us to this celebration and to this lecture. And yeah, I hope to see you in a future lecture. I hope to see you in a future course. For the ones that miss my name is Henry Tarazona, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
Hello.